Honourable members, please be seated.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 33, Alberta Investment Attraction Act. Honourable Ms. Furr.
The Honourable, the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 33, the Alberta Investment Attraction Act. Traditionally, investors from around the world have regarded Alberta as an attractive and compelling place for investment, thanks to our low taxes, skilled workforce, and an affordable, high quality of life. As we continue our economic recovery, Alberta must make important decisions. This means making the right decisions that position Alberta for a return to economic prosperity in the future. Bill 33 will enable the creation of the Invest Alberta Corporation, whose primary function would focus on driving high-value, high-impact investment to Alberta, targeting our key growth sectors. The world needs to know Alberta remains open for business and is still one of the best places to do business and invest. New investments to Alberta will revitalize our industries and subsectors which create the conditions for economic development and growth. More importantly, new investments will lead to jobs across the province. The Invest Alberta Corporation would also be responsible for leading a global marketing strategy promoting Alberta's investment opportunities and value propositions to investors in Canada and key global markets. We are not just telling the world, we are showing the world that Alberta's entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well. I heard from the members opposite that they don't believe in this investment attraction effort. They think that this agency is unnecessary. But, Mr. Speaker, this agency is necessary. It is necessary because over 4 years of NDP government, over 4 years, a third of the total foreign investment in this province fled. It is necessary because the NDP raised taxes on job creators by 20%. It is necessary because they brought in the largest tax increase in Alberta history with their carbon tax without consulting Albertans. After decades of seeing Alberta as a destination for investment, it took the NDP only 4 years, mere months really, because it started almost immediately under their tenure, for them to destroy the Alberta advantage. The NDP claimed that the Department of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism, and I'm not sure I've actually heard any of them actually get the full name of the ministry correct, which speaks volumes, does this work already. The department will continue to work with our existing investors. They will help them expand. But that attitude really shows that the NDP don't understand economics. While they sat behind their desks and tried to pick winners and losers, in the end costing all Albertans, while they sat in this building and raised taxes, investors and job creators took a look at what they were doing and went elsewhere. The advantages we had when it came to high-impact investment were gone under the NDP. Under our government, we're bringing them back. But, Mr. Speaker, we need a boots-on-the-ground, eyeball-to-eyeball, aggressive approach to investment attraction. We need to be present in the major investment markets, in the financial capitals, and we need to be able to say the days of the NDP are over, and Alberta is once again open for business. That message is, we are growing our existing industries, we are diversifying, and we want you to create jobs in the jurisdiction with the best investment climate in North America. Create jobs in the province with the lowest taxes on job creators, a low cost of living, with the highest standard of living, hire our well-educated workforce. We will pursue investment opportunities with determination and confidence. We have created the conditions for growth. Our tech incentives, for example, make us the most competitive place in Canada to invest in tech and innovation. And our sector strategies will give us competitive advantages. Every step of the way, the Invest Alberta Corporation will be on the ground. They'll be in the markets that are best positioned to hire Albertans. They'll be advocating for Alberta, and they'll be telling the world our story. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the members opposite as they whined about this legislation for hours. It again reinforces, as my colleague, the member for Red Deer South, said, that it's really a good thing they're over there, not harming Alberta businesses and families anymore with their reckless policies. The NDP question the need for this legislation. They think we don't need it. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that we definitely need it. Because again, after 4 years of NDP government, foreign direct investment fell by a third. The members opposite sat behind their desk for 4 years, raising taxes and driving out investment. They drove it out. They told companies, Alberta doesn't want your business. We're raising corporate taxes high. We're taxing you for heating your shops and driving to work. The member from Edmonton Beverly Clairview said that there's already an Invest Alberta that's part of the department. They still exist. They're going to work with existing investors in the province. What this legislation does is strengthen our presence internationally. Eyeball-to-eyeball meetings around the world. Silicon Valley and Dubai, the member brought up those offices, and they're good. But we're going to have offices in Houston, our second largest U.S. trading partner, in New York, the global finance capital. We're going to look everywhere. High value, high impact investment. The NDP refused to let their tax credits go into the dumpster where they belong. They say we aren't getting investment because we're not telling investors they have to check in with government every time they make a decision. The NDP took the Alberta advantage and turned it into a bureaucratic advantage, Mr. Speaker. Let's look again at what happened under their watch. Investment fell under the previous government by 7% in agriculture and forestry, 10% in manufacturing, 21% in construction, 27% in finance, insurance, and real estate, 35% in transportation, 36% in utilities, 65% in retail trade, and of course by 61% in the oil and gas extraction sector. And after all that, they ask why we need this legislation. We need it because the NDP destroyed investor confidence. They took a torch to the investment climate and put up a closed for business sign on our province. This legislation is an acknowledgement that investment fled this province thanks to the socialist dumpster fire that engulfed our economy for 4 years. This is our government taking an aggressive approach to investment attraction. It's the right thing to do to create jobs, grow the economy, and diversify. And if the members opposite had actually done their homework, they would know that we need an agency like this to compete with other jurisdictions as global economies reopen. Quebec, Ontario, BC, Saskatchewan all have agencies like the Invest Alberta Corporation. Mr. Speaker, when the accidental NDP government was elected in 2015, I woke up the next morning hoping it was just a nightmare. Well, it wasn't a nightmare, but I thought, well, maybe I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe this will be an Alberta version of the NDP and it won't be so bad. Nope. When they increased taxes and took in less revenue, I thought, well, surely they'll see that that's not working and change that. Nope. I thought maybe they'd look at the history of socialist regimes across the world and see that people don't flee democratic countries to come to socialist countries. People flee socialist countries to go to democratic countries. No, they didn't see that either. They like to say that this Invest Alberta Corporation is necessary because the minister, I, am not doing my job. No, Mr. Speaker, it's because the NDP did not do their job. Fact, they drove out billions of dollars of investment. They drove out thousands of jobs. They taxed everything that moved and breathed. The Invest Alberta Corporation will bring back investment and jobs, back to hardworking Albertans, and will show the world Alberta is the best place to do business and invest. Thank you.
Members, before the Assembly is Bill 33, Alberta Investment Attraction Act at third reading. Is there anyone else that would like to provide a question or a comment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer some comments on Bill 33, the Alberta Investment Attraction Act, and respond to some of the comments made from the Minister. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that in the bulk of the time that the Minister had given to speaking to this bill, she spent far more time attacking us over here on this side of the House and actually defending the need for this piece of legislation or the corporation that it would seek to establish. And I can understand, Mr. Speaker, why the Minister might be feeling a little bit touchy. I certainly view this bill as a vote of no confidence in the work that she's done so far in her role. You know, it's no secret that Alberta is in the middle of the worst economic downturn that this province has seen since the 1930s. And unfortunately, the government has seen fit to delay the release of economic update until the end of August. So we don't yet know fully how much the economy has contracted over the last 6 months. But we do know that prior to COVID, this government lost 50,000 jobs, implementing its failed economic policies. And since COVID, we've certainly seen 500,000 Albertans either lose their jobs or lose hours of work and increase the economic precarity that they're experiencing. So it would only make sense, Mr. Speaker, that we would hear nothing but an endless stream of announcements from the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism. I did a little bit of a Google search, Mr. Speaker, and I found that the Minister has released 12 press releases since she was appointed to that role on April 30th of 2019. That's less than one announcement per month, Mr. Speaker. So it's quite obvious to me and to many in my constituency that when the government is looking at what they can do to revitalize Alberta's economy, you would think that the Minister for Economic Development, Trade and Tourism would be front and center, would be the lead spokesperson for the government on what their plans are for revitalizing Alberta's economy. But in fact, she's almost completely missing in action. And so now, when Albertans are starting to notice that perhaps the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism isn't doing the job that Albertans expect her to do, we have this bill which sets up an Alberta Investment Corporation, an arm's-length agency that the minister doesn't really have the power to direct other than appointing a number of board members. So it's very disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that we've come to this role, to this place, and as my friend from Edmonton Beverly Clareview has clearly pointed out on a number of occasions during debate, there's nothing new here in the Alberta Investment Corporation that Economic Development, Trade and Tourism doesn't already do. And in fact, when the minister introduced this bill for third reading not just a few moments ago, she didn't actually tell us anything in addition to what the department already does that this investment corporation will do. Just said that they would work with the existing structures within her department to attract investment. And to me, that sounds like they're increasing the bureaucracy, the number of administrative hurdles that businesses will have to jump through in order to decide to invest here in Alberta. And that certainly runs counter to what members of the government caucus like to tell us they're doing when it comes to attracting investment here in the province of Alberta. The second point that I'd like to make is that I think that setting up this investment agency is incredibly fiscally irresponsible. It was irresponsible on the day that it was announced in my view, to appoint Dave Rodney as the representative in Houston at a salary of $250,000 a year, twice what most members of this chamber earn. And it's widely agreed that Dave Rodney, while a fine gentleman, has no qualifications for filling this role in Houston. And in fact, the members opposite continually refer to the fact that Dave Rodney summited Mount Everest twice, which is indeed true, and that's certainly a significant achievement. But there aren't even mountains in Texas. So it just smacks of pure political patronage to give Dave Rodney this position for which he is not suited. The other thing, but Mr. Speaker, I think the government wasn't even happy with the level of fiscal irresponsibility that was baked into the investment corporation on the day that it was announced. And in fact, when we reached Committee of the Whole, the government brought forward an amendment, which I think is also goes back to my point that the minister is not doing her job. She had nothing but time to come up with this legislation, and then it wasn't until it was introduced in the House that we realized that, oh, maybe there are some mistakes and we have to introduce a government amendment. That's beside the point. My original point was around the fiscal irresponsibility that's baked into the investment corporation. The government wasn't happy with the level of fiscal irresponsibility that was baked into the existing corporation, and so they made some changes to enhance the fiscal irresponsibility of that corporation. They increased the number of board members from 7 to 11. And now, Mr. Speaker, you may be asking how that speaks to the topic of fiscal irresponsibility. But one of the things that I note in the legislation, and there certainly hasn't been any clarification in any other government communications, is whether or not these board members will be paid, or how much. And I expect, Mr. Speaker, that these board members will be paid something. It's no secret that the people who occupy the commanding heights of world finance demand a rather generous salary. We certainly see that with the Premier's principal advisor, David Knight-Legg. He certainly doesn't do his job of attracting investment to Alberta for nothing, and in fact has no compunction about sticking the people of Alberta with the bill for his extravagant travel. And so we expect that the government will be drawing these board members from the same pool of people from which they drew people like David Knight-Legg, and so they'll expect to have their expenses covered, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, and they could very well expect to be paid some kind of salary, because I expect that the jobs that they'll be taking time away from to commit to this task will be rather high-paying endeavors, and so they'll need to be compensated for that. And so 7 such board members wasn't enough for the members opposite. They needed to increase that to 11. So I don't know, nobody explained to us why we need to increase the number of board members on this board by nearly 50%, and thereby running up the costs that the people of Alberta will have to pay to this board, probably by up to 50%. We don't know. More importantly, this government amended the legislation to remove the ability of the corporation to participate in loan guarantees, investment credits, any kind of equity ownership in potential investors here in Alberta, and restrict itself to only grants. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can't think of anything that could be more fiscally irresponsible, because they've removed the ability of this corporation to make any kind of investment that would make a return to the people of Alberta. The people of Alberta could potentially profit from equity investments in enterprises that are seeking to invest here in Alberta. They could potentially profit from the repayment of loans that we would make to companies that requested those loans to invest here in the people of Alberta. But no, we've removed that possibility entirely, and we've only given we've decided that we're only going to give grants to potential investors, and there's nothing in here in this legislation that actually sets out what conditions those grants will be given under, or what kind of investment returns that the people of Alberta can see from those grants. So it boggles my mind, Mr. Speaker, that we hear endless tirades from members opposite about how fiscally irresponsible we were. But when we created economic development measures here in the province of Alberta, we made sure that investors came to the table with their money first, before Albertans put their money up and put their money at risk. And they're flipping that argument on its head. They say, no, we're going to put up Alberta taxpayers' money first, and then cross our fingers and hope that some investor will come forward with some investments that will make a difference in improving the economic situation here in Alberta. And I can't think of anything more irresponsible than what this government has done with this corporation. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I think this legislation misses the point when it comes to economic recovery here in Alberta. We could set up 10 of these kinds of investment corporations, and it wouldn't get to the crux of the issue that is stifling economic growth here in the province of Alberta, and that is containing the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Now, I see that Dr. Dina Hinshaw and the government of Alberta released the new number of cases, and we still continue to hit on average 100 cases a day, Mr. Speaker. It's quite, and we have sections of the province of Alberta that have higher infection rates than in most American jurisdictions, which we will all agree it has significant issues containing the coronavirus. So because we failed to contain the coronavirus adequately, people are still sitting at home with no job or a severely restricted job. People can't work to their full capacity because their businesses remain closed or severely restricted because we haven't contained the virus. Mr. Speaker, I would humbly suggest that perhaps widespread mask wearing might be an idea that we should consider on a province-wide basis. And I certainly note that the City of Calgary has implemented a citywide requirement to wear masks, and the City of Edmonton has implemented a weaker resolution, but has also put its voice behind more widespread use of masks. What's more frustrating, Mr. Speaker, is that we hear the updates from the Chief Medical Officer of Health of the number of cases every day, but we're never told where those transmissions have occurred and what we might do differently to prevent those. And I hear the member from Calgary-Glenmore saying that that's not true, and I encourage her to correct me if she's given the opportunity in this debate. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, I have looked to see if we have found out where the cases of transmission in Alberta are occurring and what we could possibly do differently to limit the number of cases that have occurred, and there isn't any information out there that I can see. And again, we're going to be here for a long time, and so I'm willing to stand corrected on that matter, and I hope that the member from Calgary-Glenmore takes the opportunity to address this issue. If given, I would be grateful for that. The most important thing that we can do, though, Mr. Speaker, to revitalize Alberta's economy is to reopen schools safely. And we have seen nothing but a colossal failure from this government to do that. And they pound their chests and pat themselves on the back and say, what a wonderful plan it is that we've got to reopen schools safely. Here's their plan, Mr. Speaker. It's normal school plus hand soap. And that is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. And since the minister announced her non-plan to reopen schools, my office has been flooded with emails and phone calls by the thousands because people are terrified that their children are going to get sick and that they're going to get their teachers sick and they're going to bring that home and get their family members sick too. And I hear the members opposite saying that we're talking about Bill 33, and I would just remind everybody that we're talking about in attracting investment and revitalizing Alberta's economy. The most important thing that we can do is open schools safely, and this minister and this government have colossally failed to do that, and we are going to see nothing but more sick people and a stalled economy because of their colossal failure to take the issue of school reopening seriously. Mr. Speaker, in the time that I would have left, I would like to address the issue of investing in Alberta. And the minister gave a lot of time to running down our record of economic development here in Alberta. And they talked about the number of foreign investors who left. And I would remind the members, of course, that just today, I think it was, Deutsche Bank announced that they are not going to be investing in any more oil sands companies because this government has failed to take the issue of climate change seriously. And that's on the heels of a number of international investors who have decided to pull out of oil sands development here in the province of Alberta because they have failed to address the issue of climate change seriously. But moreover, the minister and the government doesn't understand the nature of Alberta's economy when they place so much importance on foreign investment. Because if you look at the largest companies that are in Alberta right now, they are all Albertan-owned and started companies. The top 4 of the 5 major oil sands companies are Suncor, which started out as Petro-Canada, Syncrude, which started out as a government investment. Synovus, which also started out as a government investment made here in Alberta. Husky, of course, which is now owned by a Hong Kong billionaire, but I believe started out in Alberta. So, and it's not just the oil sands, Mr. Speaker. You would look at other companies that are operating here in Alberta, and I think of the power companies, ATCO, Capital Power, EPCOR. These are significant players in the Alberta economy, and they were all started here in Alberta by Albertans, with Albertans investing in ourselves. And so any economic recovery plan that this government is putting forward, if they wish for it to be taken seriously, needs to seriously look at promoting Albertans investing in ourselves, like we have done through history, and will also be the way forward. Now, before anybody takes this statement to mean that I am endorsing the Premier's move to take pension funds out of the Canada Pension Plan and put it into AIMCO for the Minister to invest into his pet projects, I am not doing anything of the sort. But we do have significant financial capabilities and resources here in the province of Alberta that we can start investing in Alberta's own homegrown economy. We have a very talented, hardworking population. We have vast resources, and we have no shortage of skills that we can put to work. But we need the government to invest in our own people. So what does that look like, Mr. Speaker? And it doesn't just mean, offering investments into homegrown businesses so that they can have the startup capital to get to work. It also means investing in their education. If we educate the people of Alberta, they will be better prepared to revitalize our economy than we are today, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I see the government taking a number of steps in the wrong direction, making massive cuts to our investments in the post-secondary education system, raising tuition. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand that Alberta's economic recovery depends on the ability of Albertans to pick themselves up. And it's up to us as a government to start investing in them so that they can create that economic recovery that we're all seeking. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to summarize the points that I've made today as to why I won't be voting for this bill. I think, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is a massive vote of no confidence in the minister, and rather than, setting this up, I think the government would be wise to let her go and have somebody else fill that.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adjourn debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Committee of the Whole.
like to call Committee of the Whole to order. The committee has under consideration Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020. Are there any members wishing to bring forward amendments? I see the honourable member from Edmonton Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 32. I have many concerns about this bill, and I have had an opportunity to speak to some of them along the way. But it's always good to have a chance to go over some of the problems that are inherent in the bill, and to ask for the government to seriously reconsider the bill, given the inherent attack on workers' rights that we see in this bill. I am quite concerned that the intent of this bill is particularly problematic, because the reality over the last many years in Western democracies is that there has been an assessment by many societies and governments and so on to look at the issue of workers and whether workers' well-being is protected in the process of their work activities. And the overall focus of Western democracies over the last 200 years, essentially, has been to move in the direction of ensuring that workers' rights are well protected. I often, when talking to my students about the issue of workers' rights, just talk briefly about the fact that this debate has been going on for a long time, and it's been certainly supported quite widely, including by the Catholic Church, which I'm a part, and having had an opportunity to study some of the papal encyclicals on work over the last number of years. I'm always very proud to point out that in the papal encyclicals, starting from the mid-1800s on, that they have been talking about the necessity of having unions to protect the well-being of citizens. And there was an initial encyclical, which is, encyclicals are letters from the Pope, called Rerum Novarum, which was focused on the rights of workers at the time. And that has been duplicated on 4 other occasions by popes who have spoken to the need to have appropriate protections for workers and the necessity of actually having unions specifically identified. And so I'm just pointing that out, and no, people don't need to share my faith at all, but pointing that out that this is an old discussion, not a new discussion. And it's been on the record for many years. And the concerns that have been repeated over and over again by the people who have studied these things that are spoken to in Bill 32 are that there really is a imbalanced relationship between employer and employee, and just in terms of the factors which contribute power to decision-making in employment situations. And that workers really only have a single power, and that single power is their labor. If their labor is taken without due compensation, then it is truly a moral problem. It is a concern that leaves us wondering whether or not we're headed in the right direction. Now, the reasons why I'm concerned about Bill 32 are that the whole emphasis of the bill is shifting power away from the worker to the employer in a variety of ways. that makes it very difficult for employees to have their needs met in an appropriate way. And I think that's the issue that I think we need to spend a little bit more time talking about. Now, in the past, I have gone through the bill in a number of ways to look at individual sections of the bill and the problems that are inherent. The problems such as the creation of boards that can make a significant number of decisions that they previously couldn't make, that the boards can make those decisions alone, that those boards can do so can summarily change conditions of employment for workers, and in fact can make decisions about a variety of aspects of the employment contract without even going back to arbitration. And I think that this is a particular problem here. We know that there has been a particular emphasis, and it's been identified by the Government House Leader, that this bill is very much focused on the issue of union dues. He suggested the last time we were in the House I was in the House speaking to the bill. And so I think we should spend a bit of time particularly looking at the issue of union dues. Given that the only power that a worker has is the power to either apply his or her labor or to withdraw his or her labor, it is very important then that we look at the mechanisms by which he or she can do that, can apply their labor or not. And we know that if we reduce workers to the situation where they only have an individual right to choose to go to apply their labor or to not apply their labor, then they have almost no power at all, because individuals can be fired, can be transferred, can have consequences in terms of their supervision, have consequences in terms of their evaluation, and so on. And so they stand very little likelihood of being able to speak to the issues that are of concern to them individually. And as a result, there has been wide support, as I mentioned earlier from my comments, for the idea that workers need to have the right to join together, to establish a group, a collective, that will come to the place of being able to meet with an employer on some level of balance in terms of the amount of power that they bring to the negotiations. So that indeed that they are in fact negotiations. Because one worker refusing to engage in work can easily just result in the firing. But all the workers refusing to engage in work leads to the necessity for the employer to have a conversation and try to find a negotiated middle ground position in which they are able to satisfy the concerns of the worker and at the same time establish the basis for their own activities as an employer. And this particular right has not only been reinforced, as I say, by writers for the last few hundred years on the subject, but by the Supreme Court of Canada, who has indicated that workers do have a right to collectively argue on their behalf. So if we are going to recognize that Supreme Court decision that says that unions do need to be recognized, we also need to make sure that we are recognizing what it is that the unions are doing. You can't simply recognize a union but then give them no rights at all. That would be a hollow victory. And we know that the Supreme Court has also made declarations on that as well, that you cannot ascribe to a group of people a right, but then define the right in such a way that the rights themselves are actually taken away. In other words, you cannot say that people have a right to join a union, but the union has no power to do anything on their behalf. And that's, I think, the issue at hand here. that in Bill 32, while we continue to allow unions to exist, we are taking the right of workers away to have their voice heard in an appropriate way in the discussions with the employer. And we can see that because we can see that the government is giving the power to directors to make all kinds of decisions outside of union contracts, giving the power of directors to make decisions about things like holiday pay, vacation pay, number of hours worked, changes to the amount of rest periods that are existent within a period of work time, and all of these things. And so I think that it's problematic if we are removing all of that. It's contrary to the intent of the Supreme Court decision on the existence of unions and the rights to unions to actually have power to negotiate on behalf of members. Now, the way the unions do that is a thing that the Supreme Court is saying that we need to protect. And the way the unions do that is they ask their members to contribute financially through union dues to the activities of the unions. Now, fortunately, unions in this country have been set up along the lines of a very democratic process. That is, the union members can vote for the people who head the unions. And they can vote them out if they don't like the people that are heading the unions and the practices that they engage in. And they can review the financials of their union and vote for or against the financial arrangements that the unions have established. And furthermore, they can vote on the part of the financial statement that talks about the union using their union dues for various activities that are important, sometimes specifically related to the job site, and sometimes related to the larger issues that unions care about. Now, we know the government has often stood up, and they just did on Bill 33, and talked about creating a situation or climate in which the work happens for businesses. Well, the same is true of workers. They aren't just concerned with the conditions of how many washroom breaks they get, or even the amount of pay they get. They're also concerned about the conditions for workers in society. And that means they are concerned about issues such as climate change and how it might affect their future employment. They're concerned about issues like health care and how it might protect the well-being of themselves and their families. And they can choose to ask their unions to take actions on their behalf on those kind of issues, because it really does make a difference in terms of their well-being. That's a democratic process. Now, sometimes, of course, union members will be on the losing side of a democratic process. Sometimes union members will vote against a particular article within spending, and their side won't win. But that's the nature of democracy. It's very much the same as we have here in the House, that people vote for a government. And in this case, the UCP won the election, and so they make the rules, and they move forward. And while we might challenge them here in the House, so far they haven't accepted a single variation to any one of their bills. So we know that they are acting in exactly the way that they are now prescribing the unions should not act. This is very problematic. I know thousands of people who would love the opportunity to say to the government, I don't agree with the decision you made, so I don't want my portion of taxes going to that particular thing. And in this case, in this Bill 32, the government is saying, we agree with that thinking. But they are not saying that with regard to their own budget, which they have failed to present here in the House, by the way. And I think that that's really problematic, because what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. And if the government is able to say, we can institute policies based on the fact that we got a majority, and we have all heard that they got a majority, a very large majority, in the dozens, if not hundreds of times since the government has been elected, something in which they're very proud about. But they refuse to acknowledge that union leaders are also elected, also typically win with significant majorities. and also, therefore, have the right to present budgets which are subsequently voted on by members. And all that is being taken away from others, but not from the government themselves. I think that that's very problematic when your philosophy of democracy is so inconsistent that you would allow this to happen. So I think it's unfortunate sometimes union members' dues are used for things they don't particularly wish to have used for, but that's a democracy. I certainly feel that way with my taxes, and I certainly have been part of other organizations that used money in a way that I didn't completely support. However, I really do believe in democracy. So at those times when I have lost, I take it on the chin and I say, that's unfortunate. That's too bad. I may even be upset about it or angry about it at the time, but I certainly don't try to defeat the democracy in order to get my way, because that wouldn't be a democracy at all, would it, if you always removed the democracy every time you didn't get your way. And yet that's essentially what this government has chosen to do in Bill 32. And I think that that's very problematic, and I would like to see the government go back and think about the particular changes that they've made and think about the implications they have here. You know, for example, they have suggested in this bill that it's not good enough for members to come to their AGM and to see the budget and to ask questions about the budget and to vote on the budget like every other organization I've ever belonged to. Every nonprofit organization, every institution I've ever worked for, that's how it's done. But in this one case, we have the situation where because this government doesn't like unions, they're taking away the process that is used by all other institutions in the province. When I was at Catholic Social Services, that's what we did. We presented the budget once a year to our members, and they came and they voted on accepting or rejecting the budget. When I was at the university, we had opportunities to review the budget for our faculty and to vote on which way it went. And in this case, that's exactly what they're taking away from members of the union here in this case. And it's giving powers to other people. Not the union to make decisions for things. It's giving powers to the board to adjust, quote, the timing and frequency of setting or changing dues and assessments. They can't even democratically vote on the dues that they're going to contribute now. That power has now been shifted from the union members to a government-appointed director. How is that democratic? I'm very concerned that in the situation with all other institutions, you go into the AGM and you vote on the budget. In this case, they're being told you can't simply have people come to the AGM and get a copy of the documents and vote on them. But now everybody must be given a written copy of these things outside of the AGM. And what's the purpose of that? How does that change things here in the situation in a way that would make them different than all other institutions? Nonprofits don't have to send every one of their employees a copy of their budgets ahead of time, give them to do it. What will happen here, though, is that then makes the private information of the union publicly available to the employer, so that the employer will now know exactly how much money is in the strike fund, for example, and will therefore affect employer decisions. Not only that, if a union member decides to opt out of some of the union dues under this new bill, that will be reported to the employer. So the employer will know which of their employees are opted in and opted out. If you don't think that's going to affect evaluations, if you don't think that's going to affect promotions, if that's going to affect a variety of other activities that occur every day to day, you're fooling yourself. We know that some employees will start to be deemed as good employees who are not causing trouble, who are opting out of the larger work that the union is doing. And they will be pitted against those bad employees who actually care about the society in which they live and seek to make changes, not only in terms of their specific working conditions, but the larger global working conditions of their union and all of their brothers and sisters. I think those kind of changes are very problematic. And having reviewed some legal assessments of Bill 32, I have found that there is a suggestion that this will be a clear violation of the freedom to associate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there other members? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung has risen to join debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleased to rise this evening to speak to this rather offensive piece of legislation and offer my comments and perspective on it. I'd like to start by saying that this government seems to pride itself in claiming to have great respect for all Albertans, no matter who they are, Madam Chair, all races, black, brown, Indigenous, all religions, socioeconomic backgrounds, all educational levels, any gender, all newcomers, refugees, people who were born here, professionals, tradespeople, mothers, fathers, students, young people, seniors, children, able-bodied, those with disabilities. The list goes on. But, Madam Chair, when a person in this province decides they wish to join a union or happen to be a member of a union already, they all of a sudden become enemy of the government. And that's an attitude that it permeates this piece of legislation, Bill 32, because it seeks to target those individuals who seek to become union members or who already are union members and unions themselves as somehow less than equal citizens. They are becoming targets of the government, and this legislation squarely has its sights set on making union memberships and a organized labor movement a thing of the past in this province. And if indeed they could get away with it, the government would, with the stroke of their pen, attempt to eliminate unions right off the bat. However, they're rather insidiously doing it by 1,000 cuts. And this was happening quite brazenly in front of us, Madam Chair, and without apology from this government. I don't know what school of thought exactly this may be coming from or emanating from, Madam Chair. I've hearkened to this before, that any Western democracy, any student of Western democracy will know that a fundamental pillar of that democracy, if it's healthy, is the ability of organized labor to freely organize and to actually challenge the government and have a voice readily able to challenge the government on issues of the day and to represent the voice of working people freely and on an equal footing with government, rather than to be put in the crosshairs of the government as an enemy of the state and something to be countered every step of the way. The government seems to forget, Madam Chair, who actually these union members are. And many of them actually, maybe even still, are union members themselves, but somehow forget exactly what the fundamental basis of organized labor is all about. And that's a poor example of how we should be understanding a major portion of our society. Unions are a critical element to a healthy democracy, as I've said, and those individuals who happen to be involved in business on the other side, whether they were running a business which had a labor movement or organized labor or union, or whether or not they simply were in the private sector, will know that the ability of an employee who may have a grievance or a concern with their employer to come forward and bring that without reservation and without fear of reprisal to an employer is greatly enhanced when in fact they have a representative, organized labor. And it hasn't just occurred out of thin air. Organized labor and the labor movement has developed over the course of decades. We are, of course, celebrating in 2019, this last year, 100 years since the Winnipeg General Strike, which established the labor movement and organized labor and the ability to freely have the right to organize in this country over 100 years ago. And it unfortunately caused the deaths of a number of workers who came to that city square to demand that they be treated as human beings. And 101 years later, this government in the province of Alberta, I'm ashamed to say, is treating our labor force, those individual human beings who they espouse to be the great respecters for, it's treating them less than human. There's some kind of a subspecies, the way this government seems to be operating in terms of Bill 32, where they talk about restoring balance. They're doing nothing of the sort, Mr. Chair. This whole piece of legislation is designed to smash the ability of organized labor to organize itself and to operate and to function as a pillar of our healthy democracy. And it behooves all Albertans to be aware of this. I know that this piece of legislation is one of those that the attention of Albertans is focused on right now. And it's not something that this government will be able to get away with without penalty. When you go and attack such a large element of our society, it's not something that Albertans let go lightly. The organized workforce, those who are unionized here in the province of Alberta, the number, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's around 25% of the workforce are union laborers. And that's a significant population group in the province. That represents the breadwinners of a whole lot of families in Alberta. And to be willing to disenfranchise those individual workers and those families and to disavow them of their rights to represent themselves and be represented by their union leadership in the province is a disgrace. But it's not something that's going to be let go by any of the members of this side of the legislature or of the labor movement as well. We will be looking towards making a number of amendments to this legislation, Mr. Chair, to try to improve it. The best thing that could be done, in my humble opinion, would be to completely withdraw it and leave in place the measures that we brought forward to make it easier to join a union, to improve the ability of organized labor to operate on a level playing field with the business community, with the employers, because that's when you end up having a healthy environment for negotiations and long-term relationships, when both parties have an equal footing and there is actually balance in the relationship. This legislation goes a long way to breaking what we attempted to do, was to bring a little balance to the relationship when we were in power in 2015 to 2019. The government claims to have great respect for the individual working people in this province, but this legislation belies that fact. It's the opposite of respect when you go ahead and tell an individual union member that they're not going to have the same rights that they've enjoyed before, to go ahead and allow their union to advocate on their behalf. I was terrified for workers in the Cargill plant most recently, Mr. Chair, when, against the clamoring of UFCW 401, the government failed to listen to the union leadership. And it was a reflection of the total lack of respect that this government has for unions in general. And where that is born, I have yet to find the well that's crawled out of, but it is a horrific aptitude to have, and it belies a total lack of understanding of the human dignity that labor movement offers to its membership when they are able to organize freely in a democratic society. I mean, we have different pillars of democracy in our country, in the Western democracies, Mr. Chair. I mean, of course, we have the legislative branch, the government. We have the judiciary as well, and we have the electorate itself. We have a free press, ostensibly, although this government is well hell-bent on attacking that as well. But on top of those pillars that I just mentioned, freedom to organize and form a union is a fundamental right that this government would just as soon do away with if they could get away with it. And that is a pillar of our democracy that I think we all let go at our own peril, because if indeed we start chiseling away at that fundamental right, we will see that the only pillar left is the government pillar. And that, Mr. Chair, is what we're seeing in a number of democracies in the world, where the populist movement has seriously begun to erode the ability of organized labor and free press to operate. And we see things in Hungary, for example, where they've just in the last couple of days had thousands of people in the streets to demonstrate against the loss of a major news media outlet that the government has seen fit to disband. And the same type of attitude seems to prevail here in this country when legislation that seeks to prohibit dissent of any type is insidiously being implemented right in this province. And part of that onslaught against democracy in our province is this Bill 32, which is a piece of legislation that is so counter to my being that it makes me want to scream. I hope the government is hearing the screams of Albertans along with mine who say, don't you dare think that you're going to get away with this. Because, the government members and government house leaders laughing and chuckling away, and he thinks that he's got things in the bag and that they can keep chipping away at our democracy with impunity. But if indeed that's the way he wants to operate, so be it. He will be so snide at his own peril. I'm a son of a union carpenter. I joined 3 unions myself in my working career before I was in the private sector selling real estate. But those 3 union jobs, Mr. Chair, put me through university and allowed me to better my station in life. I was a member of QP Local 30, where I drove a little garbage truck for the city. I drove a DATS bus, was a member of the Amalgamated Transit Union, and I was with UFCW 401 when I worked in a packing plant. So all of those laboring jobs I did proudly as a union member, and I had the backing of union representation during labor negotiations, and I had wages and working conditions, Mr. Chair, that allowed me to make a decent living and put some aside so that I could afford to go to university and better my education. And that's exactly the types of things that unions will fight for. Better working conditions, the ability to have a pay scale that is beyond hand to mouth, that allows the individual family members to better educate their children and to be upwardly mobile in our society. And that's what every family wants. And the power structure that exists in our country is something that, if it's going to function properly, needs to be in balance. And it wasn't and hasn't been in balance for most of my adult life in this province. It's been out of balance. And we sought in 2015, 2019 to bring it to some form of balance. And I must say, I thought we did it rather gently. But nonetheless, we did what we could at the time to make it a simpler matter for a union to organize and to make sure that it did so in a way that wasn't so easily interfered with by an employer who was dead set against having a union in their workplace. So much of what we managed to accomplish is being stripped away by this piece of legislation, and the government members are quite happy to do this. But I can't help but feel or wonder how they must feel towards looking in the face of, say, my late father and telling him that this is good for him, this would be good for his family, that he was being denied the rights that his union organization had when he joined his carpenters union to fight for better working conditions and better wages over time so that he could feed and care for his family. I hesitate to think what indeed he might have told this government had he been alive today when they tried to foist upon him the arguments they're making in Bill 32, that somehow working people don't deserve to be treated with the respect and dignity if they decide to join a union that they otherwise would get from this government. The working people in this province are really feeling that they're under attack. It doesn't matter what field that you happen to be in, whether it's in construction, whether it's certainly in healthcare. We've got a situation where the government is telling our nursing professionals that they're real heroes, but come October you could be a zero because they're going to end up turning their contracts into dust just like they did with the doctors, and they'll do it without remorse because they have no respect for individuals who are willing to oppose the government. And that's not a healthy sign to see in a government where the government of the day decides that a certain sector of the society is an enemy of the government simply because it was willing to stand up to it, and simply because they wish to become an active voice in a union movement, or even start a union for the first place in their own particular workplace, or create a job action, or advocate on behalf of their workers. Well, I will never forget in my life, Mr. Chair, the deaf ear this government turned towards UFCW 401 in Cargill, where they disallowed the ability of the union to actively go in the plant, and where they accepted a video tour of the plant and wouldn't listen to what the union members were saying, as increasing numbers of infections grew in the plant from 38 in 1 week to 2 or 3 weeks later we had 1,500 infections, and 3 people had already died. Unforgivable action, or lack of thereof, on the part of this government in the face of a pandemic that was growing, where those workers needed the support and the backing and the compassion of their government, but they got nothing but the back of their hand. And that is unforgivable what happened in that packing plant, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I should say. And that's something that I'll continue to bring forward in this legislature time and time again, because 1,500 people didn't have to be sick. It was the attitude of this government towards unions, towards their ability to advocate, that contributed to that huge number of people who got infected in the Cargill meatpacking plant. And I will never forgive this government for allowing that to get out of hand, and for expressing the attitude they did towards the bona fide, duly elected union members, representatives, to participate and advocate on their behalf. That's the kind of attitude, Mr. Chair, that is reflected time and time again in the very bits and pieces of this horrific piece of legislation, this Bill 32, that claims to restore balance in Alberta's workplace, but it does nothing of the sort. So I don't know what more to add as far as adjectives to describe how I feel about the matter. I know that when I go home to my constituency, and I end up talking to folks in the drugstore or the grocery store. They're confounded as I am, asking just what in the world does government thinks they're up to, and how do they think they can get away with it, or who do they actually think they're representing? They don't care about us. Like, we're actually the people of the province. We're the Alberta voter. Yet they seem intent on the government side to think that the only way that we're going to find a healthy economy is by making sure so we set the table for business. Well, tell you what, Mr. Chair, the table happens to have a lot of chairs around it, and that table includes the representatives of working people. And the government has taken those chairs away and said you don't belong.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Bill 32, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to get up and speak to this bill and specifically defend the rights of working people in this province, since this government is hell-bent on attacking them. Because, of course, Mr. Chair, we're talking about people who live paycheck to paycheck in some circumstances. You know, especially right now during this pandemic, working people in this province are finding it incredibly difficult to make it from one paycheck to the next. There's some people who just have been laid off and just completely lost their job as well. I find it heinous that this government would introduce this bill at this particular time under the context of COVID, where it's actually stripping workers from specific rights at a time when they need those rights the most. You know, and I remember when I was working at the University of Alberta and had the honor of serving the working people of the University of Alberta through the Non-Academic Staff Association as their vice president and then president. I was always proud to get up and say that I come from a working class family, because we were working. There's nothing wrong with dedicating yourself, working for an employer. I mean, I get it. Like, there's a wide diversity within our economy of people that we need, that are instrumental to making the economy function. And yes, we need entrepreneurs. We need people to create businesses. We do need a certain level of foreign investment in order to make it all happen. But the backbone of this very economy, Mr. Chair, is indeed the working people of this province. These are the people that we in this House should be here defending their rights and making sure that we're not stripping them of their rights, and particularly in a time like right now under the current pandemic and how it's affecting people in this very here province. I want to reiterate something that was stated by the member from Edmonton Rutherford, that, of course, and I've said it before in this House, but I'll remind this UCP caucus once again, is that unions, Mr. Chair, unions are democratic institutions. And every aspect of a union, the members of the union have the opportunity to voice their opinions and then vote on particular aspects of including the budget of the union. Now, and as was stated by the member from Edmonton Rutherford, there are going to be times when certain members are going to be against this particular aspect of the budget. But guess what? It's a democracy. It's like if you were to say, okay, well, you don't have to pay for that certain section of the budget. It's like, and I'm sure we probably all remember. We remember that kid, or at least hopefully maybe you didn't have this opportunity, but it happened to me quite a number of times. You know, being on the soccer field playing soccer as a kid, and the one kid's like, oh, well, you're not going to follow the rules the way I want to set them. Well, then too bad. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. You can't do that in a democracy, Mr. Chair. This is a democracy. And just like here in this province we respect the democratic process, we also need to respect the democratic process of democratic institutions like unions that represent the interests of working people here in this province. So we don't get to say, well, you know, we're all for democracy when it suits us, but then we're totally and completely against it when it doesn't suit us. And this is what we need to do moving forward in this province together. We need to make sure that we respect democracy at all times and the principles upon which our democracy is founded. But see, that's not what's happening with this UCP government. You know, and I can go into the fact that with almost every bill that has been introduced in this very House, with this UCP government being in charge, they're taking the power out of the hands of Albertans who represent us on agencies, boards, and commissions, and they're putting that power in the hands of ministers. That doesn't sound very democratic to me. When you have institutions, where you have these agencies, boards, and commissions that actually help the government do its work in the service of Albertans, and you're taking the power away from those very agencies, boards, and commissions, and you're putting more and more and more of that power in the hands of the ministers, the cabinet, along with this very premier. This, to me, is incredibly anti-democratic. And like that, here we go with Bill number 32. They're not satisfied with the fact that people should have a voice. Because at the end of the day, that's what the union is. It's a voice for working people of this province. And I'll remind, I believe it was the member from Edmonton Decor who reminded us that only 24% of the working people of this province are actually in a union. 24%. And that, or no, actually it was the member from Edmonton-Glenora, now that I remember correctly. It was the member from Edmonton-Glenora who reminded us that it's only 24%. And that's way below the Canadian average. When you compare us to other jurisdictions across this great country of ours, we're way below the average, with only 24% of the working people of this province that are actually represented by a union. So when the members opposite get up and talk about the Alberta advantage, they're trying to, and you know, this is what I find unfathomable, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Chair, is the fact that the Minister of Labour has the audacity to get up in this House and say that, oh no, we're only returning us to a place of balance. When that's what we did, Minister, when we were in government, when you compared us, when you did a cross-jurisdictional of all of the aspects as they relate to labor, we were way behind the curve when you compared us to other provinces across this nation. And you know, the now member from Edmonton Mill Woods, who at the time was the Minister of Labour, I remember that she worked so hard, and it wasn't about trying to make us, you know, quote unquote, into this socialist paradise. You know, the members opposite, you know, they get up and they use that word socialist to denigrate us. And, you know, they all have their big chuckle, ha, 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 that he used the word socialist. It's like, oh my goodness, how childish. This is about ideas. This is about ideas, and it has to do about the rights of people. And in this particular instance, we're talking about the rights of working people of this province, and that they should have a voice. They should have an opportunity to collectively come together and speak up for their particular rights, sometimes as they relate into international agreements. International agreements. And then you have their constitutional rights, which has been spoken about a number of times by members on this side of the opposition, that we're talking about constitutional rights as they're respected under Canadian law. And this government would have us turn our backs on those constitutional rights of working people here in this province, that they actually have the right to be in a union, and that union has the right to actually protect the interests of the working people of here of Alberta. I wanted to go into more specifics here about this bill, and the reality is that this here piece of legislation is actually amending 6 pieces of legislation. It's amending the Employment Standards Code. It's amending the Labor Relations Code, which is the majority of what we have before us. It also amends the Police Officers Collective Bargaining Act, the Public Education Collective Bargaining Act, Post-Secondary Learning Act, and the Public Service Employee Relations Act. I want to just touch a little bit on this, on bargaining, and the fact that, perhaps some of the other members on the other side have never been part of a union, haven't been through a bargaining process, so they may not understand how it actually works. So let me shed a little bit of light on that. From, every so often, depending on what the agreement that exists between the employer and the union, they have this opportunity to enter bargaining once again. And that's what I can speak to, because that's what I actually lived when I was president of the Non-Academic Staff Association, where we went back to the members of the union. So we said, look, this is the reality that we have before us. Now there's kind of 2 main aspects of collective bargaining. There's remuneration, or then there's the actual benefits that you get as being part of, with your contract with the employer. Okay? So you can work on both sides of that. If the members are willing to forego an increase in pay, then they're most definitely going to want some more benefits out of the process, through the collective bargaining process. And this is what I'm talking about. So you go back to the membership, and we actually did a survey with our members when we were going through this process, so that we could be informed and then just so you know, let me take one step back. As the president of the union, I wasn't actually on the bargaining committee, because I wanted members of the union themselves to feel like they had the opportunity, I'll stress, the opportunity to participate on the bargaining committee on behalf of all of the workers of the Non-Academic Staff Association. So I actually forwent. I didn't take the position. Like, people were like, no, you're the president. You should actually sit on the bargaining committee. And I was like, no, if it means that someone who's really interested in wanting to participate on this bargaining committee will have the opportunity to do so, I will step back, and I don't need to be on the actual bargaining committee. And then we put it out to the entire union. Who would like the opportunity to actually sit on this bargaining committee? And then there was an actual vote, so that the members of the union actually voted for who was going to represent them on this bargaining committee. See how democratic it is? Do you see how democratic it is? It's not just one person making all the decisions for everybody, the way that it's kind of painted across the way, where it's some union boss making all the decisions. It doesn't work that way. And to represent it that way is false. So getting back to it, the members of the actual bargaining committee were elected onto those positions. Then it was their responsibility to do a full consultation with the membership as a whole on what the members of the union actually wanted moving into this bargaining cycle. So they actually put a questionnaire. There was a whole bunch of questions. Those questions were first, the draft of the questions was given over to the board of directors of the union. So a great number, there was 8 of us that were on board of directors. Myself being the president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, and then a number of members at large, chairs of committees. 8 or 9 of us in total. I can't remember the exact number at this time. We read over the draft of the questions that were going to be sent to the membership. We made some recommendations. It was a thorough process. Then those questions, that survey actually went out to all the members of the union. At that time, we were representing about 4,900 and some members. 4,900 people had the opportunity to fill out a survey. And I'll be honest with you, not everybody took the opportunity to fill out the survey. And that's what happens. Sometimes you send it out, not everybody answers. But we actually had a 68% response rate on that survey. I remember that year. So actually, 68% of the members of the union actually gave feedback through the survey on what they wanted the collective bargaining committee to actually work on as we went into the next round of bargaining. So it's not one person that makes all the decisions on behalf of the entire union. You have a great number of people who are actually involved in the process and are providing feedback. And then when you finally go into bargaining with the employer, you're going in there with a good understanding of what it is the workers that you represent actually want.
No, it's good.
This is the reality of how bargaining takes place. Now, I'm going to say perhaps it's different in different unions. There's different aspects or how they go through the entire process. But for the most part, this is how it's done. And it's really important that we respect that, because this is their democratic right to do so. And again, what we're here on this side of the house getting up and speaking about is defending those actual rights that workers have, their constitutionally protected rights that they have as being part of a union. Now again, I'll go back into the budgeting aspect of it. The budget, of course, every year there's a new budget set. The board of directors, actually in the non-academic staff association, the treasurer had their own committee. This was something that I was really proud to make the suggestion of. I wanted more members providing input for the actual budget of the union. And it wasn't just the board of directors, so not just the president, vice president, etc. And I encouraged the treasurer to go out there and identify more members of the union that would be interested in the actual creation of the budget of the union. And this particular treasurer that was on at that time did find more members and had a committee of 3 others plus themselves that actually worked on putting the entire budget together. So by this, I want to stress that there's no lack of opportunity. There is no lack of opportunity of members of unions to actually participate in their union. It's encouraged. It's absolutely encouraged. If you want to get involved, there's opportunities to do so. You can participate on the committees. You can participate on on a number of aspects of the union. And in this particular case, that committee put together a budget and it brought it to an annual general meeting of the membership, with a membership, and I'll never forget, we spent about 45 minutes picking that budget apart. Members getting up to the microphone and on the floor, those who were for a particular aspect of the budget and those who were against a particular aspect of the budget. And everyone had the opportunity to get up and say whether they were for or against a particular line item in the budget. But at the end of the day, there was a vote. You voted on all of these aspects of the budget. And then the final budget was approved. All done democratically.
Honourable member, are there any other honourable members looking to join debate? I see the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to be able to begin the conversation, on Committee of the Whole with respect to Bill 32, an act to completely eliminate anything bordering on that which might be characterized as balance in worker and employer relations, or something like that. So this is a bill that, as members in this House would have heard from many different people, purports to make a significant number of changes, both to the rights of people who are in unions or want to be part of unions, as well as to the actual amount of money that exists in the pockets of all workers. And in particular, those workers who are not in unions. And so there's a whole bucket of changes that are very much geared towards taking money from waged working people and having them live on less. And then there is, as I said before, another set that's very much focused on attacking unions who would otherwise attempt to represent those workers who are being asked to work for less in more dangerous circumstances, for longer hours, and all those kinds of things. So it is in totality, of course, then quite a dramatic attack on regular working people. And just to mirror the comments made by my colleague, let's be perfectly clear. The province of Alberta has a long history of not having balanced labor laws. It's well known. We endeavored to change it, and most observers, most experts in labor law looked at the package of changes that we made when we were in government and said, yeah, no, they brought the province forward quite a ways. It's not the most progressive labor legislation in the country. It is not actually cutting edge on a number of critical fronts that labor unions would have liked to have seen, but it definitely brings Alberta into the mainstream and a little bit of ahead of the mainstream on some critical issues that we were actually very proud of. But by no means was there this massive dramatic tipping of the scales away from employers or anything like that. That's utterly ridiculous, and there's not a labor law expert anywhere in the country who would ever suggest that that was what happened. Quite the contrary, Alberta had a very, very different regime with respect to labor law and relative to the rest of the country, in that it was very anti-labor and anti-worker. So much so that it had developed its own case law and its own sets of precedents around the relationship between working people and the rest of the law that applied to workers across the country. Such that, people, the Supreme Court of Canada and others, when looking at decisions coming out of Alberta, would say, well, so this decision came from Alberta, and we all know that Alberta authorities, when it comes to labor law, are very much unique to Alberta. So we're going to actually probably not follow those authorities in most other parts of the country because they are so imbalanced. And you see commentary like that by judges throughout the country, including at the Supreme Court of Canada. And in fact, that was so significant. One of the things that we did do when we changed the legislation back in the day was we added a clause to compel the arbitrators and labor relations board adjudicators to actually adhere to the national labor jurisprudence and precedents so that we could start to close the gap between what Alberta workers could secure in terms of their rights in front of the courts in Alberta relative to what would be secured by working people in front of the courts in other jurisdictions across the country. So we didn't put in a clause saying, oh, Alberta has to have its own worker-friendly set of amount of jurisprudence that always puts the worker ahead. Oh, no. We said Alberta simply needs to note the judicial consensus on labor law issues that exist outside of Alberta in the rest of the country. Simple. Not a sign of being grossly imbalanced, just a sign of catching up with the rest of the country. And of course, that's one of the clauses that this bill removes. So inherent in that decision to remove that is, of course, the admission that Alberta is out of step with the rest of the country and that we need to aggressively move the balance back towards employers where it has always been probably since the inception of labor relations, adjudication, and labor law. So just to be clear, that is very much the context within which this bill exists. So it is nothing about balance. It's all about picking winners and losers. And in this case, in this UCP province, the losers are working people. Now, one part, there's so much of this bill that I look forward to being able to talk about over the course of however much time the government deigns to let us speak about it. But the one piece that I'm going to focus on in the next 15 minutes or so is this ridiculous argument that we keep hearing from the members opposite about why it is they are, I would argue, abusing the authority of this legislature in order to gag the free speech rights of working people that they have guaranteed to them through the Constitution of Canada, and why it is we are using this legislature to do that. Bear in mind, what we see here is an example of this premier making very, very involved, thoughtful, strategic progress towards silencing his opposition. And that's what we see here. Now, the Premier likes to argue, he likes to cherry pick. I mean, props. It's very rare that I say props to his issue management team because most of the time they give me nothing but hours of gleeful entertainment, reading them and watching them sort of, cook their own goose over and over and over again. I have to say I've never seen a more sort of Keystone Cop collection of outcomes. I would never personally say that about humans, but certainly the outcomes that come from the Premier's issues management are certainly very entertaining most of the time. But I'll give them props on this one. They did do their research and they went off and they found some rather objectionable and in some cases offensive statements made by people who also happen to be union leaders. And they then decided that they were going to build a whole campaign around this and say, we must protect workers from the statements of these union leaders. Now, in most cases, the union leaders aren't actually from Alberta, just to be clear. They're union leaders that live in other jurisdictions. But nonetheless, they do engage in that argument. Now, that being said, as members here might have heard, and of course as anyone who's watched the conversation on social media and other places would see, many people say, well, okay, if union members can, as Ellerslie, sorry. So just had a moment there. Edmonton Ellerslie pointed out, take my soccer ball and go home, and therefore break the collective strength of the union in the process. If we're going to give union members that right in the name of democracy and free speech, why are we not giving the same right to shareholders? And the Premier guffawed, and he said, well, shareholders can just sell their shares, as opposed to, union members who'd have to quit their job. Well, quite frankly, in many cases, shareholders can't sell their shares, just to be clear. For instance, right now, I'm going to bet 9 out of 10 shareholders do not want to be selling their shares. And it would be a rather unwise move for anyone to be selling their shares. So that is actually kind of a bogus argument. But in addition, there are, as the member from Edmonton Ellerslie pointed out very clearly, a number of mechanisms that well before quitting your job to deal with a union leader who says something with which you disagree. Unions are exceptionally democratic organizations, and they have multiple forums within which people can have their views heard. Multiple forums. But let's just carry on with the analogy a little bit, because if we were really worried about democracy, and members opposite are thinking, oh no, well, probably 60% of people over there, 55% of those members of the union disagree what that union leader just said. And only 35% of that union agree with what the union leader said, and therefore that 35% must be able to withdraw from the union that very moment and pull their dollars. So, 55-35, where have I heard that percentage before? Oh, wait, the provincial election. Right, okay. So, in a union, every year, at least every year, the union members have delegated conventions at which they review their finances. And any member of that delegated convention, often involves thousands and thousands of people, can ask questions of the treasurer about what's in that budget and why it's there. And they can then just randomly propose motions to amend the budget. Well, can we do that in Alberta? No, we can't. Why? Well, because first, we haven't actually had a budget based on real numbers since November of 2019. And when they did bring in a budget that didn't include real numbers, by the very admission of the finance minister, what did they do? Well, rather than be fully held to account for the fact that the budget consisted of a whole bunch of numbers that weren't real, they brought in an incredibly unprecedented and historically heavy-handed set of rules to limit debate on the budget and to cut it in half. I got to tell you, I haven't seen that in a union. And indeed, in some cases, now the other thing that happens with unions is members have the ability to go to the Labor Relations Board if they feel that the job that the union is supposed to be doing for them is not being done. But there's no place for anybody to go to say, the Premier, my apologies, promised jobs economy pipelines, but we've lost 55,000 jobs and we have a pipeline to nowhere and the economy is shrinking. Who is going to reach in and hold him accountable? Guess not anybody. But hey, the Premier is the massive savior and fighter for democracy. I would suggest that that's not actually correct, and that the arguments that the members opposite make are rather disingenuous at best. They are disingenuous rhetoric that is of the most cynical way. Now, I've mentioned before that what you do actually see from unions is a lot of advocacy for things that relate to the benefits of their members, as is contemplated in the whole labor relations regime and as is contemplated in the series of rights that make up the constitutionally protected right of unions collectively and individually to exist in this country. So, however, so they do that, and so of course, what they do talk about in many cases are things that impact their members, but would be barred by the gag, which is in this act. We could also, I guess, rename the act an act to gag union workers. But I thought, you know, what the heck? I thought, let's just see. Maybe the Premier's right. Maybe unions are out there doing nothing but promoting dictatorships in other countries to the exclusion of all of the things that their members need done. Now, members here might not know, but I'm actually a proud member of the United Steelworkers. I'm one of the few people that gets a lifetime membership. And I was very proud, actually, to be the first Premier of Alberta, to have my lifetime membership hanging in the wall of the Premier's office and to take pictures of it. Proud member of the United Steelworkers. So I decided to start with my own union. And I thought I'd just go through randomly. And I have to say to the members, this is absolutely random. I just did this 5 minutes ago while I was waiting to speak. I went to their website and I went, let's see what their releases and advisories are saying. So here we go. Here is this horrific attack on the rights of working people, this anti-democratic attack on the rights of working people and the desire to bring in a socialist dictatorship. Here we go. First one, government must act now on occupational cancer claims. That one was July 24th. July 22nd, governments must act now to, wait for it, address women's inequality. Oh my Lord, we need to shut them down for that one. How dare they? How dare they? Number 3, Steelworkers Union and Gateway Casinos sign return to operations agreement for Ontario, July 10th. July 10th as well. Oh, this one, thank goodness we have this legislation. Thank goodness we're never going to see something like this ever again in press releases talking about unions. Oh my gosh, thank goodness you guys are acting now. In June, Steelworkers Humanity Fund provided $15,000 to organizations to support workers affected by COVID-19. Oh, what horrible propaganda. Oh. Here's one, July 9th. Pressure on Canadian aluminum, steel, and softwood lumber shows fundamental problems with international trade. Steelworkers. That's what they said. Oh my goodness. I just thank goodness, Mr. Chair, that this government is acting to gag this kind of communication, this kind of investment in talking to both members and community members. Here's one. July 3rd, community to protest racist violence in Toronto's East End. Yeah, we wouldn't want anyone to know about that. And how dare they promote a protest against racist violence? Goodness sakes. June 26th, aluminum tariffs would make a mockery of NAFTA 2 and ignore the real problem. So there's the United Steelworkers advocating against aluminum tariffs and promoting free trade. Oh, well, I don't know. They must have not gotten the memo from the Premier because they're supposed, I mean, clearly they're all a bunch of promoters of socialist or even fascist dictatorships in other parts of the world. Here's one. The government needs to grant exemption to Bill 124 or risk seniors in long-term care, steelworkers. That's, wouldn't want to be talking about seniors in long-term care. Here's one. Ford government is allowing undue risk to workers amid province-wide reopening. Steelworkers. Here's one. Steelworker Union welcomes WCB decision recognizing McIntyre powder-related Parkinson's as an occupational disease. Well, there they were, advocating to have their members' rights protected as a result of apparently being exposed to a workplace hazard which caused Parkinson's disease. Let's see. Here's one. Well, I can see why members opposite wouldn't like this. This one, June 19th, even richer than you think. Time for Liberals to act on growing inequality, says the Steelworkers Union. And then it goes on. This is an outrageous imbalance. The richest, wealthiest families in Canada are holding more than $3 trillion, which is a quarter of the worth of the whole country. This is out of whack. Let's heed this warning. No, you certainly wouldn't want unions to be able to talk about the fact that the wealthiest 25% of families hold $3 trillion of all of the values, or $3 trillion, or sorry, 1/4 of the value of the whole economy is held by just the wealthiest number of families. You wouldn't want to talk about income inequality. You wouldn't want to talk about it to the members of the union. You wouldn't want to talk about it to working people elsewhere. You would never want them to have the right to talk about something like income inequality. Oh, here's one. Pandemic pay for security guards. We're waiting. So they're basically asking for there to be some kind of pay for security guards. Here's one, which I'm sure, thank goodness, we can't ever, we hopefully will never have to hear about this ever again. Federal prison chaplains apply for conciliation in first contract negotiations. So just to be clear, the United Steelworkers represent chaplains in federal prison, and they're in the process of negotiating a first contract, and they had to go to the board to apply for it, and so they put out a press release talking about that. But you know what? Yeah, you know, those federal chaplains, you wouldn't want the union ever to be able to speak up about for them. Here's another one, June 5th. This again is another thing that will be banned by, or significantly undermined by this bill. Steelworkers Humanity Fund provides $37,690 to support workers affected by COVID-19. Let's make sure we stop that kind of thing. Then we have steelworkers call for health and safety reforms following report into workers' death.
Thank you.
I can't.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The member who caught my eye with regards to debate is the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition for that speech. I want to go and talk a bit about unions and continue talking a bit about Bill 32 and that legislation, how it affects unions today. In the late 60s and early 70s in Poland, there was a Soviet socialist republic in power. And the leaders of the day who opposed that were union leaders, particularly an individual named Lech Walesa. Now, this individual that many Poles today see as a hero, I myself look up to him. Members opposite might not realize, know, or be interested in it, but the fact is that I have huge admiration for this union leader. I know many conservatives that are not only have huge admiration for those leaders, but also are union members themselves. Now, what Lech did in Poland started off as an electrician in Gdansk, in the shipyards, and as a member of his union, he ended up promoting the interest and the dignity of the individual through a movement called Solidarity, which a word members opposite know, but had a particular meaning in Poland at that time. And the meaning that time became a rallying call and a flag to gather around in opposition to the socialism that was oppressing them. It was through the union of Solidarity that socialism in the Communist Socialist Republic of Poland was brought down. Now, Lech eventually won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1982. He met Ronald Reagan and worked with Pope John Paul II from 1979 all the way until 1989, in the fall of the communist regime and the evil empire. And eventually he became the president of Poland. A union leader became the leader of the country of Poland. And I think that was a huge step forward for freedoms. And what he did was a huge step forward in the interest of the people of Poland and the West. I recite this, Mr. Chair, because it's important for our context today to understand the origins of unions to some degree, at least in the precise case of Poland, and how that influences unions today, and how that can reflect on the way unions operate today. Now, my understanding of the opposition's concerns, there are numerous, but I'd say the number one concern is that somehow Bill 32 is limiting the rights of individuals, particularly limiting the rights of unions as a solidarity, as an entire group, as an organism, to be able to defend itself and articulate. Now, the fact is, this legislation changes nothing about the scope and what unions can speak to. Nothing. There is no measure, no aspect of this act that prohibits unions from saying something they couldn't before. That's a matter of fact. I don't believe it's in dispute from the opposition. There's no censorship going on here. There's no draconian measures taking away the ability for unions to advocate in topics. And now we heard our leader of the opposition cite income inequality, pandemic pay, COVID-19, federal prison chaplains as advocacy topics that unions that she knows are working towards. I think that's terrific, Mr. Chair. I think that that's something that unions have the right to do. In fact, after this legislation passes, they will continue to have the right to do so. No rights have been removed, not one. Now, what is changing, and this I think is where the members opposite are misleading individuals of the public, is that members of unions now have the ability to opt out of paying for political advocacy. Now, I think that's very different from saying unions don't have the right to articulate for higher wages or the interests or the issues that we just heard from the honourable leader of the opposition. What instead is happening is if individuals choose not to contribute, they don't have to. Nothing has fundamentally changed in terms of the rights of unions. That will remain the same, and that's important. It seems to me as a solution, all the union leaders must do is approach their electorate, which we hear is incredibly well informed and transparent, and the union organization is democratic to the core, and I genuinely am not saying that sarcastically. I take their word for it. They've been members of unions much longer than any of us on this side of the House had been, most likely. And if they approach the electorate in their transparent democratic way and say, these are the issues I want to advocate on, then they can continue getting the funding they need to advocate on that. It is not a threat in any way to their ability to speak to that. I encourage members opposite, instead of heckling, to rise and counter the points. I'm happy to engage on that. Now, as soon as they make that case, if individuals want to continue supporting those causes politically, they're welcome to it. But I'll say from my side, when I speak to individuals across Alberta, particularly, not even in my riding, I'll say my family. I have family members that are teachers. I have family members that are firefighters. I have family members that are a part of a number of different trade unions and unions across the province. Many of them support me. Some of them don't. To be fair, my family's like any other, Mr. Chair. But that being said, many of them support my politics. But their unions are advocating against their own interests and the values they hold. It seems reasonable and fair that if it's an issue that they support, and I dare say my family would support federal prison chaplains, and if their union approached them to support them on that issue, they'd get a resounding applause. They'd ask if they could double their union fees for that particular interest. But there is nothing to say that these unions cannot continue to advocate on the interests they have. And I really do admonish the members opposite for implying that there's somehow rights taken away from a union or their ability to speak freely or advocate freely. That is the furthest thing from the truth, Mr. Chair. The furthest thing from the truth. The reality is, if you want to have a democratic institution in a union, as the members opposite, particularly the leader of Her Majesty's opposition and the member from Edmonton Ellerslie so eloquently put, this is not a threat. If their ideas and their political action is compelling, they will have the support of their members, their electorate, as they like to put it, within that union. It's democratic. Let them support that. There is no issue with it. But I dare say members of my family, or members of the ATA or firefighters unions and others, they might have issue with some of the advocacy groups and issues that they took up, particularly in the last provincial election. Now, if the members opposite or the union bosses don't like that, that's democracy. Now, I'm going to close in quoting the individual I mentioned at the start of the speech, Mr. Lech Walesa from Poland. And one of his favorite quotes was in referencing democracy in Poland as it started. And he said, as we say in Poland, it is hard to make a bull more, it is hard to move a bull unless it really wants to go. Now, the members opposite and the union bosses can try and get their electorate to vote for these political issues, are campaigning against the interest of pipelines and the economic viability of the province. but I dare say it's going to be real tough to move that bowl. And they're welcome to try. But if they really want to double down on the rhetoric of saying unions are democratic and they're transparent, this is the way to do it. It's no harm, no foul. I dare say the Solidarity Movement would have had no difficulty if this law was in place. They would have had no problem signing up and getting their members to continue paying their political union dues because they believed in the cause. If the ideas you hold and your members hold in a union are so compelling, put it to the people. This should be no threat whatsoever. Political parties do this all the time. It's how we democratically are elected. It's how the members opposite got their mandate in 2015, was putting the issues in front of the people and letting them choose. If they have contempt for their electorate and say, no, we can't let them choose, but we're still democratic, that's no democracy at all. The institution itself crumbles. So I implore members opposite to consider the democratic option, as they like to boast so highly of within the unions, and say, we will put these ideas, these compelling ideas they believe they have, to their union members, and let them vote on them politically. And it will be no threat to their political interests. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has risen to join debate.
Mr. Chair, it's my pleasure to join my voice to the debate of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. So of course we know that this bill is not about restoring balance. It is about tipping the scales of power in favor of corporations, which this government has done repeatedly since they've been elected. First, of course, with the $4.7 billion handout to wealthy corporations. So let's not be confused. It's not about balance. It's absolutely not about balance. So before our government was elected in 2015, the Employment Standards Labour Code hadn't really substantively been updated for over 30 years, Mr. Chair, for 30 years. And it badly needed it. And so our government did bring it up to sort of average legislation across Canada. We were like, the dinosaurs. We were years and years behind legislation, good legislation for workers. And so we did the work and improved both employment standards and the labor code. And we know that, in fact, we were so far behind due to successive Conservative governments, union-busting policies that demonstrated they didn't care about workers, they cared about big corporations only. When we first were elected and we reached out to many stakeholders in all different areas of Alberta. One of them, of course, was unions. We care about workers. We want to make sure that workers are supported. And we spoke to some of the union leaders, and they said they had never, ever been invited to speak to the Cabinet of Government of Alberta for decades. Decades. That just shows how little Conservative governments care about workers and about workers' rights and employment standards and the labor code. So, when I hear this government, we care about all Albertans, I know it's not honest. They have a select group of people that they are focusing on, and it's certainly not workers, and certainly not the organizations that support workers. And this legislation is just same old, same old. More union-busting policies from a Conservative government. Nothing new to see here, but it is, of course, the same old disturbing story. And the very sad place for Alberta to be, certainly, as someone who has worked all of my career to create more fairness and justice in this province, when I see legislation like this, I'm deeply disturbed because I know that it's going to do the opposite. And Alberta is going to continue to be a place for elites. And the rest of us, we have to work twice as hard to get anywhere. Money is pooled more and more in the top percentiles of income earners. That's not kind of my vision for Alberta. My vision for Alberta is that it's an inclusive province with income equality, gender equality. These are things that I care about, and that's why I stand in this place. Because year after year of my life, I saw government policy after government policy take away rights of workers, the average Albertan. And again, here we are, Bill 32, legislation that does exactly that. So I certainly am speaking against supporting Bill 32, and, just to help the honourable member across the way from Peace River, understand some of my concerns, because he's saying there's nothing to see here, everything's fine, we're not doing anything. So page 24, section 26.1, it says, in setting union dues, assessments, or initiation fees, a trade union must indicate the amount of percentage of the union dues, assessments, or initiation fees that relates to political activities and other causes, including general social causes or issues, charities, or non-governmental organizations. Organizations or groups affiliated with or supportive of a political party, and any activities prescribed by the regulations, and it goes on. But on the next page it says, effective and after the date prescribed by the regulations, a person is not required to pay the amount or percentage of the union dues, assessments, or initiation fees that relates to activities referred to in subsection 1A, which is some of the stuff I already said, unless the person makes an election in accordance with the regulations. So of course, this is introducing a whole new section in labor codes indicating that people can opt out. And please, let's not be silly here. We know that this makes it much more difficult. It's just another union-busting bill. It's just another way to take away power from unions who actually speak up about fairness and justice and equality, things that this government doesn't seem to care about. So don't try to pretend to me that there was nothing in this document that stood in the way. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It obviously is very much in the way. And so I completely disagree with that, with the member from Peace River regarding that. One of the really important things about unions is that they do advocate for societal concerns. And I've spoken extensively previously in this House regarding gender equality and some of the very, very sad statistics about women equality in our province, and that the best and worst places for women to live in Canada, according to the largest centres, out of 26, Edmonton's 25, Calgary's 21. That's pretty low, and it's for many different indicators that I've spoke to quite extensively. But I'd like to look at just income inequality in our province and sort of the state of the affairs, just so that Albertans, members in this chamber, understand what's actually happening in Alberta. So in Alberta, exceptional increases in income over the last 3 decades or so means that more and more money is being pooled in that sort of top 1%, right? And so the rest of us have less. Actually, most Albertans, their incomes have stagnated. And a measure that is used to sort of look at income inequality is called the Gini coefficient. And it's a measure of inequality. And so every province, the federal government, they measure the Gini coefficient. And the 0 means that everybody is exactly the same. And 1 means that all the money is in one person's hands, okay? So that's kind of, it's a, that's how they sort of measure it. And in Alberta, we have 0.34 is our Gini coefficient. And that is by far the highest of any province in Canada. So that means we have the greatest income inequality. So that means that more and more money is in the top percentiles of income, and there's less for the rest of us. Alberta is by far the most unequal province in Canada. But you know what union membership does? And you know what else is true about about Alberta? Is that we have the greatest inequality, and we have the lowest unionization. In provinces where there is higher unionization, guess what? There's less income inequality because unions make a big difference for workers, because they advocate for fair wages, good benefits for them. And they have this lighthouse effect that I've also talked about before, where they support not only union workers, but also workers who are non-unionized, because the environment is rich that workers are supported. And so if employers who are non-unionized want to keep those workers and don't have, want to make sure that they stay with them, of course, they increase their wages and give them better benefits also. But because in Alberta we have the lowest rates of unionization in Canada, about 24%, and that means that we have the greatest income inequality. And this is nothing to be proud of, Mr. Chair. This is something that we should actually be ashamed of. We should want our province to be equal. We should want everybody to have a fair chance and not only support the elite, to make sure that everybody is supported in our province, not just those in the top income percentages. So Alberta certainly stands out as the most unequal province in Canada. We know that after 3 decades of tremendous income growth in the upper percentiles, that's shown that to us. And certainly inequality is a social problem that makes people feel like they don't fit into society as their incomes stagnate or go down. Everything is relative. It's very important that there be a robust middle class where people have a chance and support, but Alberta has not created that kind of environment. And I mean, this is sort of flagrantly obvious if we look at some of the stats, and this is national, but we know that this is happening certainly much more in the United States, other parts of the developed world, absolutely. But I'm looking now at Canada, and we know that CEOs, like the top CEOs, make 184 times more than the average wage earner in Canada. There's a huge pooling of income in the hands of fewer and fewer people. And everybody's familiar with this study that says by lunch on the first work day of the new year, Canada's 100 highest paid CEOs have already earned the average worker's salary. So this has augmented, over the last 3 decades, whereas, CEOs would make maybe, 10 times what the average worker is, but now it's like 184 times. Like, no one can say that's fair. That's ridiculous that all the income is so pooled into just so few hands. A healthy society redistributes the wealth and makes sure that people have what they need to be able to care for their families and make a living that's fair. But when incomes are so pooled into only the hands of such few people, that society becomes less and less just. And we know that there's more social unrest. And we know that in Alberta, certainly I know the UCP are very concerned about rural crime, and certainly we're concerned about that too. But a lot of people, of course, in rural Alberta have lost important jobs in the oil and gas industry, and they're lost. They're, desperate, and sometimes when that happens, people make bad choices. And so what does the government need to do? The government needs to be more fair and support people to maybe retool themselves so that they can have different kinds of work. But what does this government do? They cut post-secondary education, and they make it harder for people to better themselves. So all of these policies just make absolutely no sense to me. And I guess I know this, having lived in Alberta most of my life since I was 7 years old, and knowing that for many years I worked in low-wage jobs. I struggled. I was a single mom for many years, and I certainly didn't have access to elite positions or anything like that. It was very difficult. And then as I educated myself and became a professional, became a social worker, and worked with people who were marginalized more than me when I was a single mom, I saw the deep, deep struggles that they had to overcome and how they couldn't. It was often too overwhelming. And I saw time after time, conservative government after conservative government, cut programs, certainly through the Klein era. Public programs were cut 50%. Grants to students going to university to try to better themselves, to be able to have a decent, job so they can have, take care of their families. Those grants were cut by Klein and the conservative government at that time. And I saw, very little supports in child welfare when I was employed in children's services years ago. And it wasn't about the woman and her family we were serving, and largely it was women. It was about cutting those caseloads, cutting those budgets. That's what it was about. It wasn't a fair place. And so that's why I, over the years, having had this front row seat to the devastation of the province that I love very deeply, decided to run politically and to speak up against these kind of policies. And Bill 2032 is, of course, another one that is going to put power, put income into the hands of a few and not care for most of society, the workers in society. And that is deeply disturbing to me, and I really don't understand why it is needed. It's not needed. The reverse is needed. We need to have more fairness and justice in our province. We already have the greatest income inequality in Canada. A union actually advocates for more fairness for the regular worker, so that all the all the leaders, the CEOs, the managers, if they, the way the situation is going now, of course, the money is pooling in those top, percentiles, and it's not fair to the workers, and it's not fair to create so many barriers for people to be successful in our province. So, of course, Bill 32 is just creating more inequality, and unions can turn that back. They can actually make more fairness and justice in our province. And so I really challenge the government to, be at least honest about what they're doing, and that isn't intentional, and it is to sort of bust the unions, because they don't want to hear. They want to silence them. They don't want to hear their voices, so they're going to make it harder for them to speak up by having this opt-out clause. And, we do know that Alberta is way behind all other provinces in terms of like unionization or fairness for workers. We know that 42% of union certification failed before we changed the legislation, like the year before, and then after it, only 7% changed. So this legislation matters. Of course it matters. It's going to change the game. It's going to change the game, and it's going to make us go backwards, 30 years again. And Alberta will again be a place for elites, and it'll be harder and harder for people to make a decent living. And so the voices of the advocates, I'm not sure what the government is afraid of. They certainly like to speak about supporting freedom of speech and, including all the voices. They encourage it amongst their members. They, are happy to talk about separation, and that's fine. Members can have diverse views, but these voices aren't important to them. They're concertedly saying no to these voices. And it's so clear what is being done here. And it's not innocent, as sort of the member from Peace River seems to make out. It's intentional, and it is taking power away from unions. It's just another union-busting bill. And certainly, as someone who has fought for fairness and justice throughout my career, it's just challenging to understand why a government would bring this legislation in. Because having fairness for all its people. I would think, the public good would be the most important thing. But this isn't what this legislation does. It actually takes away some important voices in the debate. It silences them, and that's not good for the public discourses. So I really, challenge this government. I mean, if they're open to amendments, I mean, that section of the bill should certainly be taken out, as it will inhibit, it will silence the voices of the unions. They won't be able to have as much force or power in their arguments because they won't have as much support, because this makes it way harder for them to have that support with this opt-out clause. So, I mean, it's just, if you care about democracy, if you care about supporting, a robust debate, then it would stay in. There'd be no need for this opting out clause. So I really challenge the government to look at that and think about what it is that is so terrifying to them. Why do they need to silence the voices of people who believe in equality, who believe in workers' rights, who believe in keeping workers safe?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Peace River.
The spirit of that robust debate that the member is asking for, I fail to see how the member addressed any of the concerns that I addressed in my speech. If introducing an open, transparent, free, democratic opt-out for political causes is, quote, union busting, then the unions need new causes. Because the only way any voices can be, quote, silenced from a union is if nobody voluntarily supports them within the union. That's not depriving society of a voice. That's accurately articulating the lack of interest in those issues, except for a few elite union bosses. So again, I say to the member opposite, in light of this spirit of debate she's entered into, rise again, please, and respond to the genuine question. In what way is it threatening to have union members choose their own politics?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other? I see the Honourable Member.
Oh,
Edmonton Goldbar has.
come on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always a pleasure to rise and participate in debate, although I do hate to interrupt the cabinet auditions that are going on here this evening. But I do have some things that I would like to contribute to the debate. In the time that I have allotted to me right now, there are two issues that I would like to address. First is the issue around who has the power to say where money created and earned by workers is spent on political donations. And I'd also like to turn my attention to the issue of termination pay with respect to the employer's responsibilities to paying out the money that is owed to their employees when they're terminated. Firstly, with respect to the issue of political donations and whether or not workers should have a say in those political donations, I would like to echo my colleagues, my friends from Edmonton Ellerslie in particular, and the leader of the official opposition for their quite clear arguments in favor of the democratic nature of unions and the ability of workers to have their say over how their union dues are being spent. And so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time recovering that ground. But I do want to touch on something that the leader of the official opposition raised with respect to some of the comments that we have raised regarding corporations' ability to contribute to third-party political advertisers. And she touched on the fact that the Premier stated in debate that, shareholders, if they were unhappy with the political contributions that the companies they were invested in disagreed with those political contributions, they could sell their shares. And I would agree with her comments that the freedom to buy and sell shares isn't nearly as complete and total as the Premier had suggested they were. But it also ignores the fact that companies create value by extracting that value from the labors of workers. Workers create a product or a service at a company, and they get paid a rate which is less than the total value that is created from that labor, Mr. Chair. And the additional value of that labor accrues to the owners and the shareholders of the company. So it seems odd to me that, the members opposite seem to be arguing that workers work hard for their money and they should have the absolute right to say over how it is spent. But when it comes to the money that is created by workers in corporations, in companies, they have absolutely no say over how that money that they have created is spent above and beyond what they're earning. And so I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that if we were to be fair, we would be also seeking to enable workers who work at companies to also be able to participate in how the owners and managers and shareholders of those companies spend the money that workers create. And I have a number of examples, I guess, of companies that have contributed, because we've heard time and again about concerns regarding the number of dollars that labor unions have spent on political campaign donations and third-party advertising over the years. But I think it would be educational for the people of Alberta to understand which companies are contributing to third-party advertising here in the province of Alberta as well. So I'm looking at the Shaping Alberta's Future election advertising report from December 1st, 2018 to April 18th, 2019. And I note that Surge Energy donated $75,000. Crew Energy donated $30,000. Lacrete Sawmills donated $25,000. A company called BDK Properties Limited made a donation. Sunrise Estates, a division of Jasper Inn Investments Limited, made a donation. Morgan Construction and Environmental Limited made a donation. MTE Logistics Management Incorporated, a numbered company numbered 1879745 Alberta Limited, made some donations to that organization. Eco Recycling and Energy Corp made some donations. A company called RDM Motors Limited made donations. Thermo Design Engineering Limited made donations. Kenneth J. Robinson Professional Corporation made some donations. Royop Southland Developers Limited made donations. Yellowbird Products Limited made donations. Royop is a frequent flyer in these donations. Their Barlow division made donations, and their Deerfoot division made donations as well. So the question that I have to ask, Mr. Chair, is, did any of the employees of the company who are contributing to the profits that we presume those corporations use to make these donations have a say in the donations that were made, and whether or not they agree with the outcome of those third-party advertisers? Certainly, the workers in those companies have a stake in public policy, and it's not always the same as the interests that their managers, shareholders, and owners have. So it would be interesting to see if any of the employees of those companies were asked if they agreed with those donations. The Alberta Chambers of Commerce spent and collected and spent $26,250. The Alberta Chamber of Commerce, of course, represents a wide variety of businesses here in the province of Alberta, and I wonder if any of the employees at those businesses who comprise the Alberta Chamber of Commerce were asked or even made aware that the donations that their employers were making to support the Alberta Chamber's work were going to support third-party advertising in the province of Alberta. Merit Contractors Association, of course, collected and spent almost $300,000. Now, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because, the members opposite like to talk about openness and transparency when it comes to third-party election financing, but I can't find anywhere on Merit Contractors' website which companies make up Merit Contractors. And I can't help but wonder if the employees of those companies who comprise Merit Contractors were asked whether or not the profits of their labor should be donated to the third-party advertising campaign that Merit undertook in the provincial election that happened in 2019. The highways maintenance contractors also engaged in third-party advertising. Alberta Highway Services made 2 donations totaling $2,198. CarMax Enterprises made over $2,000 in donations. La Prairie Group made over $2,000 in donations. Ledcor Highways made over $2,000 in donations. And Volker Steven Canada made over $2,000 in donations too. And so this is an interesting case, Mr. Chair, because not only do the employees, I suspect, have no say over whether or not their parent companies are making these kinds of third-party donations. I also note that these are companies that are primarily operated by tax dollars. So these are companies that are contracted on behalf of the government of Alberta to maintain the roads in our province. And so I can say with 100% certainty that I, as a taxpayer of Alberta, was not asked whether or not I agreed that my portion of the tax dollars that went to these companies was spent on political third-party financing, Mr. Chair. And so I don't think that's fair. And yet here we are, only concerned about union members' donations to political action campaigns, but not about where tax dollars are being spent and whether or not they're supporting political action campaigns. Let's turn now to the Alberta Victory Fund, Mr. Chair. The Alberta Victory Fund is a fund that's near and dear to the heart of members of Executive Council, and in fact was run by a person named John Weissenberger, who just happened to get a position as a vice president at the Alberta Energy Regulator after the election was won by the United Conservative Party. And I'm sure that it's just a massive coincidence, Mr. Chair, that somebody who oversaw over $150,000 worth of political donations to support advertising that helped that government get elected, all of a sudden found himself in a very highly paid position in a very influential agency under this government. But who did the Victory Fund get its money from? Well, Mr. Chair, it certainly got some money from a numbered company, 2149130 Alberta Limited. It also got money from CanWest Corporate Air Charters Limited. JWI Investments LP made a $10,000 donation. Kidco Construction made a $10,000 donation. Morrison Homes made a $10,000 donation. The Cedar Glen Group Incorporated made a $10,000 donation. United Communities LP made a $10,000 donation. Diversified Staffing Services made a $5,000 donation. Echo Recycling made a $5,000 donation. Prairie Merchant Corporation made a $5,000 donation. Calbridge Homes donated $2,500. Carana Properties Incorporated donated $2,500. PBA Land Development donated $2,000. And I can't help but wonder, Mr. Chair, if any of the member workers in those companies were asked whether or not they agreed with the election financing contributions that their companies were making, or if they were even made aware of the donations that the companies were making on their behalf. But wait, Mr. Chair, there's more. The Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association which is comprised of a bunch of companies that engage in government contracts, also collected and spent $45,100 on third-party political financing. Now, I suspect that the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association is primarily comprised of the companies that I listed in the earlier financial statement. But again, I raise the issue that taxpayers were not asked or even made aware that companies that they were funding with their government contracts were engaging in these kinds of third-party political advertising campaigns. And finally, I want to look at an organization called Alberta Proud, which collected contributions from 578917 Alberta Limited, 578919 Alberta Limited. One can only wonder what happened to 578918 Alberta Limited, why they weren't included in the donation list. But Calgary Park and Jet made a donation, Prairie View Holdings, Steinbach Development Corporation, Source Energy Services again, Woodfield Holdings Incorporated, 1765662 Alberta Limited, which is listed as Windermere Registry, Liquortown Parent Company Limited, New Star Capital, made 2 donations totaling $4,250. The Green Depot in Fort McMurray made a donation. 1724629 Alberta Limited, Strathcona Registry is what they're listed as. Fort McMurray Vehicle Licensing and Registry, the Timberley Registry. Fort McMurray Vehicle Licensing and Registry Limited on its own made some donations. 1615016 Alberta Limited, Abbey Road Registries made some donations. 1597251 Alberta Limited, Summerside Registry also made donations. Madam Chair, the list goes on. The Green Depot, Fort McMurray Advanced Bottle Depot made donations. 347963 Alberta Limited made donations. 2072882 Alberta Limited made donations. Hometown Liquortown made donations. The Green Depot in Banff made donations. 1260014 Alberta Limited made donations. Meredith Michael Company Limited made donations. Yellowbird Products Limited made donations. All of those companies, Mr. Chair, made hundreds of thousands of dollars to donations that supported the members opposite in their election campaign. And I can't help but wonder if the employees of those companies were asked or even made aware that their owners were making those donations on their behalf. Or perhaps, or even their customers. Because certainly I would like to know if the company that I'm patronizing is spending is spending the money that I'm spending in its store on political donations to support a political cause that I don't support. But I was never made aware that Strathcona Registry was supporting the Shaping Alberta Futures Fund. It's not like they post a sign on their door stating that. And so if you know, the members opposite are truly concerned about people having control over where their dollars are going when it comes to supporting political action campaigns, I think we should level the playing field, and we should allow workers in these companies to have a say and allow customers to have a say in how their dollars are being spent, Mr. Chair. Now, with that, I would also turn to termination pay, and I would like to move an amendment to that effect, Mr. Chair. So, do I keep one copy, and this is the original?
Thank you, Honourable Member. If you could please read it into the record. And for the benefit of the House, this will be Amendment A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm moving this on behalf of my friend from Edmonton Mill Woods, to move that Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended in Section 1, Sub 3 by striking out the proposed Section 8, Sub 2 and substituting the following. When an employee's employment terminates, the employer must pay the employee's earnings at whichever the following times the employer chooses. A, on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee, or B, within the 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. So, Mr. Chair, the reason that we are bringing forward this amendment is to hold the Minister of Labour and Immigration accountable to the words that he said with respect to this legislation. He said that it will absolutely not allow an employer to keep the wages of a worker after termination for 31 days, and that the intention is to allow employers to wait until the next regular paycheck. And this amendment makes that clear, Mr. Chair. Certainly, it removes the 31-day period and inserts that earnings must be paid either on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee, or within the 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. So this amendment still allows the legislation to operate according to the intent that the minister has stated it will operate. And it prevents employers from arbitrarily holding back pay simply because the legislation gives them the power to do so. So, for example, employers who only pay once a month, this will still apply to them, and it will mean no changes. But it will also force employers to live up to the spirit of the law that the minister has stated in his multiple arguments on that front during the course of this debate. And Mr. Chair, it's critically important, especially as Alberta's economy continues to struggle along and people continue to lose their jobs, to make sure that when employees lose their jobs, that they're paid as quickly as possible and not forced to wait up to 31 days for the receipt of their final payment that they're owed. I think in debate around a number of important policy issues here in this House, my friends here in the official opposition and I have continually raised the fact that almost half of all Albertans have less than $400 in the bank right now to meet an emergency expense. And so almost half of the people who could potentially face termination right now cannot afford to wait 31 days for their final paycheck to arrive, if indeed that's longer than what they would expect from the normal pay systems at their place of employment. And I don't need to remind you, Mr. Chair, that the people who are losing their jobs right now during this pandemic are the people who make the least. They're service workers, they're retail workers, they're people who are working part-time jobs in occupations that don't pay very much money. And so the people who are losing their work right now are also the ones who can least afford to wait for a paycheck because they have less than $400 in the bank probably to address their expenses. And so, job prospects are pretty slim in this province right now. And certainly the Premier and Executive Council are doing nothing meaningful to improve job prospects and in fact worsening the situation because thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members looking to join debate on A2? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor. Rutherford, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this amendment. I think it's important that we seriously consider this amendment because actually it is put together as a favor for the Minister of Labour to bring the legislation in Bill 23 in line with his public statements about the intent of Bill 32. And I think that that's a kindness on the part of the opposition to help the minister ensure that the things he is declaring to be true are in fact true in terms of the actual bill that he's suggesting be passed. Now, in this particular case, this particular amendment is focused on the ability of employers to, at their own discretion, to delay the paying out of workers' pay, workers that have been laid off for any variety of reasons, to a period of time of 31 days, irrespective of whether or not that 31 days is consistent with other factors in the relationship between the employer and the employee in the rest of the legislation, such that a worker who would normally expect to receive a pay before being laid off in 14 days now suddenly finds himself not only without a job, but finds himself without the next paycheck on which they were depending in order to get them through any temporary or permanent layoff time. And as such, this actually increases stress for workers, increases the likelihood that the workers will find themselves caught short in terms of their ability to pay their everyday bills, increased difficulty in paying their rent, increased difficulty in paying for groceries over the next period of time. And this is particularly difficult because it's compounded by other aspects of the legislation in Bill 32, where the employer requirement to give notice of temporary layoff is also reduced, so that if you're being laid off, you receive less notice about it happening. You are likely to receive your pay at a time that is unexpected in terms of your family planning for your family bills. And as a result, will put workers in a very difficult place. And we know that very often that businesses are in a place where they are making decisions on a variety of factors. And as such, it's not like employees can guess ahead of time when these circumstances may arrive in their lives. I'm very concerned that overall that Bill 32 makes it easier to lay off the workers by reducing those notification requirements. And it also increases the time period where no severance is required at all. And I think that this is compounded again by the fact that this bill excludes seasonal and contract workers from notification requirements. So, what we have is a complex system of changes to the bill, which will really leave vulnerable people more vulnerable. That's the essence here. That the people who tend to get laid off are people who are already in businesses that have variances in terms of the stability of work, that sometimes as a result of seasonal changes that go on, often employed in businesses that are affected by large international circumstances and world finance issues, and as a result are already in the position of being vulnerable and essentially having precarious work in the first place. We know that people with that history of precarious work are the least likely to be able to establish for themselves resources that would allow them to live through the downtimes, the periods of non-employment in their line of work, because they have gone through this repeatedly over time. Now, those people who have been in some kind of a contracted position for years and have never had time off are much more likely to be able to within that, find a small piece of their profits each time on their paycheck to set aside, because it's regular and ongoing, and they can make it part of their family budgeting that they'll put aside 5 or 10% for any vagaries in terms of their life. But if you're a worker whose employment has gone up and down, up and down, up and down, it's very difficult to set aside money because you're constantly reaching back into that particular piggy bank in order to get you through each of the downturns that occur. And in many occupational situations, those downturns happen repeatedly, sometimes in multiple times throughout the year. And now we find ourselves in the place where workers who are in that place, who are least likely to have enough money to get them through the next month, as the previous speaker from Edmonton Gold Bar indicated, that a significant number of people in our society don't have enough money right now in their bank account to get through the next month. And because of these situations, they are going to find themselves in very difficult problems. With the conjoint reduction in notice that's being identified in this bill, workers will have less time then also to apply for EI. Had they received sufficient notice, they could apply for EI knowing that they're going to be laid off in a couple of weeks, and therefore have the EI begin to start as soon as they're laid off, so that they will be able to continue at least some level of financial input into their family, so that they can pay their rent, so they can buy their groceries, so they can take care of their kids, buy their kids' school supplies. And now, in this situation, you will not receive notice for your temporary layoff. You will not necessarily receive money, and so suddenly you find yourself in a place where you are behind the 8 ball, needing some time to apply for EI to get you through this period, and thereby waiting for an extended period of time for either the government program of EI to kick in or for your money to arrive from your employer, thereby making it a difficult spot for people who find already in their lives difficult spots routine. And I think that that's very problematic. I certainly would like to see a change in this this part of the bill, and I really would recommend to the House that this amendment be taken in, because all it does is it helps to tighten things up a little bit and provide a little bit more stability for workers, so that they know that should they get laid off, the paycheck that they will receive will come at the same time that they would normally expect the paycheck to come. And I think that's probably, in fact, something close to the intention of the minister when he actually created this section. He wrote it as allowing 31 days so that it would allow those companies that do take 31 days between paychecks to be able to do it. But that is too loosely worded, so that the end result is that all companies, not just the ones that use 31 days to pay their paychecks each month, but those who normally would do it in 2 weeks to take the extra time and do it in 31 days instead. And I don't think that was the intention of the minister, and as such, we have brought forward this friendly amendment in an attempt to just tighten up the language and to allow this to work well. So it just simply says that you would then provide the termination pay on the date that one would normally expect to receive that pay, so that life continues as normal. All we're asking is that we continue the normalcy of process here. We're not asking for something new or something grandiose here. We're simply asking to stay with a practice that makes life more dependable and predictable for employees, particularly those employees who are already in the process of suffering the vagaries of work because of often issues that have nothing to do with their own performance, but rather have to do with the situation of the company that they're working for. And that often is, again, dictated not by the company itself, but rather large world events, such as COVID, when suddenly companies found themselves having to lay off workers. I was in a position of speaking to some of the small businesses in my area, and did speak to employers who said the only way I could survive this was to lay off all of my employees as soon as I possibly could. And so this provision would allow them to lay off their employees without any notice at all. And because this because the other things the government has done, not providing the kind of supports that we would have hoped for small businesses in Alberta, that they were really stuck too. The businesses were stuck in terms of trying to make very difficult decisions. The support wasn't there from the government, and so they then in turn put that onto their employees who were working often for minimum wage and often working in precarious situation where they didn't have an ongoing dependable salary that allowed them to take some part of that salary and set it aside to create for themselves a buffer for these circumstances. So suddenly workers found themselves in a place where without notice they were without income and very little time to engage in those activities which would allow them to have greater stability, such as applying for EI. And this is a fairly small change in the bill. I mean, it's hardly an attack on the bill per se. It's not trying to make the bill disappear. It's actually bringing the bill in line with what we've heard as public statements from the minister, that they would like the employers to have an option to continue their usual pay process and use that process in order to pay out employees so that they didn't have to go through the extra expense of providing monies to an employee outside of their regular pay cycle. And I notice it also doesn't differentiate between employers that have a larger process of paying people out, such that they actually have a contracted agency paying their employees out, and employers who just simply sit down and write a check. Because many of the small businesses don't go to a third party. So there is no extra expense. They simply write the check themselves. I know when I was in private practice, if I had to make a change, I just pulled out my corporate checkbook and I wrote the check myself. It cost nothing more than what I would normally do. There was no actual expense because I was a small enterprise. But that's true of many enterprises in this province. In fact, a significant amount of the employment in the province of Alberta is by those kind of small mom and pop shops who will not actually experience anything extra. They're not contracting out their payroll services. They don't have to actually make a request for anybody to do anything exceptional, and therefore there's no exceptional expenses. So it's really just a delay in terms of providing income to people who are already living somewhat of a vulnerable and precarious life. Now, if the precision of the language of this bill were such that it would only address those situations where it would provide undue expenses to a business or corporation, then we might be a bit more understanding of what the direction was, the intent was here. But instead, we see that has not been done. The precision here is really not of the level of which we would need, and we're just simply trying to bring that back into the case of what the minister has actually publicly declared that they would like to do, and that is to avoid apparently a $91 per layoff for each employee. Which is very curious because if we look at the numbers that have been provided by the government, they seem to anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million people are going to be laid off in the province of Alberta over the next year, which seriously either doesn't make sense or is really a prediction by the government of the failure of all the rest of their policies, which I'm prepared to accept that the government would like to go in that direction. And so, it just seems to me that you've taken a club to fix a minor problem that could be resolved with a smaller, more delicate tool. And in this case, we are offering at least one aspect of the change that would make the response to the problem that's been identified by the government more equitable and more fair to your average Albertan employee. One that allows them to have a certain amount of predictability in an unpredictable time, one that allows them to prepare for their future by applying in an appropriate and timely way for EI, and one that does not give undue power to the employer to create difficulties for the employee. And I don't think most people want to do that. So why wouldn't we bring the legislation in line such that the employer is not stuck in a position where they may end up by doing that? I think the vast majority of employers try to be really fair with their employees. And so the legislation should reflect the intention of all good employers, of all good governments, and all good employees to have a fair relationship and to have as much stability and predictability in that relationship going forward as they possibly can. So at this point, I will come to a conclusion of my remarks and will recommend to the House that they take up this friendly amendment, that they take the opportunity to actually adopt something that's been suggested by the opposition, contrary to their behavior continuously since the beginning of their government, to ignore all suggestions for change, even when that change is a positive, friendly kind of change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration has risen on A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm rising to respond to the amendment on A1. I want to thank the member opposite for a thoughtful conversation concerning this and the intent behind the proposed amendment. As previously indicated to the House in terms of debate and discussion on the termination benefit, our approach is to enable employers to be able to line up termination pay, with their regular pay cycles. And the way we did this is we use a language which we see in 2B in the amendment, within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. And what that really means, Mr. Chair, is on the next regular pay period. And when we speak about the next regular pay period in the Employment Standards Code, that is the language that we use, that precise language. Now, we did contemplate when we were looking or assessing changes to the languages in terms of doing this, of using next regular pay. But one of the concerns we had, Mr. Chair, is that if you have a termination that and we've seen it through COVID-19 that a termination comes quite quickly. You need to terminate an individual at a certain point in time. Then the issue becomes is if it's late in the pay period, and this is the concern that we had. If it's late in the pay period, like on the on 14-day period, for example, if you're paying someone on a 2-week schedule and it's on the 13th day, and then your regular pay is within 5 or 6 days of that, the ability to pay all the termination pay, which can include annual vacation, it include notice period as well, can be very challenging to calculate that within that short period of time on the next pay. So what we did is we adopted an approach that we've seen in other provinces where we use our language for the next regular pay, which is B, but then we put a final date from the date of the termination, so that if the calculation needs to occur on the following 2-week pay cycle for all the termination benefits, then it could occur at that point in time if it was late in the cycle. So we said that we would extend it out to a maximum of 31 days from termination. So Mr. Chair, while I appreciate the intent behind which this is given, our concern, so that it can actually hit the next pay, is that we need that flexibility. And it's not we, Mr. Chair, it's the employers need that flexibility because that's what they told us that they required. So due to that, Mr. Chair, I cannot recommend that we support this amendment. That said, I would like to point out to the members opposite that again, that even if the termination happened late in the pay period, that individual would still get their regular pay for that pay period, right? And then termination pay would follow no later than 31 days from the day of the termination. And the intent behind that is on the next pay, to give employers time to make that calculation, and that was the intent behind it. But again, I'd like to thank the members opposite for their intent in making this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has risen to debate on A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had the opportunity to listen to a few rather interesting comments from the Minister of Labour just now, and struck me a little bit strange that part of the excuse for bringing forward this measure in its unclarified form was that it was quote-unquote hard to calculate for business to calculate the termination pay within a time period that was perhaps available depending upon the termination date of the employer. That's part of being an employer, Mr. Chair, is that you anticipate these timeframes, and you do have sensibly, if you're properly staffed, you have individuals in your staff to take care of this, or software programs if you're a small business employer yourself, to make sure these calculations are done. And to go on and say that part of the reasons that the measures was brought in is in response to employers' needs, that they quote-unquote need that response, that flexibility, only looks at one side of the equation, because, Mr. Chair, we're in a situation where everybody's under stress, employers and employees right now. We grant you that. But who in this situation, when we're talking about termination pay, we're talking about an individual wage earner's dollars and final dollars that will be bridge dollars that perhaps wait, that allow that person to pay bills or eat between the time frame of termination and maybe qualifying for EI or some other form of transfer payment. That flexibility is also needed by the employee, I would argue, Mr. Chair. What about that employee who's just been terminated, who's waiting up to 31 days for the final payout and in wages that are owed to that employee? So I would posit, Mr. Chair, that the flexibility that employers need is even a greater concern to the employee who's waiting for those few dollars that will allow him or her to feed family or themselves between the time frame of termination and qualifying for other transfer payments, or perhaps starting a new job. And the excuse that it's difficult to calculate is not palpable, really, because the business owner should be prepared to make these calculations and know the calculations that they have in place in terms of the labor legislation. And that's something that as a business owner, it's your responsibility to be able to tabulate and to account for within time frames that are set out. And notwithstanding the fact that the employers suggested they needed more flexibility in a wider time frame, I would suggest to the House, Mr. Chair, that the concerns of the individual worker in this particular case who is reliant upon those dollars, those termination dollars, a final paycheck to actually live and to perhaps keep the person from going to the food bank or relying upon the generosity of friends and neighbors for that time period. That's where the consideration should lie, Mr. Chair, when it comes to making sure that this element of the legislation is clear, and that's the reason for this amendment that we're debating tonight. The amendment, of course, goes a long way to restoring clarity, and that's something that recently, during this time of pandemic, when it comes time to consider what benefits workers were getting and how this Alberta government was reaching out to help employees and individuals who lost their jobs during the time of pandemic, it's a pattern of behavior that causes me to demand support for this legislation, for this amendment, because the amendment simply clarifies exactly what the government claims already might happen. The 31 days is not something that necessarily would be required, but the fact that an employer might end up relying upon legislation to wait the 31 days puts the employee at an untenable position financially, and one that I think that should be avoided by adopting this legislation, to provide clarity to say that the employee's termination date, on that termination date, the employer must pay the employer's earnings at whichever the following times the employer chooses: on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee, or within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. Absolutely defining clearly in the legislation what the responsibilities and obligations of the employer are with respect to this termination pay, which gives us a larger measure of security to a very vulnerable employee at a time when they are no longer with employment or income and are left wondering where their next sustenance is going to come from. And the reason it's important to have this clarity, Mr. Chair, is I believe is because of an example that was very recently demonstrated by the provincial government during the early stages of the COVID-19 outbreak in the province, when the Premier and the government came forward with a plan to provide isolation support of $1,146, Mr. Chair, a bridge benefit that would be dollars in the pockets of workers who have lost their jobs for various reasons. Either they've been diagnosed with COVID-19, or they were caring for a dependent who was self-isolating, or they are otherwise been directed by a health authority to self-isolate, or they weren't receiving compensation from any other source. Now, on the face of it, this $1,146 was available to Albertans who would simply go to the website, and they would have to verify using My Alberta ID and register to receive the support of $1,146. And of course, thousands of Albertans did this, but there was a problem with the rollout of it, a problem with the computer system. People didn't get through, and they tried repeatedly to get through, hoping for this $1,146 to help them bridge until federal government programs came forward. But guess what, Mr. Chair? The response from the government when the time frame ran out, when the federal government came through, and many, many thousands of people who had applied for this $1,146 benefit actually had failed to get through the computer system, and therefore were left holding the bag. We're just told by this government, too bad, so sad. Tough luck. The money, we've already oversubscribed it. It's too bad you couldn't get through. It was more popular than we thought. And go to the food bank, do whatever, borrow from your brother, but you're not getting any more money from us. But that was a program, Mr. Chair, it was a promise to the people of Alberta. $1,146 if you lose your job, if you have been diagnosed with COVID-19, if you're caring for a dependent who's self-isolating, you've been directed by health authorities to self-isolate, or you're not receiving any compensation from any other source, go apply, the money will be there for you. But that didn't prove to be the case. Thousands applied. The time frame ran out, federal government money came through, and those people who were otherwise eligible were denied the coverage, the $1,146, simply because of a program rollout failure, the fault of a computer system, oversubscribed. The government could simply have come up with a proper response, in my view, and said anybody who was eligible during that time frame who would normally, had they been able to get through the computer system, been able to receive that benefit, is going to receive the benefit. That would have been the mark of a very compassionate, empathetic government. But no, that's not what happened. Those people were told, too bad, so sad. And that's the kind of news that workers in this country come to expect from this government when it suits them to deny a right to a benefit. And the final paycheck on termination for an employee is a similarly precious amount of dollars in the hands of a worker, and it's money that they need very quickly soon after termination. And to have to wait a 31-day period is an egregious amount of time. And in order for us to be certain that the government is going to respect that time frame, we have to make sure that the legislation reflects in detail that 31-day maximum period. So I would argue that anytime we look at measures that are put in place for this government and it's Bill 32, that all of the measures have to be written in stone, really, put into the legislation, and not be taken as if they have to. We don't have to take the government's word for anything, because we've seen what's happened, and a situation where people were very much vulnerable at the outbreak of this pandemic, and the rollout of the isolation support benefit of $1,146 was denied to otherwise eligible people because the government just decided to change the rules of the game in mid-flight. And that's not just and that's not fair, but that's something that thousands of Albertans were treated to by this government. And I believe, Mr. Chair, that that's something that I would have a very long memory about. If I was someone who just recently lost my job, was told there's a benefit here that will bridge you until the federal government comes through, just apply for it. Here's the rules, here's the criterion. You read them, you say, yep, that's me, I qualify, and you can't get through. It's like the busy signal keeps ringing, and you can't get through to obtain those funds that you're eligible for. Your neighbors got them. Your cousin got them, your co-workers got it, but here you are in the same circumstances, you meet the criteria, but you don't get it, and guess what? The Premier and his government is saying, too bad, so sad, game over, we don't care. The pot of money has been exceeded, and sorry, the computer program kind of broke down on us, and you're not eligible for it, in our view, but even though you meet the criteria, and you go ahead and do your best to make ends meet some other way. Borrow the money, go to the food bank, we don't know, go to the feds. That seems to be an answer that this government is happy to use for themselves as well, in that they turn to the federal government themselves to pay their own party officials and party employees when the program loophole allowed them as a party to take advantage of a federal program that would give them thousands and thousands of dollars to pay for their staff. Go to the feds. That's the common refrain that we've heard a lot of times when people were waiting for programs to be rolled out by this government. It was a matter of waiting to see what the feds are going to do. Let's see what the feds are going to do. And the leadership that we got from this provincial government here was a matter of doing the very least they possibly could as far as digging into the provincial treasury to help our most vulnerable citizens at a time when they needed it most. And tell you what, there's a song that just occurred to me, the one that has a line in it that says, you left me just when I needed you most. Well, tell you what, that's what happens to people in this province time and again with this Premier and this government. They're missing in action just when they're needed the most by the people who need it the most. And what the government is serving time and again is the interests of the major corporations in this province, those who they've given $4.7 billion to in hopes of attracting investment, when in fact we know that trickle-down economics theory hasn't worked, and those who are anticipating construction of a pipeline in the United States that the government has seen fit to invest directly $1.5 billion and then another $6 billion in loan guarantees into a pipeline that is in all probability not going to be built. So there's lots of money out there, Madam Chair, for major corporations, but indeed when it comes to somebody who's lost their job and is waiting for their final check, the government is saying, well, employers need a little flexibility. They need a little time to pay. And we think that we've heard them, and those workers who are waiting for that cash, who don't have more than $200 in the bank in all probability on average, they'll just have to wait. They'll tell their kids that they'll go to the food bank, and that's going to have to do, because we're a government who looks after businesses first, people later. Except when it comes to political donations, Madam Chair. I mean, we're certainly one who would like to empower corporate money when it comes to influencing government, influencing our political process where it comes to third-party political donations and perhaps even referendum and municipal elections as well. However, for the business at hand, the pattern I'd like to see change in this government's modus operandi is one where we see a predilection towards disregarding the plight of individual Albertans and individual families who really have no place left to turn at a very critical time in this province's history, in this country's history, in fact, globally. And there's a need for governments to recognize that and to really provide supports for individual families and working people, and not to be bringing in legislation which nickels and dimes and hurts individual workers with measures that negatively impact the families who rely upon a paycheck month to month, who don't have many resources saved up, who are vulnerable and at risk, especially at a time when no other job opportunities are going to be abounding for many, especially the low-wage income earners who this legislation affects the most. So at a time when working people in this province are basically prostrate, the Premier is saying, no, you just take your lumps. And we're not going to be there for you because it's the business interest that comes first in our opinion. And, it'll trickle down to you. You just wait there long enough and it'll trickle down to you. Now, that's not what people are saying to me in my constituency, Madam Chair. They're talking to me about this labor legislation and wondering indeed what this government's long-term plan is and where they fit into those plans. And believe me, Madam Chair, they don't see themselves seated at the table talking to this government. They don't see themselves having any influence over what the government program and policy is with respect to labor legislation, because the last person on the list to have the ear of this government, in fact, who doesn't have the ear of this government, are working people. And I've mentioned already those people who were represented by members of UFCW at Cargill were the last ones to be heard, notwithstanding the energetic efforts of the UFCW leadership to raise the issue, call the alarm, raise a concern that people were getting sick, and there were 3 deaths as a result, and a huge number of infections at Cargill, because the government of the day, this Conservative government, now turns its attention to the so-called needs, existential needs of the business empires in the face of the struggle of working people, even when it comes to their very health and their lives at work. So this amendment seeks to, in a very small way, bring clarity to the government's actions and hold them to account, and let the workers know that indeed what the minister keeps saying is in fact going to be followed through on. So the minister keeps saying that changes in section 1(3) of Bill 32 will absolutely not allow an employer to keep the wages of a worker after termination for 31 days. Well, let him put his money where his mouth is, all right? And accept this amendment. And indeed, that's what we're asking him to do. The intention is to allow employers to wait until the next regular paycheck. Well, let's see if indeed that's the case. Accept the amendment and put your money where your mouth is. This amendment makes it absolutely clear. That's all we're doing, is clarifying and putting in writing what the minister is saying the bill actually does. It will remove the 31-day period and insert that earnings must be paid either on the day following the last day of employment, on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee, or within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. This amendment will still allow for what the minister says is the intent of this change, without allowing employers to arbitrarily hold back pay simply because the legislation gives them the right to do so. Why is this important to clarify? I think I've told you.
Honourable members, we are on Amendment A1 to Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. Are there any other members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, yes, I'm pleased to be able to get up and speak to this thoughtful and humane amendment offered up by the member from Edmonton Millwoods on behalf of our official opposition caucus, and of course also on behalf of, I don't know, a million or so working Albertans. It is an amendment, as others have already identified, that is focused on removing the change in Bill 32 that would enable an employer to wait up to 31 days to pay an employee what they are owed, what is in effect their money, should their employment be terminated. And to be clear, we're not just necessarily just talking wages, we're talking vacation pay, we're talking stat pay, we're talking perhaps banked overtime. We're talking about significant amounts of money that belong to that working person, and they are money that, in the absence of the termination of the employment, would be payable on a regular and predictable basis. Yet somehow, in their infinite wisdom, members of the government have concluded that the time at which to press the capacity of the worker the most in terms of how long they can wait to be paid their wages plus their overtime and their vacation and all the other things, the most is to do it when they've just lost their job. So normally they would get paid at a regular time and they would be counting on it, and they'd have their account set up to, have their utilities come out on a certain day and have their car payments come out on a certain day and have their rent come out on a certain day, all those things. But somehow these folks think that the time to most play around with that and mess it up is when the person's just been told that they don't have a job anymore. So I have to say it's really quite counterintuitive. Now, I have to say that I've listened to the minister, and particularly in question period, try to justify this decision. And, it reads like a lot of the other efforts of the minister to justify a number of the clauses in this bill. And let me, of course, just contextualize the clause that we are addressing now and the amendment that we are attempting to make by simply describing it as one of many provisions that exist within this bill that very definitively take money from the pockets of working people and redistribute them back to their employers. And this is something that is similar to a number of other decisions taken by this government, this notion that by racing to the bottom, we somehow create new jobs and new quote-unquote opportunities for Albertans to get work. Although, to be clear, at a certain point, if you're being paid little enough, the opportunity to work is not really an opportunity as such, because it's not really a win if you are working for a wage rate that has you, if you work full-time, actually living at a fraction of the poverty line, which is, of course, exactly what eliminating the minimum wage would do, and exactly what eliminating overtime does, and exactly what recalculating vacation pay and stat pay does, and this is just part of that overall package. And I have to say, there's absolutely no evidence to suggest this actually works. The minister, this very same minister who's asking us today to trust him, suggested that eliminating the minimum wage, contrary to the position taken by the UCP in the last election, that somehow eliminating the minimum wage and reducing the minimum wage for young people under the age of 18 was going to create a whole raft of new jobs for those young people. And then lo and behold, what happened? their unemployment rate went up. So never worked out exactly as predicted. Nope, it didn't. But it did, however, confuse things a lot for people that were just trying to get into the job market at the age of 18 or 19, because some employers were thinking, oh no, I think I can possibly find somebody that I can pay less, although ultimately it didn't work out that way, or certainly they didn't hire them because the unemployment rate for young Albertans did in fact go up. And then those slightly older young Albertans who were scrambling to find the money to pay for the spiraling tuition hikes that have also been put in by this government suddenly were struggling and competing on an uneven playing field. But all that to be said, it just goes to the larger issue, which is an economic strategy that is premised on a race to the bottom is bound to fail. Alberta should aim higher, and Albertans should aim higher than building businesses that succeed through exploitation, that succeed through paying the full-time equivalent salary that we know full well will not result in people being able to put food on the table, for rent to be paid, for people to be able to do the things that they need to do. So it is a failed strategy, and this is a strategy that is in the process of, in fact, failing Albertans, and this is part of it, and we are opposed to it, and that's why we're trying to change it, and this is one of the sections that we think is a start, and a good start. Now, I will say that in listening, as I started to say, to the minister describing this change and how it was just a little, flick of the pen to provide greater convenience to employers who have this cumbersome obligation of paying their employees, and it's oh so complicated and confusing, and it costs so much, apparently $100 million to run payroll at different times, that honestly, listening to him describe this really brought to my mind recollections of when the minister responsible for community social services tried to make the same kind of arguments around delaying the AISH payments until the beginning of the month, when they had previously been processed at the end of the month prior to the month for which they were being paid. And that minister seemed to be completely unaware of what it was like to live on the rate of pay offered by AISH, completely unaware of how close to the poverty line these people were, completely unaware of what it meant for the simple mechanics of buying a bus pass. Like, if I don't have the money on the first of the month, I can't pay for my bus pass, but in order to get to the place where I buy my bus pass, I need a bus, but I can't get on the bus because I don't have my bus pass. Like, simple things like that, which seem to be, oh, well, it's just common sense for those of us as privileged as those of us who live or who work in this building. That's day-to-day managing poverty for those folks. And the minister was just absolutely, just completely tone deaf. Didn't understand it, didn't understand why it was creating so much problem, didn't consult with them, had no idea what it was like to live on that much. And I have to say I was kind of reminded of that by the Minister of Labor's tone and the kind of rationale he gave about how well it would be more convenient with respect to running the payroll. So let's talk for a moment about, okay, we hear it's more convenient and it may theoretically save up to $100 million, although as the member for Edmonton-Rutherford quite wisely pointed out, if you're seriously expecting, because it apparently saves about $90 per termination, and you're going to save $100 million, I'm quite concerned about how many layoffs the government is counting on. I have to say that's worrisome, 1 million layoffs. So be very curious to hear from the minister exactly how they did that calculation and exactly what else they see coming down the pike if they're expecting a further 1 million layoffs to come into effect, such that this particular change is worth $100 million to employers. Yikes. I say, Madam Chair. But nonetheless, let's just talk a little bit about what it means for those folks. Now, this stat has been bandied about in this House a little bit over the course of this discussion and many others that impact low-income Albertans and middle-income Albertans, but I think it's worth repeating. MNP Consumer Debt Index released a poll, I think it was in March of this year, pre the most profound implications of COVID. And at that time, 60% of respondents in Alberta said that they ended the month $200 away from not being able to meet all their financial obligations. 60%. It's a lot. So, you know, we're not talking about this nameless, faceless poor person that the folks over there have never actually met. We are talking about 60% of Albertans. Not that that should make it any better, because I think, frankly, if we don't come to work every day and think about this nameless, faceless poor person, then, frankly, we're not doing our job. But that being said, let's talk about those 60% of people who responded to that survey who said that they were $200 away from being late on making their payments. And so, okay, so 60% of Albertans, but we're dealing with the convenience of people running payroll whose job it is to run payroll. That seems like a strange choice to make. Now, interestingly, what was also in, I think it was in that particular poll as well, they also said that 46% of Albertans essentially said that they would not be able to cope with the loss of employment in the following month in terms of being able to maintain their life and support that of their life payments and financial obligations, and that of their families. And that number, that 46%, was actually 10 points above the national average. So not super encouraging. But so a significant number of Albertans would not be able to cope with the loss of employment. Yet, once again, Minister of Labour thinks that for the convenience of running payroll, we need to ask those 46% of Albertans to wait up to 31 days before they get the money, which, to be clear, is theirs. It's their money. It's not the employer's money. It's their money. They have earned that money. A court of law would say it's already theirs. Yet somehow this government thinks it's appropriate to give the employer an extra 31 days to hold on to someone else's money without giving it to them, even when 46% of respondents to a survey said they couldn't cope with losing their job financially, and 60% say they are $200 away from incurring late payments. So, and it's curious because I remember when the Minister of Community Social Services made her ridiculous decision to arbitrarily change the payment date for AISH, there were a lot of people that were talking about what the consequences of that were. And I found it fascinating because at one point there was actually not one of the recipients themselves, but their landlord was one of, not all their landlords, just one landlord that happened to have a number of tenants who relied on AISH. And this landlord said, about half of her 90 low-income tenants receive payments through AISH. And many of them have agreements with a third party who mail rent checks on their behalf once the sum is deposited. That means that all of our AISH rent checks that we received because of third-party payment agreements were released on February 28th. We got them in the mail Tuesday morning. The late rate rent payments add up to a temporary $20,000 gap for that landlord. So 45 payments, and because of the late payments and because of the delay, it was a $20,000 gap. And so, and then of course, other AISH recipients reported having, just for that 3-day delay in paying their rent, having to pay $50 fine for late rent payment. Okay, so you've got a $50 fine for being late in paying your rent. Then you have the fees that are associated with paying your utilities rate late. Then you have the interest payments associated with missing your minimum payment on your credit card. Then you have the fees associated with missing your car payment. I think, here's what I'm going to say. I'm pretty sure by the end of the month, each of those low-income people who've just been told they have to wait up to 31 days before they are giving the money that is theirs will have lost a heck of a lot more than the $90 it apparently saves the employer to delay running the payroll. And to be clear, I am not making these things up because, again, I'm going back to the stats, which should say 60% of Albertans report, or 60% of Albertans who were surveyed report being $200 away at the end of the month from not being able to make all their payments. So you add up all the late payments and we are well above $90. So we made a choice here. We're going to save $90 for the employers, and we're going to have those folks who just lost their jobs probably incur 2 or 3 times that in terms of late payment fees. Well, we're making our choices here, aren't we? We're making our choices, but I would argue they're not the right ones. And in the long term, you're actually costing all of us more. And I want to just sort of flip briefly because, these folks that are losing their jobs and being told that they have to wait till the end of the month before they get their paycheck often are the working poor, often are struggling to make ends meet. And I'm just looking at a United Way report that was done, I think, mid-2019. And they just, there's a lot in it, but I think one thing that is really important is they talk about the cost of poverty, anywhere between $7 and $10 billion roughly being spent each year in Alberta. And as Albertans and as taxpayers, each one of us is contributing between $2,325 and $3,111 per year to address poverty. Now, if we have just said to people that are going to lose their jobs, apparently almost 1 million of them, according to the Labour Minister's calculations, that they have to shoulder the cost of all the missed payments in order to save the $90 of payroll. I'm just wondering where this all ends up in the long run. I feel that we are accelerating poverty overall, and in the long term, those low-income workers are subsidizing those employers, and B, as taxpayers, we are also doing it. We are ultimately subsidizing it as well because we are creating and enhancing and accelerating poverty. So let's just talk a little bit about, what's it like to be that poor? I mean, we've heard a lot about how hard it is to run payroll if you're an employer. It's really tough, for sure. So here's the thing. StatsCan did a survey of folks who are living close to or right around the poverty line, and they did a survey in order to evaluate whether their concept of the market basket measure of poverty was still appropriate in terms of determining who is or is not poor. And so they did focus groups with I think thousands of people to determine the efficacy of the market basket measure. So on food, they said the people that they talked to basically, in essence, were not able to buy the type of food they wanted, and they weren't able to buy as much food as they wanted. So those people just living right around or a little bit above the poverty line made choices around the type of food, and essentially when they were short of money, when they didn't have money because, say their employer was holding on to it for an extra 30 days, that's the place they were most likely to cut. And so they might not buy meat, actually. And they would actually also simply not buy vegetables and healthy things for themselves and their family. They also talked about clothing. Now, on that one, people living in or around close to poverty or living in financial difficult straits, obviously they just say clothing, it's not a thing. We don't do clothing, we don't, it's not a big thing we spend money on, it's not a priority for us, it's not a big part of our budget, but that is something we will talk about another time.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members wishing to rise and speak to Amendment A1? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think, okay, I want to address the amendment that's before us right now that is put by Member Gray to move that Bill 32, Restoring the Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020, be amended by the following sections, and that's what I want to address with regard to the amendment before us, the whole thing with regard to when employment termination monies must be paid. It's the second time I've had the opportunity to address this issue in front of this House, and it's my pleasure to get up again and continue on where the Leader of the Opposition, thank you very much, touched on with regard to a number of issues. You know, the folks probably who need labor legislation more readily than a lot of people in society are those who change jobs on a frequent basis, or sometimes through no fault of their own, and other times they need to move on to positions that are better suited to them. But so people who on the lower end of the income scale really are challenged when they leave their positions, have to get a new job somewhere else. And it's for those folks, I guess, that I'm standing up and speaking a little bit about this amendment today. I think just generally Bill 32, as I've said before, is tips the balance, unfortunately, too much towards employers, and makes it difficult for particularly employees who are on the lower end of the income scale to make their way through this legislation and aren't benefited by this legislation. There's a number of ways that they're not supported by this legislation, whether that's this particular amendment or other ones that have been debated here earlier today or will be debated after me. So I would like to focus on that issue. And I know that Bill 32 was a consultation with regard to both employees and employers, was released in conjunction with Bill 32 legislation. And looking at some of the respondents and who those respondents were is very interesting, Madam Speaker. Of course, there were over 5,000 respondents for the employment standards consultation, and 3/4 of those were employees, and only 12% were employers. But as I said earlier, it seems to me that the 12% of employers had more sway in terms of the formation of this omnibus legislation that's before us today. We know that on the issue of on termination pay, which is the subject of this amendment, 34.5% of employers were satisfied with the amount of time they currently have to pay an administrative penalty, while 65.5% were dissatisfied or neutral. 64% of employees were satisfied and 36% were dissatisfied or neutral. So the preponderance of people who were not happy with the kind of amendment, not the amendment, but the legislation that's before us were primarily employees, I think that says. And I think the changes that are made here are too much in the balance and away from the needs of employees, people who can't wait more than 2 weeks to 31 days for their payment of a job that may not have been paying a great deal of money in the first place. Minimum wages are $15 an hour, and we know that that's not a living wage in this province. That living wages are closer to, for a single person, about $18 an hour to $21 an hour. And if you are working minimum wage and you're terminated from your employment, the question really becomes how do you fill that gap between your termination date and when you're finally paid? And one would think that the difficulty is more on the employee's side rather than the employer's side. I know one of the reasons that was given by the minister with regard to why this change was helpful was because it was addressing some repetitive red tape that they don't want to have to be cutting checks for their employees, the ones that are terminated off cycle from when they usually have their check runs. And so, yeah, that would be a problem potentially for an employer if they're terminating many employees or frequently terminating employees. But if you're looking at the employee's side and you're leaving your employment, it's a low income wage job, then the importance of getting that pay as quickly as possible so that you can ensure your family or your own quality of life is met is important. So the amendment talks about the employer must pay the employee's earnings at whichever of the following times the employer chooses on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally be paid to the employee, or B, within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of the employment occurs. It, as I said, is something that is a rational amendment to bring forward that tips a balance more in the scales of the employees at this point, and we believe that that's necessary to ensure that going forward employees have what they need. My own experience hasn't been in being able to use labor law or being involved with that of late. It's been many years since I've been in those situations, but and never in a kind of a termination of employment situation. But the reasons employees get terminated are legion. There's a lot of reasons why people get their employment terminated, and to be able to deal with that in the best way possible, to make sure that people receive their wages and then can address their needs, as I said, whether they have family or they're individuals, matters none, but they do need to support themselves in all cases. So, excuse me. That's one significant reason why I wanted to bring forward. The amendment makes it clear it will remove the 31-day period and insert that earnings must be paid either, and I read those two parts of this amendment out. I think the amendment still allows for what the minister says is the intent of the change that he wanted to bring forward, without allowing employers the ability to arbitrarily hold back pay simply because the legislation gives them the license to do so. For employers who pay only just once a month, this will apply to them. And there are many job situations in this province where that's the case, whether that be in agricultural situations, agricultural employment, or other places. I think the principle that we all agree probably to is that rapid payment once you're terminated is not a bad idea because it deals in a final way between the agreement that was there between the employer and employee, and it severs that relationship properly so that both can, particularly the employee, can go on and do other things as opposed to hanging out, figuratively to make sure that they get paid. This amendment will ensure that the legislation actually achieves what the minister says it does, and if the government, certainly it would be something I would hope would be supported. We will be bringing forward a number of other amendments that deal with other sections, but this section is something that, as the Leader of the Opposition was saying, matters most to low-income people who depend on paycheck to paycheck going forward. And there are a significant part of the population, employment population, that do that. We know that in Alberta, a very high number of Albertans have very little money in their bank accounts and do live on paycheck to paycheck. So for those Albertans, this amendment would be substantive and helpful. The number of Albertans who depend on paycheck to paycheck and who have as little as $200 remaining at the end of the month is far too many. And we know that Albertans live with the most debt in the country. Those things added together make for a risky situation for Albertans who are losing their employment. So anything that can be done to make sure that they are properly paid out as soon as they can be really assists not only those Albertans and their families, but it is something that's less expensive on our support systems in this province should those Albertans have to apply for any kind of support that's necessary to keep them in proper house and home. Far too many Albertans are in that situation, and we have to do a better job of making sure that they get back into employment as quickly as possible. So with the opportunity for themselves to get paid out, to have the monies they need to search for employment elsewhere, to use those funds to continue their quality of life so that they don't have to look and take time away from looking for employment to look for other means of support is probably some of the dominoes that occur if people aren't feeling like they're getting their due in terms of a quick payment out from work once they lose their employment. We, of course, know that there's far too many Albertans who are unemployed at this time, and that's a challenge for trying to get back into the workforce when there's a predominance of people who are looking for employment. The folks at the lower end of the scale don't have the luxury of looking through the classifieds for really jobs that need a lot of prerequisites in terms of education and skills. Oftentimes they're picking up jobs, and those jobs from the ones they pick up, they can be like on the cash corner in Calgary, and if they're working for that kind of pay, that's a different kind of employment contract, obviously, and they're paid on a daily basis. But and they're working for minimum wage. We need to do a better job in terms of the kinds of employment, the safety standards people have in those jobs, and this amendment is one that would, as I say, treat the workers like they were in positions, they were working, and for reasons their job was terminated, and they can get paid out on a more expeditious basis. So, Madam Speaker, with those kinds of thoughts in place, I just want to address a few more other things that are in this. Generally, I wanted to say that the consultation report that was done certainly talked a lot about areas around termination pay, which I've talked about. On youth unemployment, there was a great deal on that people weighed in on. Averaging agreements took up a great deal of the consultation report, as well as general holiday pay. And it would have been helpful to get that consultation report at an earlier stage so that those findings could be reviewed in relation to the amendments that were put together and brought forward. We want to, of course, always balance the needs of employers and employees, and our government brought forward a number of amendments to previous labor standards that hadn't been touched in a great deal of time. And we wanted to ensure that things like overtime, pay, averaging agreements, minimum wages, all of those were necessarily left for far too long, and they were worked on by the previous government. Lastly, just again to reinforce that the amendment that is before us right now, we believe it's in keeping with what the minister is wanting to do. We believe that it will assist employees upon termination to ensure they get their wages on an expeditious basis. It will remove the 31-day period in particular and insert the two clauses that we spoke to. We think it addresses the intent of the minister's change and will allow won't allow employers to arbitrarily hold back great sums of money that are legally owed to the person who has been terminated from their job. And with those kind of considerations, then I will, Madam Speaker, be winding up my comments so that they can be picked up by someone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on Amendment A1. If there are any others wishing to rise and join debate, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Amendment. Sorry, I forgot the number there. I know you just said it, but on Bill 32. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Millwoods for introducing this amendment. I think it's certainly something that is important and addresses some of the concerns that we had, and also I think some of the concerns that the minister indicated were his actual intention with this bill. I think that the leader spoke quite our leader, the official opposition leader, spoke quite eloquently on some of the concerns in terms of the impacts it would have on families, Mr. Chair, and welcome back. I think that certainly there is a important realization when we look at legislation and we look at what we intend to do, we look at what it actually says, and we look at how we can make it better as we move forward. And clearly, I don't fault the minister's intent here. I think the minister has an interest when he says we want to make sure that this is as reasonable for employers as possible. We don't want to, and I think they said it was $90 in some cases for employers to do these out-of-cycle paychecks. And I mean, okay, sure. So there is some restriction on employers here, but I think certainly this amendment actually captures what the minister is intending to say and removes that burden from the employer, right? Because the minister keeps saying in this place and outside as well that section 1 sub 3 will not allow an employer to keep the wages of a worker after termination for 31 days, right? And I think that the intention that the minister keeps talking about is to allow employers to wait until the next regular paycheck, and that is what would remove that $90 burden from employers. And this amendment makes that abundantly clear because the amendment says in subsection A, on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee. So if this is indeed the intent of the minister, if this is indeed actually what the minister means when he says that employers should find efficiencies by not going out of cycle for paychecks, if it's indeed the intention so that employers will not be holding back pay longer than one pay cycle, because some employees, of course, we know get paid weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever it is. That will vary from employer to employer and employee to employee. Then this removes that 31-day grace, which seems, in my opinion, I think in many people's opinion, excessive, and instead says it either has to be the normally scheduled pay that removes that redundancy, it removes the exception, or within the 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which a termination of employment occurs. And I think this basically gives the employer a couple options. It gives the employer the option to pay them out relatively quickly in terms of immediately or within those 10 days, or to say, well, you wouldn't normally be paid for another 2 weeks, it would be 14 days or 15 days, whatever it is your next pay cycle, so we'll pay you that on your normally scheduled paycheck. And I think those are some very reasonable things. I mean, these are employees who have already earned this money. Right, they've already worked the hours, they've already done the work, they've already put in the labor, whatever their employment may be, and they are owed this money. Right, like they are legally entitled to this money. It's not something that they're asking for in excess of their pay. It's not some sort of excessive termination or anything like that. It's simply that the money they've already worked for, at least on their next payday, or within 10 consecutive days, the employer should pay them that money. And I think that's a very reasonable ask. I think it actually captures what the minister has been saying in this place. I think if the government is actually true to their word and actually it believes in standing up for workers, if the government actually understands what the minister is saying, and if the government is actually being truthful when they talk about trying to make this both fair for employers and employees, they will find that this is a reasonable amendment. They will find that, in fact, this amendment enhances the clarity of the intent of the legislation. Because the legislation, as it currently stands, basically says employers have a blank check for 31 days to do whatever they want. They could pay them out on day 1, they could pay them on day 31. And that's where it's unreasonable, right? Because if the intention is to prevent these out-of-pay cycle paychecks, if the intention is to remove this $90 burden, which I think the leader of the opposition spoke quite eloquently to about how for those employees who have been terminated, that burden will likely be, for 60% of Albertans, well in excess of $90. When you start adding in late payment charges, when you start adding in missed rent, when you start adding in interest fees on credit cards, when you start adding in interest fees on lines of credit, whatever it is, or mortgage deferral interest, it turns out for many of these Albertans, it will be well in excess of $90. But if indeed we want to save these employers $90, and an employee, let's say, is regularly entitled to their pay every 2 weeks, then at that 2-week point, they should get their pay. I think that's a very reasonable approach to how we want to talk about employers and employees. I think this amendment actually specifies that it's that last regular day of employment on which the wage would have normally been paid, right? It actually specifies to say, well, we knew this termination was coming. We knew we were going to do this, and now we normally would pay you and we will pay you out all of the time that you've worked then, right? Like, and that would 100% remove this burden of the $90 penalty, or not penalty, but the administrative $90 penalty that the minister talked about and that the government is talking about, right? And that's pretty obvious, right? It's pretty obvious that the administrative burden comes from some sort of overhead in terms of applying these additional paychecks. I mean, of course, we know that in the majority of these cases, there are people dedicated to creating these paychecks, and that's their managing payroll, and I think that they should be able to expedite these payments for employees who have been terminated and need that money. But if it is indeed a burden, then they can do it on the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid, right? Like that's the intent. It should not have this excessive change, this excessive creation of paychecks. Right, because I believe, and the government is free to correct me if they're wrong, the burden comes from when HR payroll professionals have to go in and generate out-of-cycle paychecks, right? And that generates a number of costs. It can incur some labor costs. It can incur some printing costs, right? We know that the checks aren't free. We know there's different types of burdens that will be created. So instead of all of those burdens, let's just use the regularly scheduled payday. Right? Let's just use the regularly scheduled day, and that's actually what this minister has been saying. Right? The minister has actually been saying that this isn't designed to create a situation where employers can withhold pay for 31 days. It's not designed to create a situation where employers are not going to be paying out the wages that employees are entitled to, that have already worked for, that have already earned. It's not designed to allow up to a month, basically, for some employees to not have access to their funds that they've earned, and then have to do things like pay interest, pay late fees, pay deferral fees and interest, and all that terrible things, Madam Speaker, for money they're owed, in a time that basically is probably one of the most stressful times in an individual's life, right, when somebody's being terminated. So to meet the actual goal, to meet the actual intent of making this bill more fair for employers and employees, which is what this bill purports to do, is to enhance fairness. I think indeed it's really actually a pick your pockets bill, but the government wants to imply that it's about fairness. In the interest of fairness, then employers should do their work and ensure that money that is owed to employees is paid out on the regularly scheduled paydays, or within 10 days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of the employment occurs. Right? That's a very reasonable restriction. It's very fair because it's not this arbitrary holding, right? And the minister says the legislation is not about arbitrary holding. It's not about deciding suddenly that they want to hold it for 20 days, right? Because that would likely fall out of pay cycle, and that would incur that administrative burden, right? It would incur the $90 administrative burden. So if the minister's intent is actually not to allow employers to do this, and not have employers incur the administrative burden, it makes no sense to have this sort of blanket exemption, right? It doesn't make sense to have this blanket exemption of 31 days, because if the minister is correct, then there would be no need for this blanket exemption, right? Instead, we would actually say, well, let's do it on a regularly scheduled payday. And the employee should have the stability of knowing when the regularly scheduled payday is. We know many of these employees, for example, who are paid biweekly will also have their mortgages paid biweekly. They'll pay their mortgages to the bank biweekly, or they'll pay their rent monthly, or biweekly, whatever it is. They have the arrangement with their landlord or their bank. And we know that's going to be the case, that likely they will choose a situation that lines up with their paycheck, right? So if your mortgage is biweekly, then you'll probably get paid biweekly. If your mortgage is monthly, you'll probably get paid monthly. And that's just a situation that many Albertans and families will choose because it makes sense for them and financially, right? It makes sense and it's logical in terms of processing your cash flow. Right? The cash flow in your accounts when the day it comes in is when a lot of those expenses go on. And that's a very reasonable approach for many families. And what we're saying is these families and these employees who are terminated should have the stability to know that that pay period on which they would normally have been paid anyways, that would no longer have this $90 administrative burden, because if you're running a payroll for a company and everyone gets paid on the same day, you're processing all these paychecks anyways, and you're going in as an HR professional or a payroll professional and going in and processing this large array of paychecks for all your employees anyways, then there's no administrative burden. Right? There's no additional burden because you'd be going into whatever software you use, like SAP or Intuit, whatever it is. You would go in and you would run off the payroll for everybody, just like that, right? Like, and yes, there's some work involved, but it's work that you would normally be doing. You would normally already be going in and doing payroll for all the rest of your employees. Right? And that's actually, I think, the intent of what this minister is talking about, right? The minister has said time and time again this is not intended to allow this arbitrary withholding period. Instead, it's designed to remove this approximately $90 burden on businesses, right? And that's what it's designed to do. So if that is indeed the case, then when employers are already doing that work, when employers are already processing all this payroll, when employers have already decided to terminate, then they should be able to include that last payment, right? They should be able to include. The money that's owed. I think that's very fair. I think it's very interesting that the legislation doesn't say that, right? I think that when we talk about what we do in this place, when we talk about legislation, when we talk about bills, and we talk about making our bills that try to restore fairness in this case to workplaces, when we talk about how we want to fix legislation, as it were, we want to make it abundantly clear what the cases are going to be for employers, right? We want to make it very clear and specific for employers and employees, because it is going to be difficult when you look at it and say, why is there this arbitrary 31-day withholding period? Why is there this giant withholding period in which employers can choose not to pay? And it doesn't make any sense, right? There's no stated actual rationale from the government for the 31 days. The rationale from the government for the 31 days has been to not have the withholding period cause this undue administrative burden that falls out of payroll cycle. So that's what this amendment does. It says we actually clarify that. We actually make it more plain language. We actually put the intent into the legislation. So I think this amendment is very reasoned. I think it's very reasoned because we can see that when the government talks about some of these issues, and when the government speaks about how employers and employees should act reasonably within these changes and should act reasonably around termination, then it becomes very clear that this is that reasonably, right? This captures what the minister means when he says reasonably, right? It captures what the intent is when we move forward. So, I mean, I think the concern that we have had from the beginning with this section, and I think I've spoken to it in this place, and I know many of my colleagues have spoken to it in this place as well, was that there's an arbitrary holdback period, right? Was that employers who are already being given in this bill some significant powers, including the ability to remove averaging agreements with averaging arrangements, including the ability to essentially arbitrarily remove overtime for employees. I think that employers who are already having the scales tipped in their favor quite significantly by this bill, I think we should give them guidance through the legislation and perhaps some, in this case, rules through the legislation to define and to say, what does reasonable mean? What does it mean when we say you can withhold the pay for some amount of time? What does that mean in terms of we want to make sure you don't have an administrative burden, the $90 administrative burden, but also that you have the employers are treated fairly, or employees are treated fairly with respect to the legislation. Because I think when we look at the bill in its entirety, and I don't think even with this amendment we would be able to support the bill in its entirety. I think the bill has a number of quite negative aspects. I think the bill quite clearly is an attack on workers' rights. I think the bill quite clearly takes away the ability of workers to have a voice and makes this an unfair labor legislation and creates an unfair dynamic in many workplaces, particularly around the averaging arrangements and averaging agreements, particularly when employers can essentially take away your right to overtime, particularly when employers can decide that you can work an arbitrary amount of hours but not have but not be given the overtime, and you wouldn't even be able to appeal that with the Employment Standards Board, because the appeal period is only 6 months and the arrangement can be in place for up to a year, particularly when all of this is coming in as in the entirety of the bill. When we look at that and then say, well, this part is about administration. This part isn't about actually what the dynamic should be between employer and employee. This part isn't about the scales being tipped one way or the other. It's not about partisan talking points. It's not about what we believe employers or employees should have in terms of rights and workers' rights. It's actually about making and reducing the red tape and making this efficient. Well, if that's actually the case, if it's actually the case that the minister wants to remove the red tape and make this more efficient and wants to provide clarity for employers and employees on what that means, I think it's pretty clear that we should be telling them that it is intended not to allow you to pay out of pay cycle, to allow you to make those regular payments during the regularly scheduled payroll, or failing that within a reasonably prompt amount of time, which in this case is 10 consecutive days. Right? I think those are all very reasonable approaches. I think it's pretty clear that the minister in this section, through what he said in this place and what he said in public, isn't intending to use this to allow workers to not have access to their pay, to allow employers to withhold their pay for 31 days, right? That's not the intent of the minister. The minister's made it very clear that that's not what he wants. He doesn't want employers holding back pay for 31 days. He wants employers to pay it on a normally scheduled payroll so that there is less burden. Because if an employer withheld the pay for 31 days and that was an out of payroll cycle day, it would suddenly become actually more, that $90 would happen again, right? Like it would become more administratively burdensome. It would incur costs, additional costs for the employer. So the minister has made it very clear in this place that that's actually fundamentally what he agrees with. And I think basically we're saying with this amendment, what my colleague, the member for Edmonton, Mill Woods, is saying with this amendment is that we agree that there can be some efficiencies in this. There can be some chances to make this work, but it would mean that we should direct employers through legislation that they would have to do it on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee, so that you wouldn't withhold it, let's say, 2 pay periods. If you're being paid bi-weekly, it may happen that your pay period was 2 pay periods away. So you wouldn't be withholding it for an undue amount of time. I think that's a very fair assessment, that employers shouldn't be withholding money for an undue amount of time, that employers shouldn't be withholding money that is earned by employees for an excessive amount of time. And what is not excessive is when you are already going to be doing the next payroll, right? When you are already going to be doing a significant amount of work on this, and when you're already going to be doing a lot of administrative work around this. And we know, and even in this place or other companies as well, private corporations, we know payroll for the accounting departments and HR departments is often a very busy time, right? We know it's a lot of work. And that's why the minister has come up with this $90 number as an administrative burden. But all this work happens on a regular schedule, right? All this work does happen regularly. And it's at that regularity that we think employers shouldn't have the choice whether they should do it in the first payroll or the second one, right? We shouldn't be withholding the payroll because 60% of Albertans will not be able to pay their bills if they miss a pay cycle, right? Like, that's the reality we're dealing with here, right? 60% of Albertans will not be able to pay their bills. So
thank you.
That's what we're hoping for.
On Amendment A1, I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to rise on Amendment A1. I just want to point out a couple things. It's quite concerning to me what appears to be either a misunderstanding of how the opposition has prepared this amendment, or maybe it is another one of the NDP's secret plans to try to backdoor something through the legislature. But the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwood's amendment, which has been moved by the Member for Edmonton South, who just spoke about it in length, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, would actually make it longer for employees to get paid. So if it is the NDP's secret plan to come in the legislature and try to change Bill 32 to make it that employees would have to wait 40 days to get paid, then I would suggest that members of the Assembly support this amendment. However, I will intend to stand with the minister to make sure employees get paid in a reasonable period of time, not 40 days, Mr. Chair, and I hope that all members of the chamber will support that. I don't know what exactly is going on with the NDP and the official opposition here, Mr. Chair, if they're struggling to write their amendments. The other day, the honourable member from Edmonton to Core brought an amendment into the House in which he said that he was trying to stop us being able to let non-Albertans, but still Canadians from other provinces, be able to purchase grazing leases or land inside the province of Alberta. Part of the work that we've been doing, in particular the Honourable Premier, in regards to intertrade barriers between our provinces. And that member was bringing in an amendment to try to stop that from taking place. But his amendment, I assume accidentally, if it had been passed, it would have allowed foreigners to not have any rules when it came to purchasing land inside the province of Alberta. It would have just disbanded, by accident, I guess, all the rules around foreign investment on land ownership inside the province of Alberta. Writing amendments takes a little bit of work, Mr. Chair, and I do suggest that the NDP is serious about it. They should take some time to make sure they get it right. And for all members of the House here, that you need to pay very particular attention to the NDP's amendments, because either they're trying to secretly do things like make employees wait 40 days for their paychecks, or allow foreigners to buy land inside Canada with no, or inside Alberta with no rules, or they just can't write an amendment. They just like they can't show up for work, Mr. Chair. So I would suggest to the NDP that they take some time to make sure they know what they're doing if they're going to move amendments inside the chamber, and certainly to all members to vote this amendment down, or employees are going to be waiting 40 days underneath the NDP's plan to get paid, which is shameful.
I see the honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud has risen for a debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in Committee of the Whole on Bill 32 with respect to Amendment A1. And in particular, I think it is important that we do look carefully at the wording of the amendment as compared to the bill that was introduced by the government. And in particular, I'd like to address some of the comments made by the government House Leader, which reflects, I believe, a misunderstanding and a misreading of the amendment and of the bill that is before the committee today for discussion. In particular, what was proposed by I think, well, let's begin actually with the existing Employment Standards Code, Mr. Chair. In particular, the existing Employment Standard Code sets out that there are two options with respect to when an employee is paid their termination pay once that employment relationship is terminated. So under Section 9 of the 9 sub 1 of the existing Employment Standards Code, it says that the employer must pay the employee's earnings not later than 3 consecutive days after the last day of employment. The other option is under Section 10 subsection 2, which talks about when the employee themselves is the one who terminates the employment relationship. And in that case, the existing Employment Standards Code sets out that the employer must pay the employee's earnings not later than 10 consecutive days after the last day of employment. Now, that's the existing codified provisions of the Employment Standards Code. What is proposed under Bill 32, the government's Bill 32, is to repeal those sections and to set out a new timeline. Specifically, it makes no distinction under Bill 32 as to who terminates the employment relationship, and it gives full discretion to the employer to determine when employment or termination pay would be paid out. And it provides two options, and of course, the employer is going to make that determination largely based on which saves them the most money and which is most convenient and most preferable to the employer. And now the options are, under Bill 32, that when an employee's employment terminates, the employer must pay the employee's earnings within whichever of the following periods the employer chooses. A, 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs, or B, 31 consecutive days after the last day of employment. So what that essentially means is that, an employee who gets paid on a monthly or bi-weekly, let's say, pay period, if they are terminated before the end of their existing pay period, let's say it's a 2-week pay period, they can get paid either 10 consecutive days after that pay period ends, or 31 consecutive days after the last day of employment. So what we see brought forward in Amendment A1, Mr. Chair, is that there are limitations, of course, within the parliamentary procedure, as many people know, with respect to what kinds of amendments can be proposed. Let's be clear. I think the members of the opposition have spoken spoken very clearly that we do not support what's in Bill 32 right now with respect to the changes. Our preference, of course, because we believe it protects the rights of employees to have access to their earnings in a timely fashion, is what's currently in the Employment Standards Code. But of course, as an amendment to a bill, it's not permissible to simply say we scratch out these sections of the proposed bill, but we still have to work within the parameters because we can't nullify the intent, essentially, of the government through an amendment. So certainly, again, we put on the record that our preference and what we believe protects the employees' rights and what should be preserved is what's currently in sections 9 and 10 of the Employment Standards Code. But we have to deal with the bill that's before us and what's been proposed. And so the amendment that's before us today in A1 actually mirrors, to one extent, the provision that the government put forward, which is that the amendment A1 states that an employer may choose to pay within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs. And this, Mr. Chair, seems to be the provision that it's hard to completely follow the logic or reasoning of the government House Leader, but it seems to be that he believes that section allows for somebody to get paid 40 days after their end of their term, their employment, which is interesting because it's actually pretty much similar to what they've proposed. So if he's so outraged by that provision, you would think that he would actually not support what's currently in Bill 32, and specifically within Bill 32, Section 3, Sub 2, Sub A, which is pretty much precisely the same wording. Although I will clarify that Bill 32 says get paid 10 days after the end of the pay period, whereas what we propose here is within 10 consecutive days. So certainly it actually allows for an employee to get paid their termination pay earlier because it's within the 10 days as opposed to after. But most importantly, Mr. Chair, the reason why we're bringing forward this provision is to address what we think is the most glaring problem with respect to Bill 32 on this provision. There's many glaring problems within Bill 32, but I will speak specifically to this amendment, is that it allows for, under Bill 32, that an employer may pay an employee their termination pay 31 consecutive days after the last day of employment. So it's not related at all to the pay period of that employee, but 31 days after the last day of employment. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, Mr. Chair, that an employee gets paid twice a month. They get paid on the 1st of the month, they get paid on the 15th of the month. So let's say their employment terminates on the 16th. This now allows the employer to pay them a full 31 days after their last day of employment, so well into the next month, when really they should have another pay period coming up, which would be the 1st of the next month. But instead, this provision allows the employer to choose to delay paying that employee even though they have a pay period that's coming up. And it's actually should not be any burden on the payroll system of an employer to be able to pay, if they've got regular pay periods, why wouldn't they be able to pay that employee on the 1st of the month? But no, it actually allows the employer to choose to delay that individual, that employee's wages rightfully earned by that individual for a full 31 days. So that is why, Mr. Chair, our proposed amendment says that we basically are eliminating that, because we think that is fundamentally unfair to delay to pay an employee the wages to which they're entitled 31 days after their last day of employment. And certainly, actually, a more egregious example would certainly be if that employee terminated on the 30th of the month and, again, had to wait a full month before they would get their pay, even though, again, a pay period is right there. So that's why we proposed in our amendment that the employer can choose between that within 10 consecutive days after the end of the pay period in which the termination of employment occurs, or on the day following the last day of employment on which wages would normally have been paid to the employee. So again, Mr. Speaker, a fundamental misunderstanding by the government House Leader of the amendment, and fundamentally, actually, of the bill that's been put forward by the government, which is surprising. But I'm assuming that that's part of the plan here is to sort of obfuscate the realities of what's being put forward. I think that's probably why we're also debating these bills in the cover of darkness in the middle of the night, when a lot of Albertans are not paying attention. But we believe on this side of the House, Mr. Chair, that it is important to give light to these issues and to talk about fairness. And on that note, Mr. Chair, I'd like to actually begin, I've already been speaking for some time. I would like to continue talking about really, when we're looking at the employee-employer relationship, is fundamentally recognized within employment standards law, or employment law, labor law, contract law, that there is an imbalance between an employer and employee. That's existed from the beginning of time, because obviously the dependency and vulnerability of workers is much greater than it is on employers with respect to that relationship. An individual needs to work much more than potentially an employer needs to hire that specific individual, because that employer could likely go find another person to work that job, whereas that person who's seeking that employment is depending on it. So there's always been, and the law recognizes it, that there's always been that imbalance between employees and employers. And that's why we have such things as labor standards. That's why we have employment standards code. That's why we have occupational health and safety provisions, is to manage that imbalance and to provide individuals who often don't have the bargaining and negotiating power vis-a-vis an employer, particularly a big employer, those that are part of big corporations. An individual employee often does not have a lot of opportunity to really negotiate in a fair way the terms and conditions of their employment. So when we look at the Employment Standards Code, what we're really seeing is, and it's again a fundamental aspect of employment law, is that the Employment Standards Code provisions we're talking about are bare minimums. They are the requirements that employers cannot go below and employees cannot go below. They are certainly, an employee may negotiate a more beneficial relationship or a more balanced employment contract. And certainly we know that there are employment contracts that exist that provide more generous protections, more generous provisions than what's in the Employment Standards Code. But the reason why we have the Employment Standards Code is because we recognize that individuals often don't have that negotiating power. And in particular, Mr. Chair, and it's been raised by a number of my colleagues already, and I will raise it again as well, we know that those Albertans, those Canadians, workers who are the most vulnerable, who are working for the lowest paying jobs, usually do not have the opportunity at all to negotiate the terms and conditions of their employment. And usually the Employment Standards Code is the one that applies. And that certainly has borne out in my work in the past in employment standards and employment law, is that we know that for the vast majority of workers, particularly those on minimum wage, for example, they don't ever sign an employment contract. They don't have an employment contract that they can even negotiate. If they do have a contract, it's usually just a signature saying that they agree maybe to the Employment Standards Code, which would be applicable even if they didn't sign it. There's not an opportunity to say, I want to negotiate some fairness around when I'm paid my own wages should this employment relationship terminate. That opportunity does not exist for most people when they go into the workplace, when they get hired to go work for an employer. They are dependent upon the basic minimum provisions that are in the Employment Standards Code. And I want to highlight again that when we're talking about, for example, minimum wage employees, although certainly I want to highlight there are many, many Albertans particularly who work for higher than minimum wage who still don't have access to an employment contract that they can negotiate one-on-one with their employer. They're still subject to the minimum standards of the, and only subject to the minimum standards set out in the Employment Standards Code. But when we're talking about minimum wage employees too, we have to talk about who those people are. Those people, we know, are 2/3 of them are women. Many of those women are single parents. Many minimum wage workers are new Canadians, newcomers to Alberta, newcomers to Canada, who again, strongly disadvantaged and not able to negotiate the terms and conditions in their employment. And therefore also more vulnerable to what may seem like small, minuscule changes, more subject to have their lives actually impacted by changes that seem to be just administrative. They seem to be minor, but in the impact on those people's lives are actually the opposite of minor, Mr. Chair. They actually have a significant impact. And so when we're talking about paying, when you pay out an employee who's been terminated, their own money, their own dollars, while that may not seem like a lot of money to the employer, to the employee, it's a significant amount. Now, we know that when this bill was introduced, we raised concerns with respect to this provision right from the beginning. And we know that the Minister of Labour and Employment said, "Oh, this is a small administrative change to help employers with payroll costs. It will save them, roughly $100 million a year." And we later heard that broke down to, from the spokesperson for the minister, said that works out to an average of $91 per employer that it would save, and that works out, Mr. Chair, to over 1 million Albertans that this government seems to be counting on being terminated in the upcoming year. Now, while we are certainly in very grim circumstances with respect to the economy and jobs, I am not sure that this government counting on 1 million Albertans losing their jobs shows a lot of confidence in the strategies and the choices that they've made to create jobs when they're counting on over 1 million Albertans losing their job in the upcoming year. And that's a really sad state of affair, and shows that they don't seem to have confidence in their own strategies. Now, to be fair, Mr. Chair, I can't say that I have much confidence in the strategies that they've chosen thus far to create jobs. Certainly well before the pandemic and well before the drop in oil prices, this government chose to make a significant cut to the corporate income tax rate for the purpose of apparently creating jobs. And yet we know, all Albertans know, even before the pandemic, even before the drop in oil prices in March, we know that this government had lost 50,000 jobs in Alberta. So certainly the drop in the corporate income tax had not created any jobs, but it also certainly is not creating any now, and we're in a much more dire circumstance. And I think, Mr. Chair, one of my big concerns, and I've been raising this particularly over the last few weeks, when we see the government continue to pursue this legislative agenda that seems to be divorced from the reality of what most average Albertans are living every day. So while I think it's incredibly petty and short-sighted to make changes to termination pay, even before the pandemic and the drop in oil prices, to simply ignore the reality that so many Albertans are facing right now, when more than ever we know that more Albertans are facing terminations, are facing layoffs, and to ignore that reality and still push forward with an agenda that will make it more challenging for people who are vulnerable and counting on their pay to be provided in a timely fashion, as is their right to expect, to push forward with making that harder, making life harder for vulnerable Albertans, and to fail to acknowledge that the number of Albertans who are vulnerable to these fluctuations has grown exponentially, particularly because of the pandemic, particularly because of the drop in oil prices. To continue ahead with this agenda is not only petty, but it's short-sighted. It continues to remove the focus from the everyday Albertans who are living this reality, and to not pause and say, you know what, is this the best measure to take forward right now at this time, given what's going on? That's the thing that I quite possibly have the most concern about, Mr. Chair, that we're going forward with these changes when we know that more and more Albertans are being affected by these kinds of changes, because that's the reality. And the honourable leader of the official opposition spoke very eloquently, as she usually and always does, about how well, she talked about the survey that was done of Albertans, where it said that 60% of Albertans are $200 away from not being able to make their monthly payments. And that should give us all great concern and great pause. We know that is the harsh reality of the environment that we're living in right now. But to then go forward with what seems like small changes, but are really could have profound impacts by telling people you're not going to get your pay, which you are entitled to, for more than 31 days. So your ability to pay your bills is absolutely jeopardized. Your ability to, and if you have to make those fixed payments on things, to put families in a position where they're choosing between, for that month, do I pay the rent or do I buy food? Do I buy the bus pass? Or do I pay my utility bills? And the consequences for failing to pay those things on time often then snowball, right? Because late costs and interest starts getting accumulated. So it becomes a hole that becomes more challenging for individuals to dig themselves out of. So what we're talking about here is a small change that could actually be the tipping point for so many Albertans to then spiral into some real fundamental challenges to being able to stay ahead, to being able to even just break even, not even stay ahead, Mr. Chair, but honestly just to be able to make their payments. And again, the most vulnerable and lowest paid Albertans are the ones who are already struggling to make those bill payments. And to just say simply, you know, we're trying to save employers $91 per employee in payroll costs, when the cost to that individual and the cost to their ability to make ends meet, to take care of their family can be significantly impacted, is short-sighted. And while we appreciate that we have limited ability to simply say we believe this provision in Bill 32 should be struck out, because again, Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight that that's what we think is the fairest option for Albertans, is actually to remove this provision, but we're not able to do that. What we can do is propose amendments that doesn't completely undermine the intent of the government's bill. So that is why we've come forward to say, at a minimum, we should not be going forward with a change that delays people getting paid their salary, their wages within 31 days. And let's be clear, in this climate that we're in right now, you know, sometimes termination is thought of, in the context of a bad employee or an employee that's not performing, and that's why termination occurs. And that's absolutely, certainly these days, not the case. We know the numbers of Albertans who are being laid off and who are being terminated has nothing to do with performance, has nothing to do with their performance of their work and their ability to do their work. It has to do with the economic climate that we're in. And if we're going to recognize that the economic climate does create additional challenges for employers to meet their costs, we also have to be looking at the ability of individual Albertans to be able to meet their costs as well. And this is a small change that will could potentially have a very big impact on the day-to-day lives of so many Albertans. And the other thing I'll mention, Mr. Chair, is that as somebody who has worked with employees and employers during a termination, one of the reasons why we have short time periods within legislation, employment standards codes, for paying out individuals once the employment relation is terminated is because it's in the best interests of all parties that relationship be terminated once the decision has been made, to be done as quickly and as cleanly, and to not be dragged out for as long as possible, because there's often, of course, during a termination, incredible mistrust. If it wasn't there before, it's certainly created after a termination. There could be hard feelings, and one of the things that I know, I counseled my clients when, and I worked on behalf of employers, was to say, you want to make that relationship, pay off what you owe as quickly as possible, sever that relationship as cleanly as possible, because the bad feelings that can exist during an employment termination, fulfill your obligations and do it quickly and efficiently.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on A1? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity at this bright time of 12:15 a.m. in the morning to speak around broadly Bill 32, but of course more specifically to the Amendment A1 around striking out Section 1.3 and adding some other language. And it's been interesting so far yet this evening, Mr. Chair. I think my colleagues have spoken quite clearly around the language that's being proposed here. But more specifically, Mr. Chair, I can't help to think back to my experience that I've seen over the years in my own workplace. I spent, 26 and a half years at Lucerne Foods, a great portion of that as a shop steward for my coworkers, and even as a relief rep for my union, UFCW Local 401. And I can say that over the course of that time, I saw employees come, I saw employees go. Terminations, of course, are never a fun thing. And, to be quite honest, I've seen a lot of different reasons over the course of the years for why terminations might occur. And I have to say, when I look at the and I suppose I should also add, Mr. Chair, that I've even had the opportunity to see entire departments shut down as well over the course of that time. And so I've never, ever seen the amount of terminations that could be potentially suggested here from the government side. We've heard that this proposed change in Bill 32 would save employers up to $100 million, which breaks down to about $91 per termination. And so I can't help but think, Mr. Chair, how many people is the government expecting to get terminated over the next little while? Unless there's some plan, maybe within public sector jobs, to terminate a significant number of people. Because as some of my colleagues have pointed out, we're talking about, to save that $100 million, in around 1 million people. And so I can't help but start to jump to conclusions that there's going to be some significant layoffs coming, as maybe has been suggested in the past. And so, Mr. Chair, I guess as a whole, Bill 32, as written right now, I am very much against it. And to use some of the language that I used to hear from members of the government front bench and members of the government caucus in the 29th legislature, I think we have a piece of bad legislation here, with the exception of maybe one part which throws a bone, I think, to the building trades. And I think it's only a bone. It doesn't actually even really have any meat on it, but a bone. And so the amendment that we have here before us right now, I think, attempts to try to make this piece specifically of bad legislation maybe a little less bad. And like I said, the members of the front bench and caucus from the 29th will remember over and over again talking that exact language. And so I can't help but think, and some of my colleagues have already mentioned this, and I think about some of the people that live in Edmonton Decor and some of the means they have, and the fact that, we're seeing numbers where people are about $200 or so away at the end of every month from being able to pay their bills. And that's just their basic bills. So to see when a termination does occur, I bet for multiple different reasons, the bottom line, and I know the leader of the official opposition pointed this out, any monies owing at that point are for hours already worked. So it doesn't matter at that point what the reasons are for the termination. Those are owed to the people. And I think my colleague from Edmonton Whitemud said it very well. I think most employers are looking to sever that relationship as quickly as possible. Because unfortunately, the employment has become untenable for them, and they need to dismiss the employee. But to sit here and say we're going to save the employer $91, the only time I remember multiple employees being terminated at any given time, because I found myself at times where Lucerne Ice Cream was located, the two warehouses on either side, because Lucerne was owned by Canada Safeway, which of course was largely owned by Safeway Incorporated out of the United States. And so I can remember as a shop steward being pulled on either side of the warehouses, just because at particular times they might not have had a shop steward available, and because of my work as a relief rep, I was able to step in. And so I think the largest termination I ever remember seeing at one given time was 3 people. 3 people at one time. And so, I mean, to say that that's going to be a burden on a company as large, at least back then, as Safeway, I think is preposterous, quite honestly, Mr. Chair. And so with this amendment, we have the ability to try to take a section of Bill 32, bad legislation, make it maybe just a little less bad. I'd like to see it just completely removed, what's being suggested here. You know, because when you look at the title in general, this restoring balance is ridiculous. I remember at the time, you know, before even getting the opportunity to serve the residents of Edmonton Decor in this chamber, Alberta had some of the worst labor legislation in the country. Not a very great title to claim you have. And so the changes that have been brought forward simply brought us to a mainstream or an average across the country. We were just average. We weren't trying to be leading. We were just average. And so when we look at the changes in 32, like more specifically around the amendment, is taking things backwards. And it's placing Albertans at a very great disadvantage. I find that interesting, considering, you know, we've heard the government talk about how, you know, they've got the backs of Albertans. They're trying to make their lives better. Well, so how are you going to make their lives better when some of them are $200 away or less from not being able to pay their bills? And, you know, Mr. Chair, I'm sure just like me, there's been times where we've made a mistake and a payment went awry and you got charged a penalty for that. You know, something was supposed to come out of your account and you get charged $45 NSF fee. It happens. And so when you look at these Albertans who are working minimum wage jobs, and sometimes they're working 2 or 3 because their rent is really high, their insurance now is even going up a lot more, and they're trying, you know, they're going to be paying more for schooling for their kids. That delay in payment quickly snowballs in a very large hurry. And I can remember, you know, a time back in my youth, which of course was a very, very long time ago, where I found myself in that situation where, because I made an incorrect decision at a time and had a payment go awry, it snowballed on me very, very quickly, because I was making minimum wage at that time. And minimum wage back then was very different than minimum wage today. But then expenses back then were a lot different than they are today. And my gosh, Mr. Chair, I remember paying my half of the rent in my apartment with my roommate at the time, $250. I don't think there's any rent anywhere in the country now that is low as that. And so when we're asking employees to wait such a significant amount of time, we are placing them at financial risk. That is exactly what this Bill 32 and this section is proposing. And we're crossing our fingers and we're hoping that until they get paid those final wages, that things won't go wrong. And once they do, and things start to snowball, well, quite honestly, we start paying people that are going to have to start to rely on government services to try to crawl out of the hole, which is just simply costing taxpayers money. If we want to be fiscally responsible, then we shouldn't be placing people at risk to have that happen. And so the amendment here that we have will mitigate that a little bit. Again, I don't agree with the entire section at all, but at least the amendment will make it a little less bad. So it would seem to make sense that we should support this amendment unless there's some other plan that we're not being told about. Because it seems like a significant number of people are about to lose their jobs. That's the only thing I can think of by what is being proposed, so that we're going to be able to save employers this $100 million. That's all that comes to mind, Mr. Chair, because experience from the past has told me that unless an entire department, and I've seen that happen, Mr. Speaker, with Safeway, where they've shut down an entire department. But even back then, I think the most that people that lost their jobs at the time were a few hundred. But for a corporation like Safeway at the time, you know, they looked at it and they just said, well, it made more financial sense to shut it down. And they really weren't too concerned about the employees that worked there. So I'm wondering who the Minister of Labour talked to about this, that these companies are poised to be able to save a significant number of dollars by implementing the changes in this one section of Bill 32. So I'm hoping that members opposite, maybe I guess we'll see the light. I'm not necessarily going to hold my breath here, but it's my hope that they'll understand the risk that could be proposed for my constituents, and I'm betting probably some of their constituents as well, who find themselves at minimum wage jobs, unless of course you're 17 and now you're making probably $2 an hour less than that, which was funny because, Mr. Chair, I remember talking to a bunch of students, 26 schools now in my area, and listening to 17-year-olds say to me, I work on this shift, there's 5 of us on shift, and 3 of us are going to make $2 an hour less. But for some reason, I just don't see my boss magically hiring a 6th, because only 5 of us need to do the work. There's not magically going to be a 6th one. And so, if those individuals are poised to lose their jobs, I don't see how this change is going to make the lives of Albertans better. I don't see how this change is going to put them in a position that they won't have to worry if they lose their job. So I find this confusing. My hope is that we will see a change of heart. And the members opposite will look at this amendment A1 and will realize what we're trying to accomplish here. We'll see it in a favorable light, and we'll get an opportunity to put this in. And of course, there's many other aspects of Bill 32 that we have yet to talk about, which I think are going to need some significant changes. But at the very least, for now, for the sakes of $91 per termination, let's not put people at risk of losing their car, losing their apartments, maybe not being able to pay their insurance, to be able to go and find that next job. Like I said, I understand terminations happen for a reason. I've sat in on a lot of them. They're not fun. It's not pleasant for either side. Doesn't matter whether it's the employee or the employer. But we have an opportunity here with which to make things, as members opposite would say, a little less bad. So I look forward to what others have to say. And for the moment, I will take my seat and see what happens.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
Chair, I move we adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020, when the committee rises. Is the House agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Committee of the Whole now has under consideration Bill number 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions? Are we on an amendment? Okay. Or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill at this time? I see the Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Now, this bill will make changes which are essential to enable us to move forward with improving our public health care system. Bill 30 will also ensure that we can modernize our health legislation to make the system more transparent and more effective, both for the people and families who need care and for the caring and dedicated professionals who provide that care. Now, related to transparency, Mr. Chair, I'd like now to take this opportunity to introduce an amendment to the bill, and I'll be tabling the requisite number of copies. I assume that this will be labeled or numbered A1, Mr. Chair?
This will be labeled or referred to as A1. Just let me take a quick look at it.
Sure.
And it looks like it's there, the original. Perfect, yeah. And then a couple of copies there. It's a little long, so what I will say is there will be obviously copies going to opposing and the opposition government house leader and our government house, the UCP government house leader as well. And then there will be copies on the tables at the doors. And if anybody does want one right now, just raise your hand and it will be brought to you. If the Honourable Minister of Health could please continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Government Amendment A1 to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. These changes will impact the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act. We're already debating this act as part of the larger proposed amendments under Bill 30. The amendment I'm proposing today will add necessary provisions to allow for government to disclose payments made to practitioners under the Act for publicly funded healthcare services. This will increase transparency and accountability for these payments. Practitioners under the Act include physicians, podiatrists, dentists, dental surgeons. As a first step, we'll be disclosing payments to physicians. Now, this is not new in Canada. BC currently publishes payments to practitioners as part of the financial statement of their Ministry of Health. New Brunswick and Manitoba, they also publish payments to medical practitioners. And there's disclosure in Ontario as well through the media. And Newfoundland has recently announced plans to add physicians to its existing disclosure. So disclosure is already being done in provinces where the majority of Canadians live. Now, I want to be clear that this is not the same as disclosure under the Public Sector Compensation Transparency Act. We recognize that practitioners, including physicians, are independent and run their clinics as private businesses. Physicians are not employees and are not paid salaries. They are approximately 11,000 independent contractors throughout the province. And this is exactly why we're proposing this amendment under the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act. We know that physicians and the Alberta Medical Association have concerns that billing disclosure will not accurately represent take-home pay. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, I think it's important for Albertans to have the facts on an expenditure that accounts for 10% of the province's operational spending.
We're committed to working with the AMA, the Alberta Medical Association, once the legislation is in place, to discuss the scope of the disclosure, how overhead could be reflected, as well as an exemption process based on safety. Now, we remain open to any and all suggestions on what to include in that disclosure. Our intention is to create the most comprehensive disclosure in Canada, to add to Albertans' understanding of the important work physicians do and how we support our publicly funded health system. Today's amendment builds on others already proposed for the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act in Bill 30 to increase transparency in how much physicians are paid, as well as giving physicians more choice in how they are paid. As we've said, we believe Alberta doctors should be among the best paid physicians in Canada. These amendments do nothing to change that view, but we also need to have a sustainable healthcare system, a sustainable payment model as well. Healthcare is one of government's largest expenses. Albertans deserve to know how these dollars are being used. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to building a more responsive health system that puts patients and their families at the center of everything we do. This proposed amendment to the Health Statutes Amendment Act will help us increase transparency and accountability in the healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is A1. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm. So I find it interesting that, you know, this bill has been introduced into the legislature for a period of time, but that it's a pretty significant piece of legislation. It's quite large, and it impacts a lot of different areas. And this is something that the government has been speaking quite a lot about in regards to how it's going to redo the healthcare system, and it's going to cost, and it's going to save money, and it's going to do all of these things. And yet here we are with an amendment from a government bill by the government, which just doesn't make sense. You would think that this would have been a conversation that would have happened when the government first drafted this piece of legislation. And of course, we know why this amendment is here and why it is that the government didn't consider this when they drafted Bill 30. And that is because this is a continuation of this health minister and this government's attack on our doctors. They continue to try to undermine the very health professionals who have been standing up on our front lines over the last few months dealing with COVID and turning this into an ongoing fight to the point where we actually know that doctors are leaving the province because of the way that this government has decided to treat them. What I don't see in this amendment, and of course we've just received it, is any conversation around disclosure of the fact of how much it actually costs medical professionals to run their businesses. So what I see here is that the government wants to take an arbitrary number of what the doctors are billing and not remove the cost of paying for staff, the cost of paying for rental facilities where they are running their business, equipment requirements, the requirements for PPEs given COVID, and all of the other expenses that come out of a medical professional, a doctor, providing supports. So what this will do is allow the government to inflate the numbers to say that this is what doctors are making, when in fact, what we know is that the majority of the billing that doctors make, or doctors do provide to the government and are paid out, are not the actual numbers that they are taking home. They're not their actual salaries that they're taking home. What we do know is that for the percentage of the money that they are billing the government, they are paying rent, and they're paying for their staff, and they're paying a variety of different costs that is not reflected in this amendment or in the bill. So it isn't a true number in the context of what a doctor is actually making. So are we saying now that doctors are going to be on a sunshine list based on their bills and what they're actually charging the minister? Or are they going to be true numbers where it says this is how much the rent is, this is how much the staff are being compensated, these are all of their costs, and then this is what our medical professionals are actually being paid? It's not clear, and maybe it isn't. I mean, the Honourable Minister could stand up and clarify that for sure. That would be great, given the fact we just received this amendment. But I think, again, this speaks to the fact that even, prior to the minister becoming the Minister of Health, he was clearly on social media talking about the fact that he thought doctors should actually be paid more, and that he recognized that that doctors have all of these other expenses outside of what they are actually being compensated as individuals. And very clearly, I mean, we've seen it on social media. We've seen the tweet. It circles around quite often, actually, about the health minister saying that he thinks that doctors deserved more. The tone's definitely changed since then. And now it's become so adversarial that none of our doctors even want to stay in the province. And in fact, we also know that on the Alberta website, there are many job postings for doctors. I mean, very clearly, we've seen what's going on in Pincher Creek with the mass exodus of the medical professionals there. We've seen the exodus of doctors even out of the honourable government House leaders riding. So, there's obviously a problem here. What we have heard is doctors saying they're willing to come to the table and renegotiate their contracts, and they're willing to have a conversation with this government around what their compensation looks like, but that they would like to have a respectful and negotiation and a respectful conversation. And I think that this amendment is probably not going to help with that conversation. What this does is tries to basically say to doctors that if you don't agree with what we want to do, we're going to publicly shame you. And we're going to put you on a list, and we're going to make you disclose everything. And of course, the government will probably say, well, this is about openness and transparency, and we want Albertans to know where their taxpayer dollars are going. And we've heard all of that before. And then we have the war room, which is a huge amount of money that nobody gets to know what that's going on with that. We don't get to know what people are being paid. We get to see the war room putting out tweets that are like 10 years old about the energy sector. And yet, for some reason, that doesn't have to be open and transparent. But yet, what does have to be open and transparent are the very people that keep every single one of us alive. Because for some reason, they're the ones that we should be worried about. Not the money that the government continues to spend on their pet projects and all of their different war rooms and panels and all of these different things where people are getting compensated and given honorariums and all of that stuff. No, we have to go after the doctors. So I don't understand why the government has chosen, when this whole idea of this bill, as they have been saying repeatedly, is about our healthcare system, and it's not about American-style healthcare. It's not about privatizing. It's not about people being able to pay for services. This is about improving the healthcare system. And then what we see here very clearly is going after the very people that have been on the front lines during COVID, who very clearly have been keeping every single one of us safe, who are just in Alberta to do what they believe is good, and every single one of us should be thankful for our medical professionals. This is about publicly naming them so that everybody knows who is standing up against this government and their private healthcare philosophy. Because that's what this is about. This is another tactic that this government has used when it comes to publicly naming people and trying to shame them into silence. We've seen it numerous times. We've seen it, we see it on social media all the time. As soon as someone speaks out, all of a sudden they get, trolled by a whole bunch of staffers and sometimes ministers, and get called NDP supporters, even though many of them aren't actually our supporters. So it's another great strategy of trying to shut down voices. It's a way of trying to intervene in what should be a respectful negotiation between doctors and the AMA and the government. And instead of being respectful, and instead of having conversations that should be behind closed doors with confidentiality and all of the things that we would expect when we talk about doing appropriate negotiations, it is now turning into a public shaming exercise. And now it will be legislated, which I don't understand. I don't understand why the government feels that this is the relationship they have to enter into with doctors. I don't know why they don't feel that, people have a right to run their businesses without having to disclose every single thing that they do. I also don't see in this piece of legislation that consideration is even being made. It's actually not being made. This is about taking billing dollars and publicly putting them out, which we've actually seen this government already do, pull people's billing information and talk about it publicly on social media. It's happened. I guess now they just want to legally be able to do it without it being a problem, because recognizing that you can't just go into doctors' billing records and then decide to publicly disclose them, because there is some confidentiality around Alberta Health Services. Used to be, I guess, if this amendment passes. You want to be able to, under here, with section, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may by regulation require the following health entities to disclose to the Minister subjects of regulation in the form and manner determined by the Minister, information, document, records, including the practitioner's personal information required by that regulation. So now the Minister has the ultimate authority to mandate that our medical professionals provide their personal information, their documents, and their records. So now we're disclosing Albertans' public health information? Is that what this does? The Minister can now mandate that doctors have to disclose their documents and records and their information. So the government will now have the authority to get Alberta Health Services information, therefore Albertans' personal health information for the purpose of billing information. That's pretty intrusive. That's going into individuals' personal health records for the purposes of billing. And you're mandating doctors to breach their confidentiality with their patients so that you can know and then name and shame them. I'm pretty sure Albertans are going to have a problem with knowing that documents and records and information are going to be provided to the Minister whenever the Minister decides to ask for them. I would almost think that you're probably breaching some other pieces of legislation, like privacy legislation, the Health Act, some other pieces of legislations. So again, I think the Minister needs to provide some clarity for all members of this House around how you're actually protecting personal information. It's even in here. Personal information means personal information defined as the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act. So the government is actually identifying that they are going to be taking personal information that is protected under the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act. The government is. So Albertans are going to be significantly concerned about that. I think you should make sure, the government should make sure that Albertans are very, very aware that now their private information is now going to be disclosed under the Information and Privacy Act. It's actually quite shameful, I think, that, the government feels that they have this overall arching authority to not only disclose doctors' personal information, but that in fact, while asking for billing information, have the capacity to go into their patients' information, because this is how it reads. Very clearly, this is how it reads. You've included the Government of Alberta, Regional Health Authority and subsidiary health corporations, the AMA, Covenant Health and subsidiaries, any part or all of any person, organization, or body, whether incorporated or not, so the private clinics, And then any part or any other person, organization, or body, where incorporated or not, this is specified in the regulation, which, of course, we don't know what the regulations are yet because, again, the minister and cabinet get to decide what those regulations are. So, and the minister may require an officer, or director, or an employee of a person, organization, or body, whether incorporated or not, that the minister believes to be a health entity, to provide any information, including the practitioner's personal information, required to determine whether that person, organization, or body is a health entity. So now we just have to disclose everything. Like, the minister then gets to determine who a health entity is. And will mandate that all personal information is provided. I mean, that's pretty intrusive. And that is breaching so many personal information, privacy pieces, the Health Act, being able to just go in and decide what information is important or not. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have to read this. I just got it. I'm just so dumbfounded by this piece of legislation. I just can't believe how much personal information this amendment in itself can potentially go into this. Well, I have some thoughts, which I think I would like to amend. So I will sit down for now, and I will look at this, and I will have some of my other colleagues stand up and maybe speak to it.
Thank you, honourable members. I see the Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Mr. Chair. No, that was a lot of floundering, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and start from the beginning. The honourable member asked, she said she didn't understand why these amendments, and she supposed that maybe we're going to reply back, this is about openness, this is about transparency. No, Madam Chair, it's not our answer, it's the answer of her own health critic. This is something that was demanded in this House by the opposition's own health critic when it came to not believing me and my credibility being in question, Madam Chair. This is something that the honourable health critic was demanding, quite frankly. It's something that's been discussed in this House and was suggested in response to his own demands about transparency and openness. If my credibility was going to be questioned in the amounts that are paid to physicians. Now, physicians in this province, the global budget for physicians is $5.4 billion, as I've said many times in this chamber, Madam Chair. But that includes maybe about $4.6 billion that's paid through the scheduled medical benefits, as well as other ways in which physicians may be paid, including through clinical stipends, for example, through AHS, a health entity, or through other health entities who may also provide some publicly funded compensation to our physicians. So the honourable member asked, why now? Why is this happening? Well, it's in response to the demands, quite frankly, of our friends opposite and their demands for transparency and openness. The honourable member used the term arbitrary, that the payments that are made to our physicians are arbitrary payments, which is maybe because she said she was dumbfounded, Madam Chair, she maybe didn't know what she was talking about. The payments that are made to our physicians are not arbitrary. Now, these are gross amounts that are paid to our physicians. Nobody understands it better than I do for folks who are in this chamber. My father was a physician. I understand quite well that the amounts that are paid by government is not a salary, it's a gross amount. And yes, our physicians, and the honourable member wants to bring out old social media posts from probably almost a decade ago that I've made, because I've made that point many times on social media, Madam Chair, that the amounts that are paid to our physicians are gross amounts, and that they pay their staff, they pay their overhead before that they take any money home. But look, Madam Chair, we disclose the payments that this government makes to every other vendor that's doing business with government. The approximately 11,000 physicians who operate as independent contractors providing patient services to our patients in this province. They are independent vendors. They're vendors, and we, when anybody else as a vendor, whether incorporated or not, provides a service to government, we disclose the payments that we make as taxpayers to that business. Now, as the honourable member was speaking, I just quickly looked at the website and just to see what types of businesses have those gross amounts that are paid to them before they pay their staff, before they may pay for any other overhead, Madam Chair. The amounts, the gross amounts that we disclose that it's paid to these businesses, whether it's banks, whether it's folks that provide drug testing, whether it's roofing consultants to the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Madam Chair, we disclose the gross payments that are made to all of these vendors that do work on behalf of taxpayers. So the amounts aren't arbitrary, as the honourable member seemed to claim. They're amounts that are provided in a schedule of medical benefits in legislation. We are compelled as a government to pay those amounts to physicians as soon as they provide the service to the patient. They let us know within 90 days, and we pay them that amount. It's not arbitrary. It's amounts that we are compelled to pay through legislation. And as I said in my opening remarks, the amount that we pay our physicians is 10% of our government's budget. And as the honourable members opposite have demanded, they've demanded transparency, they've demanded openness, not us, Madam Chair, it's been them asking for this transparency. And we agree. And that's why we're making this amendment, so that we can have that transparency and openness for Albertans to understand the total amounts that are made to physicians. Now, it's disappointing to hear the honourable member go off on a false narrative that's been perpetuated quite often, and sometimes in quite ugly ways by the NDP and their surrogates, Madam Chair. And it stems from this false narrative related to job postings and related to vacancies in Pincher Creek that are related to not physicians leaving their community, not physicians leaving the hospital. And in fact, in Pincher Creek, not a single physician has filed a change request to withdraw their privileges in the Pincher Creek Hospital. Quite something to understand, Madam Chair, as we continue to see our friends opposite perpetuate this false narrative. Quite disappointing, quite frankly. And it gets uglier than that. As they continue in perpetuating this false narrative in Pincher Creek, despite the fact that no physician has filed a change request, despite the fact that this is about vacation coverage, Madam Chair, in Pincher Creek, it is not about a physician leaving that community. But it got uglier. It got uglier when the NDP had a surrogate, a failed candidate of theirs, who continued with this false narrative, and through these xenophobic rantings of this failed candidate, started referring to international medical graduates in our province, remembering that of all of our physicians in this province, almost 11,000, a third of them are international medical graduates. And in any given year in this province, out of all the physicians that get accredited, a third of them will be international medical graduates. And when AHS advertises when there are job postings for vacation vacancies, and by the way, 179 this year, Madam Chair, much less than previous years, when it's hovered between 180 to about 210, if you look at the last 6 years. So we actually have fewer of these postings this year for these vacancy coverages. But this failed candidate referred to our international medical graduates as scabs. And our friends opposite have refused to distance themselves from those xenophobic rantings. And if anything, they perpetuated that in this House when they've talked about this false narrative. And Madam Chair, if our friends opposite refuse to speak to the IMGs, the international medical graduates who are watching now or any other time, if they fail to speak to those IMGs and distance themselves from those xenophobic rantings, I will say on behalf of Alberta's government that we distance ourselves from that, that international medical graduates are important and deserve to be respected, and they will be respected by Alberta's government, if not by the official opposition. So that was disappointing to hear from our friend's comments as she went off, as she floundered, went off and started again with that false narrative. Then at the end of her comments, Madam Chair, as she was reading and speaking as she was reading the amendment at the same time, she started going off about some allegation that the enabling amendments in these amendments here before the chamber are somehow going to be disclosing personal information of patients. Madam Chair, what we are doing is enabling a discussion with the Alberta Medical Association so we can talk about the gross payments that are disclosed, that are made to physicians, how they would be disclosed to taxpayers for Albertans to understand the gross payments that are made. And look, if the Alberta Medical Association wants to work with us and help us understand, although no other vendor has their net payments, and I have to admit, I would have a little bit of trouble understanding how Scotiabank or a roofing contractor or somebody who helps us with drug testing, for example, how we would disclose just the dividends or maybe a salary that they take home from their business. That'd be a little bit difficult for me to understand. But if the AMA wants to propose something so we can disclose what the net amounts are that physicians take home after their overhead is paid, I'm willing to hear that. But this is about enabling amendments so that we can have that conversation with the Alberta Medical Association. And so we can talk about what the gross payments or net payments are made to these physicians. No personal information is going to be disclosed publicly, Madam Chair. And in fact, we also want to provide an opportunity, similar to the way that the public sector disclosure is made, and there is an opportunity for someone who believes that their safety may be threatened if their payments are disclosed publicly. If there's an opportunity for the AMA, if they want to speak to us about an opportunity for a physician to apply for their disclosure to not be disclosed publicly because they feel that their safety be threatened for whatever reason, we're happy to have that conversation with the Alberta Medical Association. But right now, what we have before this chamber are amendments to allow us to have that conversation with the AMA, and so that taxpayers can start to see at least the gross payment that is made to a physician, and perhaps maybe also seeing the total number of patients that are in the roster, and the total number of patient visits that they do in a given year, and the total number of days that are worked. We want this disclosure to be the most comprehensive in Canada. And remembering, as our friends opposite are seem to have been with the Honourable Opposition House Leader's comments, so taken aback and shocked that a government would want to disclose the payments that are made to our physicians. Madam Chair, this is happening in BC. The government right now in BC is an NDP government, Madam Chair. It's completely ridiculous that our friends opposite would try to politicize a decision like this. This is something that is happening throughout Canada. New Brunswick, Manitoba, Newfoundland is also going to be looking at something similar to this. Ontario's disclosure is done through media FOIP requests. But nevertheless, Ontarians get to see those gross payments that are made to the physicians. It's happening throughout Canada in the majority of where Canadians live. And we believe it's time for Alberta to catch up. As we have these conversations with the AMA, I'm looking forward to seeing how we might be able to best give the most accurate picture to Albertans so they can understand this 10% of the government of Alberta's entire budget. How is this money spent? And for Albertans to understand this 10% of the budget. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to continue with the debate this evening.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any other members wishing to rise? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to rise early this morning here in the chamber and just looking over at this amendment, and I appreciate the words of my colleague from Edmonton Manning, as well as the health minister. I appreciate that they're willing to join this debate. What I don't appreciate so much is the fact that looking at the time, 1 in the morning, which is fine. I'm happy to be here all night as I plan to. But the frustrating part is that this government, at the same time, arguing that this legislation is ready to be put through the chamber and accepted by all members, is actually amending it on the fly. They're trying to build this plane as they're trying to fly it out of here. And so it's very frustrating for us to take the government's word for it that this legislation, first of all, is even ready to be passed and receive royal assent, considering they're not even ready to finish the bill itself. And so we have an amendment before us in the shadows of the night, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Edmonton Manning, because it is quite clear, in my opinion, what the minister is trying to do. And if public disclosure of salaries was a concern for the minister in the first place, then I question why it didn't come through as the legislation was being drafted, as they put this legislation together. And so I think, in my opinion, it's quite clear that the medical associations, the medical community, and physicians across this province aren't buying what this health minister is trying to sell them. They're not happy with the way that negotiations have broken down in this government, using legislation to stop agreements from going forward, and using it to break contracts or not have to sign them as those negotiations are happening. Physicians across this province are very concerned about that. And the government knows it. They are losing this battle to try and privatize further our healthcare system, because the Premier, as the leader of the UCP, running in a seat during the previous election, made on a big plastic cardboard cutout saying that there was a public health care guarantee. He neglected to put in the fine print that, well, publicly funded, but good chance we're going to further privatize to make sure that there's more private delivery, which is very unfortunate, because we have laws across this country, and I believe that overall we have agreed that a universally accessible, publicly funded, publicly delivered system is in the best interest of all Albertans and all Canadians, and that has been written into legislation. But this Premier feels that it is not in his best interest, I suppose, looking at maybe his re-election or whatever it might be, to actually make this the case. And we see that through changes to wording in the legislation about public good within the healthcare system. And it's very unfortunate. And so once again, we have an amendment before us with no time for us as opposition members or even government backbenchers to consult with our constituents about how they feel about this, consult with physicians about how they feel about this. They have literally left us zero time. And it's quite unfortunate, because we should be working specifically right now in the midst of a pandemic. We should be working with physicians and other healthcare providers to ensure that they are getting the supports they need. But unfortunately, from the actions of this health minister, it has been the exact opposite. And this health minister, through this losing battle with Alberta physicians, has done everything in their power to undermine these physicians and the work they do in our communities. And in this instance now, trying to pass an amendment to this legislation to further undermine them, trying to say, if you don't do what we want you to do, we will publicly disclose your salaries. First of all, once again, no consultation on what would be disclosed. The member from Edmonton Manning raised an important point, and we've raised the point as opposition members throughout this debate that when we talk about gross billing, it is completely different than what the physician is actually taking home. And this Premier has went on at length about how physicians in our province are part of the 1%, neglecting to explain that through the legislation in Bill 30 that we are actually going to see more consideration given to physicians who would, through the private system, benefit even further, whether it be through taxpayer dollars or through opportunities for richer Albertans to jump the queue, which is incredibly unfortunate. And the member from Edmonton Manning also made an important point that This government likes to do one thing, likes to say one thing and do another. And so when it comes to being accountable in their own ministries or departments that they're setting up, through the War Room is just one example, giving $30 million a year to an organization set up by the government with zero accountability. No transparency in where that money is going, how it's being spent, who's getting paid to do that work. But on the other hand, when we're talking about people in our community who are saving lives, they're saying that they need to be more accountable. And once again, it's about undermining these vital services in our community. And we saw that, at one point through this debate, we've stood up with several physicians across the province, and in this instance, the members from the Garneau Pediatric Medical Services stood with us and raised their concerns about changes in the healthcare system and how that's going to affect physicians across the province. And this government, this minister, used his power in his office to actually dig out their information and try and use it against them. And so for this minister to say that that's not the case, that that's not what this amendment is going to do, is simply unreasonable, because the minister has already taken that stance before. And as the member from Edmonton Manning has said, well, now they're making it so that, well, it's not such a big issue that they're doing it. And so it's incredibly unfortunate that as we're trying to have this debate and as physicians across the province are trying to negotiate a deal for themselves that will put patient-centered first instead of profit-centered, as this government is trying to move towards in the idea of incorporating corporations to be able to come into our healthcare system, and in many instances wouldn't even necessarily have to have a medical professional on their board of that corporation. It's very concerning. And I raised some of my thoughts on that earlier, and I hope to have more opportunities to speak to that this evening or throughout the week. And so, we have a minister, once again, saying one thing but doing another, saying that he trusts these physicians, but on the other hand, saying that if you don't do what we want, we may, as proposed in the amendment here before us, we may disclose it if we're not sure where negotiations are going, or if you're going to bend at the will of the government that we're proposing against you. It's very concerning. Once again, we see many issues with Bill 30 as a whole, and it's very frustrating that once again, going through this debate, that the government is actually proposing amendments to the legislation before it's even passed. They didn't even get it right the first time, and they're amending it on the fly and expecting us to just go along with what they're proposing, which is just unacceptable. Albertans deserve an opportunity to speak to this, and maybe they will support this in principle or in whole, but the problem is that this government has not given anyone the opportunity to even see this amendment before debating it, just now. And so that's very concerning. The idea of using billing practices against physicians to try and get them to come to an agreement, incredibly frustrating. And the minister, mentioned that this is common practice in BC, but the fact is the BC government isn't attacking physicians across this province in their ability to be compensated fairly the way that this government is. And so it's a completely different scenario. The relationship with the BC government and their physicians is in a completely different stage than what we have here in our province. And once again, timing is everything. And so at a time when physicians and nurse practitioners and healthcare aides and the medical field as a whole is going through the process of trying to take care of our families, this government is using their power to try and force them to take pay cuts or to change their billing availability or whatever it might be. And it's very concerning, because right now, at the end of the day, these physicians should be focused on their patients, which I know they are. But they have a minister at their back, breathing down their neck, saying, if you don't come to a decision or if you don't bend to our will, we are going to take action to undermine your practices. We are going to bring in corporations to replace you who may not have any medical professionals on the board, more for-profit healthcare in our province. And it's very concerning. And this was something that came up during the election quite often, possibly more than anything beside this government's attack on working families and specifically the overtime issue. But healthcare and the need to strengthen the public system, publicly funded, publicly delivered healthcare system in our province, because we have seen over the years the creeping of the privatized system in our communities. And we can also see through data that members of the NDP have raised through this debate that privatized health services does not equate to faster response times and faster surgeries. And we know that this premier has taken his time to undermine these public health care physicians and other workers, talking about how they take long breaks in between surgeries. And it's simply not the case, Madam Chair. These physicians are working just as hard as anyone else in any other system. And it's quite unfortunate that those were the legs that this debate started on, or that these negotiations started on, that the premier would undermine these physicians, saying that they don't work as hard as privatized physicians because whatever it might be, the opportunity for a privatized system to bill more people, move people through faster, whatever it might be. But the fact is, it is simply not the case that a privatized system is going to deliver any instance of better health care compared to the public system. And so with that, I would once again just point out the fact that at, whenever this was introduced, 1 a.m. today, this government feels is the right time to try and pass an amendment about the publicly disclosed information about physicians' compensation, giving no time to the opposition to even consult on this issue, giving no time to their own members to consult on this issue, and saying, don't worry about it, it's good to go. It's got wide support. Well, I do not believe that that's the case, Madam Chair, which is why it is such an issue for me to even consider supporting this. And so with that, I look forward to hearing from some of my colleagues' comments about this, because I imagine that they will be in the same position as me of very concerned that the government would take this opportunity so late into the debate to start amending legislation that is before the House. It really goes to show that this government simply was trying to rush through this legislation to strong-arm negotiations with physicians across the province, because the Premier and this government see that they are losing this, this negotiation process. With all the tactics that they've tried to use against physicians, Albertans have lost confidence in this health minister and in this government's ability to negotiate in good faith with not only physicians, but a wide range of healthcare providers and just regular workers. And so it's very concerning that this is part of a bigger picture of attacks on working families in our province. And so with that being said, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this amendment. I think it's very unfortunate that at this time, this government is trying to push this through the House, in the shadows of the night, instead of when everyone has the opportunity to take a look at this and see if it's actually the right thing to do. Because even if it is, once again, the timing of this amendment is really unfortunate. It really shows the true intentions of this government, that they're trying to undermine these physicians, that they're trying to use their billing against them, which this health minister has a long history of doing, though at one point, as many members have raised, he used to believe in fair compensation for these physicians, but now that he's the minister, not so much. And so with that being said, I hope that all members will consider this amendment. I'm not so sure I'll be supporting it, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we are on Amendment A1 to Bill 30. Are there any other members wishing to rise to join debate? I see the Honourable Member from Calgary, McCall.
Thank you. I rise to speak to this amendment, and let me begin by saying at the outset that we are all for transparency. And when we were in government, actually we improved public disclosure, transparency, led by my colleague, Honourable Member from Calgary, Buffalo. And I think nothing can be further from truth that we are not in favor of transparency. We have said that before, and I will say it again, that it's a profoundly flawed piece of legislation that has adverse and lasting impacts on how we deliver public health care. And at a higher level, this will pave the way for a two-tier American-style healthcare system where private for-profit corporations who are not physician-owned or physician-controlled will be able to bill Alberta Health Services. In other words, public will still be paying, but Albertans' health will be a for-profit enterprise if this bill passes the House. And any changes as a matter of public policy the government is introducing, whether they call it transparency, whether they call it openness, must be viewed in the context they are brought forward. And when we look at the context of this piece of legislation, there is a history, there is a long history, a year-long battle between this government and healthcare professionals and doctors. There is a history of broken relationship between this minister and healthcare professionals. So we have to analyze these changes in the context of that broken trust, that broken relationship that this government and this minister has with healthcare professionals, with doctors. And it's no secret that that relationship is broken. At a personal level, doctors have said that. Individual doctors, physicians have said that. Their representative organizations like AMA, they have said that. And this minister and this government has completely failed to work with the doctors and sort out these important issues. And that was the reason that nobody is able, that's the reason that nobody is able to trust them when they make changes to healthcare file. And prior to pursuing disclosure and transparency as a matter of public policy, the Minister of Health was using it as a threat to the doctors. And there are a number of news articles, there are a number of, statements coming from government and the minister that this disclosure was used somehow as a threat against the doctors. And we do know that government has led a long campaign of smear against Alberta doctors, Alberta healthcare professionals, those who are hailed as heroes everywhere else. The only government on planet Earth was our government who was fighting with the doctors, with the healthcare professionals in the middle of a global pandemic. And the amendment they're putting forward is no way, shape, or manner pursuing transparency as a matter of public policy. There are many, many other important issues where the government has way less than transparent. They didn't follow transparency as a matter of public policy. For instance, they promised a fiscal update, or at least that was scheduled as per the existing laws, but they delayed that. They were less than transparent. In 2019-20 fiscal update, their own numbers said at page 144 that the break they are giving to already wealthy corporations was around $4.7 billion. In 2021 fiscal update, that reference was missing. They were less than transparent. They entered into a deal with Keystone XL that would take $4.7 billion of Albertans' money. And we don't know anything more than that they are preferred share. What the details of those deals, that deal are, they were far less than transparent. And now, I think we will not buy this argument that somehow, out of the blue, government thought that they are now pursuing transparency with the doctors. The government record with the doctors, everyone knows. No one believes that they are pursuing this as a matter of public policy, that they want to pursue transparency. They have been less than transparent on many different occasions. And what this amendment is doing, for the most part, it's not clear how exactly government will pursue transparency. It's just giving some arbitrary powers to the minister, who can then choose in his discretion to do things if he thinks that's important to him. For instance, it gives minister power of further defining and setting out criteria in respect of publicly funded health services for the purpose of Section 20, sub 3. And we do know through this piece of legislation that services may still be publicly funded, but they will be privately delivered by entities who exist to make profit. In other words, Albertans' health will be treated as a for-profit enterprise, still publicly funded, but private entities will be able to make profit out of that. So it's giving further powers to minister that he can further define and set out criteria in respect of these services. Then there is reg-making power, respecting the identification of any person or any part or all of an organization or body, whether incorporated or not, as a health entity for the purpose of Section 23, and specifying part or all of any person, organization, or body, whether incorporated or not, as a health entity for the purpose of Section 20.3. That's in line with what we have been saying, that now there will be persons other than physicians, there will be personal corporation other than held by physicians that need to be identified by a minister as health entities, private entities. Then, again, the same minister who's not trusted by doctors, not trusted by AMA, will have power under this amendment to establish criteria that must be met to exclude the disclosure of information, documents, or records under Section 20. If it's about transparency, if it's about accountability, then government should have done some homework. There should have been a little bit more information. But what are those circumstances? What are those documents? What is that information that may need to be excluded by the minister? Then further, respecting the documents, records, and information, including practitioners' personal information required to be disclosed under Section 20.32, and 4, including the types of document, record, and information required to be disclosed. Again, that's another broad power that government is handing to the minister, that they can make regulation respecting these disclosures where they can require even personal information. I think when we read all these provisions together, what this government appears to be doing is that they now will be looking into health records as well to see what services doctors actually delivered. More than transparency, what this speaks about is how broken that relationship between doctors and this government is. That they need to bring in provisions, they need to grant themselves powers so they can look at Albertans' records, doctors' records, whether those services are delivered or not. That's the impact of these amendments if passed. Then it goes on further. There are a lot of powers that minister is granting himself in this change. Regulation made under subsection 1 and point 2 and point 6 may apply to all person, organizations, or bodies to which this section applies, or to a class of person, organization, or bodies to which this section applies. And there may be different regulation for different classes of such person, organization, and bodies. So here they are clarifying it, that since there will be a two-tier health system, one delivered by physicians, other one delivered by for-profit corporations. So they may need different set of regulation for different set of entities. So again, clearly what Bill 30 does is creates a two-tier system, and this provision clarifies that regulation may be made to deal with different entities differently. Furthermore, respecting disclosures, publicly funded health services. It says essentially that Minister may disclose these benefits, these amounts, and it defines publicly funded health services to include health-related programs and services that are funded fully or partially or directly or indirectly with public funds. So clearly there is a scenario where there will be services that may not be fully funded by public healthcare system. And in Section 2, that's an interesting provision, where the Lieutenant Governor in Council may, by regulation, require the following health entities to disclose to the Minister, subject to the regulation in the form and manner determined by the Minister or under the regulations, the information, document, and records, including practitioner personal information required by the regulations with respect to any funding received, payment made, or benefit provided by that health entity in respect of publicly funded health services and in respect of practitioners. And this goes on to include Alberta Medical Association within this disclosure as well, other organizations too. And again, it sounds less about transparency and more about this minister's desire to control these entities through these powers. If transparency was the goal, government had 1 year to think through these changes, to talk to doctors and not fight with the doctors, consult with the doctors, consult with their representative organizations, consult with healthcare professionals about these changes. I remember when we were in government, I think all these challenges were there. We were going through challenging times as well due to drop in commodity prices and resource revenues. And we have to negotiate with all these organizations. And based on those negotiations, good faith negotiations, we were able to find solutions. But in this case, since this government started with ripping their contracts, that relationship is broken, and now they're using these powers to control.
Honourable members, we are on Amendment A1, and I see the Honourable Member for Red Deer South has risen to join debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity just to stand and speak for a few minutes in favor of this amendment to Bill 30. This will be the first time I've ever spoken at almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure that no one's really watching this other than my friends here, but I just want to let my friends in this legislature know that one of the reasons I'm excited and want to support this amendment is that it also supports the good work that's done in public accounts and by our Auditor General. In 2015, The Auditor General had done an audit in the Ministry of Health and identified a lack of internal controls as it related to physician billing. And we had the opportunity in public accounts to meet with the Ministry of Health, and I know that they're working hard and continuously seeking to be better, as we all need to in government. And this supports that. Our physician billing, as we know, our health ministry is the largest budget department in government. And as it should, it provides health care to Albertans, individuals and families. And of course, within the health department, physician billing is the largest cost item. And of course, in the real world, you would always make sure that you have good internal controls around your largest cost driver. That would be really key. And unfortunately, since 2015, when the Auditor General had identified that lack of internal controls, the members opposite, when they're in government, unfortunately failed to address that. I think that this is a step in the right direction in terms of a course correction. Before I became a member of the legislature as an MLA, I had the opportunity to serve many professionals, including physicians. And I have a deep admiration and respect for the work that they do. I have, they have a very important job, and they provide a great public service. And many of them are personal friends of mine. I do know, though, anecdotally, that my understanding is that while the great majority of our physician members are accurate and complete in their billing, in some cases, unfortunately, that's not the case. And that for those who are accurate and careful in their billings, it can be discouraging to see perhaps non-compliance in billings and overbilling without any government detection or recourse. This Bill 30, in terms of transparency, is a step in the right direction as we increase, and I appreciate the members opposite speaking in favor of transparency, and I actually do hope that they support this amendment. I think it's in the public interest. As the public becomes more aware, as we increase taxpayer literacy, we often talk about financial literacy. This is an opportunity to increase taxpayer literacy. As we increase taxpayer literacy, that will result in more accountability. And I think all members in this legislature, both on this side and our friends, the members opposite, would agree that as we have more accountability in government, that this will help ensure that there is sustainability in important services such as healthcare services. So I appreciate this amendment. Having it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Having had and having the current opportunity to serve in public accounts, this amendment not only supports and strengthens Bill 30, but also supports the great work that our Auditor General does and the committee does in public accounts. And I hope and encourage all members in this legislature to support this amendment. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members wishing to rise? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I better take a sip of water, because in fact it is my first time speaking in the legislature this week, and as I always do the first time I speak during a week, I like to give a shout out to our frontline workers and to our healthcare workers and to our essential workers, and it's quite timely that I have the opportunity to speak to Bill 30 and to this amendment specifically this evening, or I guess this morning. because I do know a whole heck of a lot of our healthcare workers are continuing to do heroic work on the front lines with, with very little praise, even though, we try to remember to support them. I think, as this pandemic continues, I worry that we'll forget about the fact that they are still continuing to sacrifice so very much. So thank you. And I know somebody mentioned that folks probably aren't watching, but in fact, I've had a couple of messages already at this hour that people are watching. So if any frontline workers, any essential workers are watching, know that we support you. So I want to just address a couple of comments too before I dig into the content of this amendment, which of course we only received just a short time ago. So there's a lot to digest in this amendment. But I know the health minister made some comments about xenophobia from some sort of NDP plant, and I'm not sure about what that was all about. But I would point out that calling NDP supporters xenophobic is quite rich from a government that continues to employ a racist, homophobic speechwriter. So what I would like to do, though, is I'd like to speak to this amendment, and I'd like to speak specifically about some of my concerns and some of what's led up to the content within this amendment. And I've not spoken to Bill 30 in a little bit while, and I just want to remind those folks at home who are watching, and there are some, and I'm sure there will be more tomorrow catching up, that Bill 30 is an omnibus piece of legislation that is a concern to us on this side of this House, primarily because of the fact that it really is a push towards American-style healthcare. And I did speak at length about my pride in Canada's public healthcare system, and the fact that so many of us are proud of our public healthcare system. And I said perhaps the phrase I've used the most recently is "in the midst of a pandemic," right? So I mean, the fact is, we are in the midst of a pandemic. This is an opportunity for this government to be strengthening our public healthcare system and to be supporting our healthcare workers, be they nurses, doctors, folks working in hospitals as custodians, whatever it might be, lab workers, and instead they're choosing to attack, and they're choosing to privatize. And we can look no further than the example of lab services as one where this government has chosen to move to privatization. And as I've spoken about in this House multiple times, we're concerned about this. We're concerned about the slippery slope. We're concerned that at a time when we should be investing and we should be very much strengthening and expanding our public health care system, that instead we're going back to the failed old ways of Ralph Klein and his third way. This is not patient-centered care that we're seeing. It's in fact profit-centered care, and it's the wrong path for all of us. And it's another attack by this government on the hardworking doctors in our province. And in fact, I just see a notification right now that from a doctor who says that people are watching and they appreciate your opposition to the UCP's corporatization and privatization of healthcare. So there you go. At 1:51 a.m., there are not only keen ab-ledge watchers watching from home, but there are in fact physicians who are watching and watching closely, in particular when it comes to the amendment that this government has put forward. And so I'd like to speak a little bit about the specifics around this amendment. Now, I'm questioning why this government is continuing to continuing to push forward on their efforts to discredit our hardworking physicians, like the one who just tweeted at me in the middle of the night, right? We're at nearly 2 a.m., and it was, I think, around 1 a.m. that this health minister introduced this amendment. And I wonder too, it seems to be just another example in a pattern of behavior by this government, a government that has refused to bargain in good faith and work with those very doctors, those very physicians who are who are working hard. I almost said something unparliamentary, but who are working hard every single day in the midst of a pandemic. You know, the other thing I wonder about this is I didn't see, and I'll do more digging, and I'm happy to, if some of the members opposite would like to stand and correct me, but I didn't see this in the UCP platform. And in fact, I seem to remember that Premier having some sort of public health care guarantee. My memory's a little bit fuzzy at the moment, but I'm quite certain there was an emphasis on public health care. But clearly that promise has been very quickly shredded. And like I said, we're proud of our public health care system, but I think this Premier seeing public health care as sort of an unnecessary expense so that he can pay for his $4.7 billion corporate handout. So let's talk a little bit more. I'll speak to the main more when I have a chance, so I can focus on this amendment. So let me return to one of my previous questions. Why introduce this at this hour? Why wasn't it introduced earlier? What prompted this? I'd like to hear a little bit more from the health minister about some of that, some of the background, because it's not fully clear to me yet. Exactly what has initiated this. It's interesting, he did note something along the lines of the fact that doctors will be able to apply for exemptions, and I think this is outlined in this amendment as well, that the minister may be able to exclude information. This might be similar, and again, we've only had a short period of time to analyze this amendment, but it may be similar to the Government of Alberta Sunshine List, which I have a little bit of familiarity with, and I know on that one, folks are able to apply for exemptions. So, you know, for instance, if they feel like, you know, their safety might be threatened if somebody knows that they make, you know, X number of dollars a year. I know that there were some folks who, working in various ministries, were able to apply for exemptions so that they would be redacted from the Sunshine List. So I wonder if there will be many doctors who will be applying for exemptions, because I think a lot of doctors right now are fearful and are worried about the repercussions of a government that's shown themselves to be quite vindictive. And in fact, here's a personal story. Just this weekend, myself and my fantastic colleague, the health critic, in fact, the MLA from Edmonton City Centre, we were at the first ever Edmonton Black-owned market, which was a fantastic event put on by a number of community members, grassroots, and in fact there were hundreds upon hundreds of people who attended. They were lined up for a very long time. It was great, and I'm hoping that they'll be able to do another one. So shout out to all the folks who were behind the Black-owned market this weekend. Oh, how does this connect to the amendment, you ask? Well, let me tell you. As I was leaving, a doctor came up to me, and she said, "Oh my goodness, thank you and your colleagues so much for all the work you're doing." And she went on to explain that she is a physician here in Edmonton. And she talked a little. I won't talk about her whole story because, in fact, I think it's going to be. They're going to be seeking legal advice on various things. But she went on to say that she's just so disheartened right now. She's, feeling like everything, everything that her and her colleagues are trying to do to support the public health care system is just being attacked, and it's making it so much harder for her to do her job. And she went on to say that that she's fearful, and she said that she's had to make herself anonymous on social media And in fact, I didn't even know I was following her and whatnot, because her name is not her own, because she is so fearful of what could happen if she speaks out against this government. And this is absolutely a true story. And as soon as I started to read this amendment, I thought of her. And she's just one example who happened to see me on the weekend. And I can imagine that there are many physicians right now across this province who are worried, who are fearful, who are stressed, and who are also having to be anonymous, and who may fear that by having a sunshine list and by having their personal information made public, that they will be subjected to further attacks, and that their safety may be at risk. And that's quite worrisome to me as well. And again, these are folks who do so much for all of us. There's not one person in this room who hasn't been impacted by the healthcare system, right? You may not have been impacted directly, but I'm quite certain you have. You can tell a story of a family member who's relied on a strong public health care system, and who's relied on putting their trust in our physicians. And this is, speaking about trust, I think this is about a lack of trust from this minister. On this side of the House, we trust our doctors, we trust our medical professionals. It's starting to become clearer and clearer that this is a minister that simply does not trust our physicians. And he said something, and I tried to write down as much as I could as he was speaking. He mentioned that, this is happening in other provinces. He said BC already has one. Well, I don't think we can compare BC to Alberta right now, because guess what BC isn't doing? BC isn't attacking their doctors right now. BC isn't seeing countless physicians leaving. In fact, they're likely welcoming a lot of our physicians from Alberta, which is sad. I smile, but I'm quite saddened by the fact that we are losing so many incredible physicians across this province. And as a born and raised, proud rural Albertan, I've spoken about this much in the House, that in fact I've lived the majority of my life in rural Alberta, and to see multiple communities around where I grew up losing doctors, Westlock as an example, is quite concerning. And seeing multiple doctors leaving communities where I taught in East Central Alberta is quite concerning. And so we can't simply say, well, the minister can say it, but we can't accept that, we're just doing what other provinces are doing, because you're not doing what other provinces are doing. Other provinces right now are supporting and uplifting their frontline healthcare workers and are investing in healthcare. And in fact, I've got another person just saying, I'm watching as my family's deeply troubled by the attacks on doctors and public health. As teachers, we stand with doctors. As patients, we stand with doctors. I can't see the rest without unlocking my phone, but that's from Stephen on Twitter. So again, there's somebody else out there, a teacher, who is watching right now and is expressing his solidarity with doctors, because I won't start talking about the attacks on teachers and education right now, because that will certainly make me not on topic, but the point being, I think we're seeing Albertans very much solidifying around their support for the various groups that continue to be attacked by this government, whether they be doctors, teachers, the list goes on. Now, the other interesting thing is, we need to, we're in late July of 2020, and the pandemic has been very much a presence in our lives for the last, I believe it was mid-March when things started to really shut down. But a quick review of some of the events leading up to the introduction of Bill 30 shows that this government has been waging a war on doctors since before COVID had even been a thing here in in Alberta. So as an example, back in 2019, doctors were already warning about what they were seeing and their fears about what this government would introduce. And I'm going to talk about some of these historical pieces because it also leads me to wonder why, given the fact that this government and this health minister has been building towards Bill 30 for so many months, again, even pre-pandemic, then why wasn't this amendment included in the original piece of legislation? What changed? What changed in the last short while that made them decide to introduce this now? And so we can go back, in fact, to let's see here, December of 2019, when the AMA was already warning that the proposed cuts by this government were troubling and the impacts on primary care physicians could lead to devastating impacts on rural practices. Oh my goodness, if that's not, if the English teacher in me doesn't show that as a good example of foreshadowing, then I don't know what is, right? They were already clear, they were already concerned back in early December of 2019 that the approach by this health minister and this government would have huge impacts, particularly on folks living in rural or remote areas. But they also said that patients would be severely impacted. They said that the proposed changes that this government was putting forward would target comprehensive primary care and specifically patients who are elderly and with chronic or complex conditions. And not only that, the concern was that the changes to doctor compensation would leave doctors feeling very much undervalued. And that's exactly what we've seen since then. We've seen whole large numbers of doctors who are feeling just that, who are feeling scared, disillusioned, feeling undervalued. So much so that many of them have either picked up and left this province or are starting to do so. So you cannot tell me that this is, this is just, these changes are something that are just happening in the last few months in the midst of a pandemic. There's been a clear record, so all the way back to December of 2019, and this minister has used similar lines around getting payment, getting spending in alignment with other provinces. And in fact, I just heard him on CBC radio, was it today or yesterday? I don't know, time is very confusing at the moment, but I'm sure it is for most people in this chamber. But he was using that same line of ensuring that spending is in line with other provinces. And the Premier too is on the record talking about managing our spending and managing deficits and whatnot. Now, I want to jump forward. So that's December of 2019, and again, that was led up. There were a number of pieces that happened prior to December of 2019. Let's jump forward to March of 2020, when again, hundreds of doctors raised the alarm about what this government was doing. In fact, nearly 600 doctors, I believe, 568 doctors signed a letter urging this government, again, this is March 2020, urging this government to stop with their attacks on doctors and then stop with their changes to doctor compensation. These doctors said that truly Albertans have no idea what they're in for if the current provincial government continues along their course. And already, again, this was pre-Bill 30, I might also add, already raising alarms about privatization as well. And again, just as they'd warned many months earlier, just as the AMA had warned many months earlier in 2019, concerns about the impact on patients and on healthcare in rural and remote Alberta.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join debate on this amendment and to address some of the statements that were made by the Minister of Health, and to also speak to generally why I think Bill 30 continues the attack on our healthcare system and doctors that is unwarranted. One of the first things I'd like to speak to, of course, is the main rationale, as I understood it, that incredibly the NDP opposition demanded transparency in this regard. And I'd just like to go on record and say, the transparency that I believe is necessary with regard to this government is all of the things that they do behind closed doors that Albertans should know about. Those things include the formation of a war room for $30 million a year, and we're not given any accounting of how that war room spends its money, where it spends it, how much it pays its staff. That transparency has been asked by countless Albertans over and over and over again, including editorials and newspapers and media sources, and no transparency has been forthcoming for as long as the war room's been there, and it was formed immediately, as I recall, after the formation of government back in the spring of 2019. Another part of transparency that seems to evade this government is things like the fiscal update, delaying that and not providing Albertans with an understanding of where the fiscal finances are for this province, what the last year's budget accounting is, and the delay of that fiscal update is egregious in my estimation. Other provinces have followed through and done that even during these COVID times, and not continued to lean on that excuse to provide a fiscal update. I think it's by the end of August, and we'll be back here to deal with that towards the end of August. So transparency is pretty critical, obviously, Madam Speaker, in terms of all government actions, and to suggest that sunshining doctors was something that the opposition pushed the government to do and bring forward this amendment is laughable at very best. Consultations this government has done time after time after time and not provided actual information about who was consulted with, when, what were the results of the consultation, is another egregious lack of transparency by this government. And for instance, the decision to close or do third-party partnerships with parks in general, and where were the consultations there, Madam Speaker? Certainly don't know of any. Obviously, the KXL contract that no Albertan knows the details of is another lack of transparency. So if we're asking for transparency on all these things that I've mentioned, the KXL, this government has been not transparent, and to say that we've pushed them to be more transparent and they're bringing forward this amendment of sunshining doctors is not, in my estimation, credible. What we did when we were government, we negotiated with doctors. We sat down in the height of the recession back in 2015 and 2016, sat down at the table and worked with them to take back monies that they had in their contracts, AMA contract. So that's how we undertook to work through this situation with doctors. Another thing that was mentioned by the Minister of Health was the other provinces that do sunshine their doctors. And he mentioned Ontario does it through media FOIPs requests. I remember a couple or more years ago that the government of Ontario was in a fight with their doctors and were threatening to sunshine them And in fact, the media did get the lists of, the highest 10 categories of doctors or groups of doctors and what they were paid. And I can remember that that didn't go well for the government of Ontario in terms of working or not working with their AMA, their provincial AMA in that case. It was a long, protracted fight between those two parties, the provincial government and the AMA. And if memory serves, I think the Minister of Health in that case was moved to another position in government. So it didn't go well for that person in terms of being behind this sunshining doctors and fighting with the AMA. This action that's been brought forward today, I just echo some of my colleagues. If this was a well thought out piece of legislation in terms of Bill 30, we would have seen this embedded, no doubt, in Bill 30. And the fact that it's been brought forward now seems to suggest that it's a tactic being propagated to essentially use as a leverage point over the docs, the AMA, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. It has all the earmarks of a pressure tactic that's come forward to kind of assert the will of government over doctors and their bargaining unit, the AMA. And I don't think it is the way to go about things. It doesn't seem to be an extension of a hand of good faith in an argument with the docs and the AMAs. It seems to be an attempt to show who's in charge and to essentially say, this will be used to essentially put you in your position. But I do digress a little bit from what I think is important to recognize. And I think it's important to recognize that our demands for transparency and openness can't be held responsible for this amendment coming forward. Certainly, we have a number of amendments to bring forward with regard to Bill 30 and will be bringing them forward, but this is not how we would have organized this whole area. With regard to the Government of Alberta Sunshine List, yeah, I remember doing that work when we were in government, and people over receiving government taxpayer money, over $125,000, if I recall the threshold, were sunshined, and that threshold increased a little bit each year as cost of living and inflation went up. We did it differently, and there were people in different subgroups who were exempted from the sunshine. I believe AIMCO is one of those groups that argued that they should be exempted because of the business intelligence that would provide to other companies that were out there in the private sector who had investment professionals. And there were 3 or 4 other entities within government or related agencies within government who also were successful in claiming the exemption, as well as some people in the legal profession who were either related agencies or in security for the Government of Alberta. So sunshines are not strange to me or us on this side, but the timing of this sunshine amendment is suspect, and it won't lead to increased abilities to sit across tables with the AMA. It won't provide greater trust and support for that relationship what it will do is sour it even further. But I absolutely, like my colleague from Edmonton, believe that people will see through, will lift the veil on this amendment and see through why it's here. And as I said, I think the people watching absolutely will get why we're here defending the right of physicians to negotiate through the AMA. It's not the subject of this amendment, but it is all wrapped up, Madam Speaker, with that fight. I want to continue with Bill 30 and where this amendment fits. You know, there's a number of important things in the omnibus bill that is Bill 30, and we will be prepared to bring forward numerous amendments to make this a better bill. I do see that a part of the bill, a part of the amendment, with regard to number 2 on page 3, talks about by regulation, and that speaks to the part that will look at kind of whittling down what the government payment to the physician is, and then taking off things like overhead and those other parts. But that's going to be in regulation and going to be sorted out at a future date. And those kinds of conditions, I guess, in the amendment always give me some pause because we don't really know after it leaves this place, this House, in terms of whether it's supported or changed, then it'll go to the minister and the ministry to actually work out in regulation what the effect of that number 2 will be. And so I and physicians and others won't know how that work is done. It won't be done in public, Madam Speaker. It'll be done probably behind closed doors at the ministry under the minister's direction. And who's to say that has the accuracy behind it that fits with the real world situations of physicians in their practices. Unless there were some attempt at that point to work with the AMA or the college, or the AMA in particular, with how those regulations would actually be the form and manner of those regulations. It says determined by the minister, so it doesn't really indicate that the minister needs to go beyond himself and his ministry to make that work, take care of that work, that then will form the substance of how physicians need to go through their own paperwork. Speaking of paperwork, there's 11,000 doctors out there in the province, and the amount of time this will take to make happen is pretty substantial, though there are probably hundreds of thousands of people on the government sunshine list. I know that it's a much easier document to fill out for people, government departments and related entities. But the one that we're talking about here, we really have no indication of what it's going to look like, how long it's going to be, how much time it'll take, and will it be accurate with regard to the real-world experiences of physicians throughout the province. The other points I want to bring up excuse me. With regard to the Dr. Sunshine List, is just to reiterate that I don't think it builds on the relationship that needs to necessarily be improved between doctors and the Minister of Health and the Government of Alberta at this time. I think we need to recognize that during the pandemic, the profession the medical profession has stood tall for Albertans and helped us out in every regard. And just back to the minister's point about, I don't think this is just about doctors. I think he mentioned a number of other allied medical professionals that would also be covered under this sunshine list. And who's to say that their situations with regard to their practice situations are as easily understood or understood clearly enough to provide what is take-home pay and what is covered under their overhead and other kinds of staff costs. So I heard the minister talk about a number of related medical professionals, but wasn't quick enough to write them all down. But it seems to me that it is a pretty complicated thing to do with regard to sunshining all aspects of the medical profession and the workers in it. And so how long will this take to really come up with a sunshine list? Will it be 1 year? Will it take more than a year? Those are questions that probably some people who are watching would have. I think that lastly, I just want to reiterate that the opposition has pushed this government to be more transparent, but you can bet that it was on things like KXL contract that we don't know the details of still, and it's $7.5 billion. Whereas on an annual basis, doctors are much less than that. The numerous panels that have been formed by government, the consultations that have taken place that we don't know the background of, the fiscal update, which has been delayed, and the war room, which continues to operate. Madam Speaker, those are some of the concerns I have with this transparency amendment that is on government. It is not on the opposition because government brought it forward, though they continue to try and say that it's at our pressure. We are pressuring them to do this. That nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. And so with those kind of considerations, I'll think to take my seat and listen to further debate on this issue. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me thank all members who are in the chamber at this late hour to engage in this important debate. I rise in support of the amendments to Bill 30 tabled by my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health, earlier on to allow for greater transparency with respect to 10% of the budget of the Government of Alberta. And really, the fundamental question is why this has not been done long before now. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, 60% of the Canadian population live in provinces where disclosure of physician compensation as part of sunshine policies is the norm. And with the pending addition of Alberta and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, very shortly, the vast majority of Canadian provinces will have adopted this as the new normal policy. Madam Chair, I am disappointed, and in this case, I often say I'm disappointed but not surprised by positions taken by the NDP. In this case, I am both disappointed and surprised. I'm surprised, Madam Chair, that the NDP is supporting a lack of transparency and indeed secrecy for a segment of spending which represents 10% of the Government of Alberta's budget and the most highly paid people in the public sector, business people who are contractors and vendors to the Government of Alberta. I cannot think of any other sector in our society for whom they would support such a lack of transparency. And indeed, Madam Speaker, I would remind the New Democrat MLAs that it was New Democrat government in Manitoba that I believe was the first in the country to bring in a sunshine list to include physician compensation, and it was a New Democrat government in British Columbia that brought in transparency for physician compensation. So why is it that the Alberta NDP is opposed to the principles supported brought by their, it seems that solidarity does not apply when it comes to transparency for 10% of the government budget. Madam Chair, let me reinforce what I always say about this, about the question of physician compensation, that we value the essential work done by physicians, both general practitioners, family physicians, as well as specialists, surgeons, all of whom obviously constitute an essential element to the delivery of health care. We value them so much that we compensate them as the most generously compensated physicians in the entire Canadian Federation, and seek to continue to ensure that they are amongst, Alberta's physicians are amongst the best compensated in Canada, who, by the way, Madam Chair, are likely at the high end of the compensatory spectrum for all of these single-payer universal public healthcare systems in the world, because according to the OECD, Canada typically ranks, if you go back 20, 30 years in data, Canada typically ranks in the top decile per capita health costs for single-payer universal systems. Our friends in the NDP will immediately jump out and say the American system is more expensive. Yes, it is, Madam Chair, for a number of reasons, but I would compare ourselves to the other single-payer universal public state-run systems throughout, for example, most of Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and in that OECD, according to OECD data, we're at the top end of the cost curve. And given that physician compensation tends to be, if not the most, certainly one of the most important factors in overall health care costs, it's reasonable to infer that the Canadian physicians are amongst the best compensated amongst the world's public systems. And I don't see that as a problem. I don't say that as criticism. Certainly not of the physicians, and nor of governments in this country. Physicians are people who spend years in university, incurring significant amounts of student debt, deferring income, who don't reach their peak earning years until later than most professionals do. And they make very significant sacrifices, and we do acknowledge, as the Honourable Minister of Health does in this place on a daily basis, that as the vast majority of physicians are have structured their affairs to be professional corporations, that those professional corporations in turn do bear significant costs, overhead costs, very typically to run their businesses. Those are all absolutely true facts. And that's one of the reasons why the government of Alberta believes that we ought to compensate physicians not just fairly, Madam Chair, but generously. And it is why when we raise the fact that Alberta's levels of physician compensation are an outlier within Canada, we don't do so critically, we do so objectively to inform the debate, which would be even better informed by the kind of transparency which this amendment will create. Now, on the other side, what do I hear? Talk about attacks on physicians. Madam Chair, it's just so typical of the NDP. They just cannot let go the divisive rhetoric on every issue all of the time. So what is this alleged attack on the physicians? Well, it was simply this, Madam Chair, a good faith and transparent effort by the elected government of Alberta to seek to stop significant annual increases in physician compensation in the midst of a fiscal and economic crisis. This government has not approached the Alberta Medical Association or any other representative body of physicians seeking an overall reduction in their compensation, even though they have, according to the Canadian Institutes for Health Information, enjoyed a 289% increase in gross billings by Alberta physicians since 2002. Now, maybe that doesn't mean a lot to some people, Madam Chair. So let's put it in comparison to British Columbia. Their physicians saw a total increase in gross billings over the same 17-year period of 100%. Just think about that for a moment. These are not opinions. These are not the kind of ad hominem attacks that we get from the NDP. These are hard data furnished by the Canadian Institute for Health Information National Health Expenditure Database, a unassailable objective data set, which indicates that overall physician compensation in Alberta has grown nearly 3 times faster than in the province most comparable to us in scale and geography and demography, province of British Columbia, which through much of that time has been governed by New Democrat governments, Madam Chair, and is currently. Madam Chair, I find this even more peculiar given that British Columbia, by the way, has an older population. Older populations by nature generate higher healthcare costs, and yet British Columbia has substantially lower healthcare costs. Why? Primarily because they have managed to exercise greater control and discipline with respect to compensation, which is half the total budget of the government of Alberta, and it is 10% as it relates to physicians in particular. So how is it an attack? How is it a war on physicians, as constantly suggested by the NDP, for us simply to say on behalf of taxpayers, we are in the midst of an economic collapse, the likes of which we have not seen since the Great Depression. Over 20% of Albertans are out of work. Hundreds of thousands of others have given up looking for work. The unsung heroes of our economy, tens upon tens of thousands of small businesswomen and small businessmen, have lost their life savings or are at risk of doing so. The Honourable Minister for Finance will be reporting to this Assembly in about a month's time I suspect the largest deficit, certainly in absolute terms, but also possibly in relative terms, in the history of this province. It will be north of $20 billion. There has been a $13 billion collapse of revenues. Madam Chair, since 2014, the average private sector family's income has declined by at least 10%. While the previous government maintained zeros with respect to public sector wage levels for nurses, for orderlies, for healthcare aides, for the public service broadly, so minus 10% for the private sector before the COVID catastrophe, zeros for the broad public sector before the COVID catastrophe. But over the same 5 years, a 23% increase for 10,800 Albertans who happen to be physicians, who we value and who we want to pay generously, Madam Chair. How is it an attack? How is it a war to suggest that cohort, which represents 1/4% of the Alberta population, but receives 10% of the budget of the government of Alberta, should in some modest way participate in the shared sacrifice that Albertans are living through today? I just heard the member for Calgary-Buffalo, the former finance minister, who talked about how they negotiated with the physicians. And they, quotes, took money back from their agreement. When he became finance minister, Madam Chair, the gross physician compensation budget in Alberta was $4.2 billion. 2015. When he left office, it was $5.2 billion. Again, that is it's not an opinion, it is a fact. Went up by 23% under their watch, went up by 6% a year, while they held nurses at zeros, while the private sector saw the floor drop out from under it. 1/4% of the population, the vast majority of whom are in the top percentile of income earners, what the left always attacks as the terrible, evil 1%ers. We don't hear that class warfare language from the NDP anymore. In this respect, Madam Chair, and they deserve to be in the top bracket of income earners because of their professionalism, because of their knowledge and skill, the sacrifices that they have made, and the overhead costs that they must carry. That's not the question. We're not standing here seeking 10 or 20%. We're not seeking to take away that 23%. Although I would be, in a normal world, you would expect the NDP to say that we ought to. That there ought to be. I just heard NDP speeches tonight about income equality. Income equality. What we have in this respect is growing inequality, Madam Chair. And I accept inequality is part of a function of a free economy. And some people with very high levels of education and skills are going to make significantly more income, and I would say good for them. That's fair and just. We want those kinds of incentives. But we cannot, in this crisis, we simply cannot afford for that to continue at those levels of increases. Without the kind of spending discipline that has been proposed by the Honourable Minister of Health, the Department of Health projects, based on these recent trends, that over the next 3 years there would be an additional increase of at least $2 billion over 3 years in physician compensation. While we are coping with the largest fiscal crisis since the province basically went broke in 1935, and I was just talking to a friend the other day, Madam Chair, a public sector worker. She told me that her husband works for a major energy company. I won't mention the particular company. She said that he's really grateful. I said, how's he doing? She said, well, he's really grateful to still have a job. She said, however, he's just gone through his third round of pay cuts in the last 5 years. The first one was, I think she said 15%. The second one was 10%. The latest one has been 7%. But you know what she said? She said Colin still feels lucky that he has a job. Madam Chair, Colin's experience is the experience of hundreds of thousands of Alberta families whose taxes pay for our public health care system, which in turn pays for physician compensation that has gone up by 23%. And all of the personal abuse and invective to the point of death threats that have been directed at the Minister of Health, a son of a physician, for having the temerity to suggest that the physicians join the nurses and the teachers and the public sector workers with no increases in gross compensation. The invective that he has faced for this is outrageous. It is odious, Madam Chair. To have had the harassment of members of his family, much of it egged on by the opposition. The vile language that has come from them, talking about, as the Honourable Minister of Health pointed out, a former NDP candidate who referred to foreign trained medical graduates who have brought their skills and education to Canada to practice here. And by the way, where would we be in this province and in this country without physicians trained abroad who joined us with their skills in this country? I can tell you, darn near every rural hospital in this province would be empty without those doctors who came here. And what does the NDP refer to them as? Quotes, scabs. In their language, in their vocabulary, that is about the lowest kind of epithet that you can throw at somebody, Madam Chair. And usually it is attached with all sorts of implications about threats, bullying, protests, pickets, if you're a scab. If you're a scab, you can be doxxed. That's what Unifor does. They take your picture and they put it on the internet and they tell people where you live and say, go get them. Unifor absolutely does. And in fact, I'll be happy to table hard evidence of Unifor doxing people. Just look what they did to the co-op workers in Regina. And that's what they're implying that they support for our new Canadian physicians. Madam Chair, I quite frankly find that xenophobic. Xenophobia is fear of the other. That NDP former candidate is trying to stoke fear of the other of newcomers, of immigrant doctors. Shame on them. They have yet to repudiate that. And so, Madam Chair, oh, by the way, the other day in question period, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said to me, she said, why don't you just do what BC and Saskatchewan done? They sat down with the doctors and they got agreements. Why don't you just replicate what they've done? I should have been faster on my feet and accepted the offer. Because you know what they did? Madam Chair, in BC, average gross physician billings according to CAI $376,000 versus $443,000 in Alberta, 18% lower. That was taken by the physicians in British Columbia, who operate generally at a higher cost of living with higher personal marginal income tax rates, meaning their net is substantially lower than even the difference in the gross billings would imply. Saskatchewan, I just looked it up, 12% lower gross billings than here in Alberta for physicians in Saskatchewan. So the NDP says, why don't you take the same deal that they got in Saskatchewan and BC? Is that what the NDP is proposing, that we cut their compensation by 18% or by 12%? No, we're not going to do that, Madam Speaker. But why does this party that supposedly over there represents the belief in income equality and equity, why would they slam zeros on the nurses, on the healthcare aides, on the orderlies, on the food service people in the hospitals, but say plus 23% for the doctors, who pay the lowest personal income taxes in Canada and enjoy a substantially lower cost of life than in other major provinces like Ontario and Quebec, according to the McKinnon panel, based on StatsCan data. Madam Chair, I cannot understand why the amendment brought forward by the Honourable Minister of Health is even remotely contentious. When it comes to physicians, you have a cohort, a group of people who are, in a way, a hybrid between being public sector employees. They're not technically that, but they do work de facto for Alberta Health Services. But they are de jure acting as contractors, typically as professional corporations. Now, every vendor, the government of Alberta, when they bill the government, those billings are disclosable. In most cases, I believe, they are proactively reported, the payments to vendors. And if there are some payments to vendors that are not disclosed because they're below a certain threshold, they can be obtained through freedom of information applications. Why should this not be the case more broadly, Madam Chair? That's why I support this motion.
Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Whitemud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in Committee of the Whole on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, and to speak to the amendment tabled by the government with respect to Bill 30. Now, there are a number of comments that I'd like to make with respect to the timing and the fact that we are considering this amendment, which is a significant change to existing legislation around disclosing, disclosing some financial information around billing and services provided by physicians in this province. I'd like to begin by commenting in the first place that I listened to the Honourable Premier's comments with respect to this amendment, and what seemed to be glaringly missing from his account of what's taken place with respect to the government's approach to physician compensation thus far is the fact that, physicians actually agreed to a compensation cut. In fact, they've tabled proposals where they accepted that there would be some kind of a physician or compensation change, and they put forward that offer. Again, in good faith to this government, but of course it's become very clear, not just to physicians, but also to Albertans, that this is a government that's not operating in good faith. So I think it's very unfortunate that we would be having this conversation about the need to actually address physician compensation when the Alberta Medical Association has put forward a position that accepts that and would consider that, but that doesn't seem to factor into to this government's approach, because what they seem to be dead set on doing is actually operating in bad faith by tearing up a contract unilaterally, by actually passing legislation that permitted them to tear up that agreement with doctors in record time and limiting debate without consultation, without discussion, and then doing said act and tearing up that agreement unilaterally with doctors and failing to go back to the table. When the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo spoke about the previous government, the NDP government's approach, yeah, negotiations was the key, because it was a negotiation, because it was a sit down and you actually speak in good faith with the other party. And it was, and as by my understanding, I was not part of government at that time, that those were difficult discussions and difficult negotiations, and I'm sure both parties were not happy with the outcome, and that's, in the legal world, that's how you actually know you have a fair negotiation, when nobody's completely happy. But that was the discussion that took place because it was in good faith. And unfortunately, what we've seen from this government is a determination to act in bad faith. And not only to act in bad faith, but yes, Madam Chair, to actually attack. And how do we know that? Well, the Premier acted so shocked to hear that we would use the terms attack. But that's actually what Albertans are seeing, because we had a Minister of Health who was standing on the driveway of a physician yelling at him in front of his family. We have incidences noted of the Minister calling up doctors on their personal phone numbers to berate them about things. We've had those are on the record. That was actually all of that, well, actually not all of that, some of that happened before the pandemic, but all of that happened, some of that happened during the pandemic. And again, we look at physician compensation, and those issues are very real issues, but we also have to look and understand at what's happened during the pandemic. And I feel like a broken record because I keep talking about it, but it is the fact that keeps really surprising me about this government is that they have not changed course. They have not at all reflected what Albertans have, which is sincere gratitude and appreciation for frontline healthcare workers. Now, we're at the point, Madam Chair, where every time a minister or a government member or the Premier themselves stands up and say, we're so thankful for our frontline healthcare workers, nobody believes them, because this is how they've continued to approach discussions and negotiations. And that is precisely my concern with the amendment here before us today, because this is not about transparency. We just listened to the Premier about a significant number of facts, he claims, about spending and all of that, and the percentage that we spend of our budget on healthcare. He already has the information he needs to say we need to roll back our spending. We need to control our spending with respect to healthcare costs. He already has that. How does the public disclosure of the information that's contained in this amendment actually further that? Especially because, Madam Chair, the amendment that's put forward today is not intended to actually provide clear transparency. Because if it was, it would address the very live issue, which is the continuing concern around sunshine lists or disclosure of physician compensation or pay for services they bill for, is that there is a significant difference between what physicians take home as their salary, as their compensation, between what they bill for the services they provide, and they get the funding from the government for that, because that funding that they get, as we all know in this room, and the minister even acknowledged it himself, goes towards more than just paying that doctor's take-home pay. It pays for a lot more than that. It pays for the rental of their clinic. It pays for their staff. It pays for office supplies. It pays for all of those things. So there's a distinct difference between saying what do physicians bill and what do they bring back in terms of their billings versus what they take home as compensation. And if this was truly an effort to be transparent about how much physicians take home as pay, to talk about that compensation, then that would be reflected in this amendment. But it's not. And that's deliberate. And I have to say that I feel like that's deliberate because it's shown this government is not acting in good faith. That is the concern that Albertans have. Albertans are not concerned, they're not opposed to, and neither is the official opposition, to greater transparency and accountability for public dollars. What we're concerned about is the ruse that is being perpetrated by this amendment that's going to somehow provide greater transparency, because it's not. It does not actually shed light on what's most important, to actually have an honest conversation about what we spend in this province on physician pay and on compensation. It is designed to shame Alberta doctors. That is the intent behind this, because they're hoping, the government is hoping, that Albertans might not know the difference between what a physician takes home as pay and what they receive as billings for the services provided. Again, Madam Speaker, if that was not the intent, the government at 12:30 a.m. on a late Monday night could have certainly provided an amendment that was much clearer with respect to what they're truly trying to get after. This is not about transparency, and frankly, Albertans at this point have a lot of difficulty believing that anything motivated by this government is transparent. Because we, of course, as the government is well aware, they've been voted the most secretive government in Canada. Not surprising, because when it comes to transparency, they want that when it's about shaming Alberta doctors who've been our frontline healthcare workers carrying us through the pandemic. But when it comes to their war room, which just seems to do angry tweets and inaccurate tweets, and tweets about the fact that, I don't know, they support climate change denial to promote our reputation on the global investment scene as being responsible energy providers, but yet let's promote climate change. They won't provide any transparency around that. So it certainly does not feel like what is happening under this amendment is actually motivated by transparency. And so therefore, Madam Chair, I would like to propose an amendment, a sub-amendment to this amendment, and I will provide copies of it right now to be circulated, and we'll read it into the record once you have a copy, Madam Chair.
This will be known as Amendment SA1. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So sub-amendment SA1 reads that I move that Amendment A1 to Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Part A in Clause B by adding, quote, and the Health Information Act, end quote, immediately after, quote, Alberta Bill of Rights, end quote, in the proposed section 20.4 sub 1. So, Madam Chair, the purpose of this amendment is to reflect what I believe and what we believe is an overbroad application of the amendment that's been put forward by the government. So, again, Madam Chair, this amendment by the government was just introduced a couple hours ago, so we have tried to reflect our concerns with what we could tell from a quick reading of the amendment. But there are concerns with the broad nature of the ability to collect and disclose information under this amendment. Now, again, I've stated my concern that this is it's capturing far broader information that is apparently the intent of the Minister of Health, that it actually is intended to allow for the disclosure of amounts payable by the Minister in respect of the cost of health services provided to residents. Again, not distinguishing between the costs of physicians running their clinics and that what they take home is take-home pay. But it also allows, and I'm currently looking at the amendment proposed by the government, that subsection 20.3 subsection 2 allows for the Lieutenant Governor and Council to require health entities to disclose to the Minister, quote, the information, documents, and records required by the regulations with respect to any funding received, payments made, or benefits provided by that health entity in respect of publicly funded health services and in respect of practitioners. And so therefore, Madam Chair, it is incredibly broad because it's not just looking at dollars. It does allow for regulations to be made that asks for any information, documents, and records that relate to the delivery of health services by practitioners to be disclosed. And specifically, of course, the amendment does allow for the disclosure of personal information of, well, specifically of practitioners, of basically obviously, of doctors and physicians. But we believe that it may be quite broad. In fact, it certainly is, because certainly we know that there is often a significant amount of other information that is contained in records that could possibly be disclosed under a regulation made pursuant to this amendment. So, for example, we know that simply billing information, simply the dollars, it could be intertwined with other records, and the way it's drafted right now in this amendment, it's quite broad. And while it does say that no personal information of patients shall be disclosed, it certainly does not prevent any disclosure of potential health information. And certainly we know doctors' records and how broad this is worded under the amendment could contain a lot of health information as well as personal information, and it could get quite intertwined. So we want to be very clear, Madam Chair, that the provisions of this amendment do not allow for the disclosure of information contrary to the Health Information Act, because we want to make sure that the health information, whether it's necessarily a patient's information or how the information is intertwined, that it's very clear, absolutely clear, that there's no intent under this amendment proposed by the government that health information covered and protected will be disclosed contrary to the Health Information Act. So that's really the intent of this sub-amendment, is to make sure that not only does the Alberta Bill of Rights trump this disclosure provision, but also the Health Information Act. And again, this is trying to provide some assurances to Albertans who might not have a lot of trust and faith right now in this government. We know that the health minister has used personal information of doctors to call them up and yell at them. We know that when a particular doctors from a particular health clinic, the Garneau Pediatric Clinic, spoke up in the media about their concerns about some of the billing practices, the billing changes that were being made by the government. Within hours, we had members of the Minister of Health's staff tweeting out information about the billing practices of this clinic because they dared speak up and challenge and question about the impact of the Minister of Health's changes on their very medically fragile patients who are children. And so we know that this minister's office, this government, really has no shame when it comes to using information very loosely. And right now, I think Albertans need a modicum of assurance that this government is not going to violate the Health Information Act. This should be straightforward. In fact, I'm going to assume to some extent that this was a drafting error by the government by not including the Health Information Act in section 20.4.1 or 20.41. And that they meant to ensure that those provisions still prevail over the disclosure of any information under this amendment. So it really should be a straightforward, I hope, a friendly sub-amendment to this government to provide that assurances to Albertans that they're not looking to violate the Health Information Act, and frankly, something that I think Albertans need from this government right now. And more than ever, Madam Chair, I also want to highlight that not only is it a shame that this government continues to attack frontline healthcare workers during a pandemic, but it also serves as a giant distraction. I believe this entire battle that we're seeing with the minister threatening and now following through on trying to publicly shame Alberta doctors and not most importantly, not bargain in good faith and go back to arbitration, go back to negotiation to actually resolve and get a resolution that will keep doctors in Alberta, because this is one of the fallouts that is the most disheartening for Albertans. Not only are they attacking doctors during the pandemic, but their actions are actually driving doctors out of this province at a time when we need to be doing everything we can to ensure that doctors stay here. And of course, we already know, we've talked about it, my colleague, the member from Edmonton City Centre, has stood up multiple times and talked about the various rural communities that are being most affected, that are losing their family doctors and shutting down clinics. And those areas are being hit hard, again, during a pandemic. And I have to highlight, Madam Chair, as well, we are certainly nowhere near being through this pandemic. We see the numbers going up regularly. We know the Chief Medical Officer of Health, either it was just today or the day before, I've lost track of my days a little bit here, but stood up and said, we have not flattened the curve. The curve is actually increasing right now. So the need for those doctors and those frontline healthcare workers is not going away. It's actually increasing. And so nobody's concerned, Madam Chair, or takes issue with the idea of trying to find better accountability and transparency for public dollars. But we do have issue when that fight is driving out and the tactics that this government is using to shame doctors and are driving them away at a time when we need them most. There is a method and there is a process by which those issues can be resolved in good faith, and that's negotiation and arbitration. That is the way to address these issues. There's no doubt that there could be ways that we could find efficiencies. We also know that doctors have said they're willing to take a pay cut, but they have to be at the table. They have to sit down. So if the government was truly honest about finding a way to resolve this issue and to drive down costs, then they should be sitting down in good faith with doctors and doing that now. Rather, we've seen them dragging out now. We're looking at 7 months, or I think it was October or November when they tore up the deal with the doctors, going on for months now, that they've been dragging out this battle. And not only is it not serving Albertans well, not only is it not serving our doctors well, it's also not serving the government well. I've mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. This government is the only provincial government in this country whose popularity did not go up during the pandemic. And the number one reason for that is this is also the only provincial government in this country that decided to go to war on its doctors during a pandemic. So certainly the government might want to take a pause, because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, just last week, and I need to be tabling in the legislature, although we may have limited opportunities to do so going forward, an email that I got from a constituent, which led to a phone call with this constituent, who told me, he said, I voted UCP in the last election. He said, I did, he said, and I will not do it again because of the way they're treating our doctors. He said, I cannot understand a government going to war with its doctors during a pandemic. And he said, I can assure you I will not be voting UCP again. And I'm not in a riding, Madam Chair, where I take my vote or my win for granted. I know that I have to earn every vote. And I actually want to thank the government for helping me earn that vote, because he assured me that he would be voting for me the next time around. So thank you to the government for that, but they should be taking that seriously. They should be taking that seriously across the province. They should be listening to Albertans who are saying, right now, we don't want these distractions. We don't want distractions of referendums on equalization or ranting and raving by the government members and the Minister of Health and the Premier about some angry tweets by somebody who they're now saying is affiliated with the NDP. Pay attention to what's going on right now with respect to the way you're treating Albertans, because they're paying attention. So that's what the government should be focused on right now. They should be focused on listening to Albertans rather than playing the games that they're playing right now. And this right now, Madam Chair, this amendment that they've brought forward is a game, because it's not focused on real transparency. It's not about giving real data, because they had the opportunity to do that. I can only imagine the minister's had this amendment before him for some time. He's been threatening it for weeks, so certainly they've been working on it. So certainly there was an opportunity when drafting this amendment to address what is an intricate challenge. How do you properly disclose physicians' compensations and services by distinguishing between the overhead costs and what they actually take home? He could have had the opportunity to do that. He chose not to. He chose to table an amendment, Madam Chair, that is specifically vague, which will allow for the misinformation that this government's continuing to spread. They're doing it on purpose because they're not interested in doing it in good faith. They're not interested in doing it in the efforts of transparency. They're playing a game. And they're playing a game with doctors and with Albertans at a time when we need this government to be focused on our health and recovery from the pandemic, not treating the health and safety regulations of 750,000 students who are about to go back to school and their teachers, and referring to it as tidying up, as if it's so dismissive. That's a problem. That's the problem, Madam Chair, that they're focused on these kinds of games rather than focusing on what Albertans care about most right now. And they want to make sure their kids are going back to school safely. And this government has been completely dismissive of that. But in the meantime, they have plenty of time to play the games that they're playing. So, Madam Chair, I hope that the government will consider this sub-amendment to make sure that they're providing some assurances that the Health Information Act will still remain primary, that we're not looking to violate that.
Honourable members, I see the Honourable Minister of Health has risen to join the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, speaking of playing games, look, Madam Chair, I suppose at this point, it's been a year since the election. At this point, the desperation of the NDP manifests in such a bizarre and strange way that all that can be said for however long the honourable member is speaking in the chamber is just a rambling mash of slander and false narratives, which is really quite embarrassing. Madam Chair. Look, just a few things to correct the record. As the honourable member knows, there was no agreement that was torn up. There was a termination clause that was negotiated with the AMA, that the AMA agreed to, that we executed, Madam Chair. The physicians and the AMA never sat down with us and offered a pay cut, and the honourable member knows that. Every proposal, if you can call it generously a proposal, and it really wasn't, it was a PowerPoint presentation. But any time that we were proposed anything by the AMA, Madam Chair, it was going to result in significant, massive cost overruns. Cost overruns that would have come somewhere else in the system. And as the Honourable Premier pointed out, for 4 years under the NDP, they had the pay grid for our nurses at zeros for their time in government. And yet, physician compensation increased by 23% under the NDP. If we continue the same path as the NDP did for their 4 years, $2 billion more to physicians when they're already the most generously paid in the country, Madam Chair? Would that meant less money for AHS? We only give them $12 billion. We give AHS a $12 billion grant. So the amount of money that we give the 10,800 physicians is almost half of what we give as a grant to all of AHS. They have 110,000 employees, Madam Chair. 90%, 91% of them are unionized. So the unionized folks get $7 billion. As a whole, I think it's $8.4 billion for all of the labor that is paid by AHS. And we pay our physicians, 10,800 of them right now, $5.4 billion. We're proposing to keep that at $5.4 billion for the next few years. Now, we were also alleged to have not sat down with the doctors, which is also not true. We started after the McKinnon panel filed their report in August. We gave notice to the physicians we wanted to start negotiations with them. They asked for a couple months, and we agreed. We started sitting down with the AMA in November, Madam Chair. And we started meeting with them in November, and it went till January 31st. When we did not get a counter-proposal from the AMA. We provided them with the homework we had done and the new framework that we suggested that didn't include the same way that the previous Redford government had delegated the authority of the Minister of Health to a physician compensation committee, essentially giving a veto to the AMA from ever being able to find any savings in physician compensation. We knew that a new framework was required, and we did continue with the new framework. After then negotiations were successful, mediation wasn't either. In fact, in mediation, we didn't get a single proposal from the AMA. But although after February 20th, when we announced the new physician framework, we made it very well known publicly that any time that the AMA wanted to be able to table with us a credible proposal in the alternative to our framework that we announced on February 20th, it's up to them. Happy to sit down with them. Our door is open. Anytime they want to provide us with an alternative, I've instructed the ministry to review it. Now, they haven't, but they still have asked to meet with us in March and again in June. And we did sit down with them and listen to them and receive their PowerPoint presentations again. No counter-proposal with details, but continue to meet with them, continue to sit down with them, and continue to hear from them and get their PowerPoint presentations. Now, to the sub-amendment that's been tabled with the Chamber, and speaking to that, although I thought it was a little bit strange that most of what the honourable member had to say was not about her amendment, but just really just repeating a lot of false narrative and slander, Madam Chair. But like I think the honourable members are focused on in my amendment, Government Amendment A1, in 20.3, sub 1, sub B. And there is a definition of personal information, means personal information as defined in the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And for some reason, it seems that the honourable members have become focused on convincing themselves that this is going to result in personal information of a patient being disclosed in some way through what's being proposing these amendments, which is not true at all. All you have to do is go to sub 2, Madam Chair. If you go to sub 2, the whole point of these amendments is for the Lieutenant Governor and Council, by regulation, to require health entities to disclose the payments that a physician is receiving. And that might include the practitioner's personal information. It's not talking about the patient's personal information, Madam Chair. And so, with the understanding that I think the honourable members opposite are misunderstanding and need to take time to read the amendment, to understand it better, that they've misunderstood this, that there is no reason for a reference to the Health Information Act after the Alberta Bill of Rights in section 20.4, I would submit, Madam Chair, that the sub-amendment be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Are there any other honourable members wishing to speak on? Oh, I see the honourable member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise tonight and speak to the sub-amendment A1, SA1, introduced by my honourable colleague from Edmonton Whitemud. And Madam Chair, I want to start by perhaps going back over some of what's been brought up tonight. And I think it's very interesting that we're here at 3 o'clock this morning. This amendment was introduced, the original amendment was introduced at about 1 o'clock this morning. And indeed, the member for Red Deer South even rose in this place and said he thinks nobody's watching. He thinks nobody's watching at this time of night, and nobody even at home would be watching, and nobody other than the people in this place and perhaps our staff would be watching. That's basically the gist of what he was saying, Madam Chair. The question I have is, if as the Premier said, this is so important, and this is something that the Premier can't believe hasn't been done before, can't believe hasn't come forward way earlier, years earlier, then why now is the Minister of Health introducing this amendment at 1 o'clock at night, in the middle of the darkness, when the UCP members themselves admit that Albertans may not be watching? Because, Madam Chair, I submit to you that it seems very clear that this government has a history and record of trying to ram through legislation and hide it in the cover of darkness in the middle of the night. That's very clearly what this government is trying to do. It's a history of this government abusing their authority, Madam Chair. It's a history of this government not having clear boundaries on when and where they're supposed to use information, on when and where they're supposed to do debate, and how democracy works in this place. Madam Chair, it's really interesting because we saw the Minister of Health rise and speak about narratives and speak about issues and different uses of information and how we had a misunderstanding of the Act. But Madam Chair, I submit that perhaps the Minister needs to look at his own house before he points across. It's very concerning that the Minister of Health rose in this place and tried to speak authoritatively on the use of personal information, whether it's patient information or practitioner information, because, Madam Chair, the Minister of Health actually had his office pull the personal information of a practitioner in this province and berate him over the phone. The Minister of Health also personally went to a practitioner, a doctor's physician's home and berated him in front of his children and wife. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, that is what we are talking about when this minister rises in this place and says that he can speak authoritatively on the use of personal information. That's the man we are talking about. That's the information we're talking about.
Order has been called. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, I hesitate to interrupt, but I do rise on relevance under 23B. We are on an amendment moved by that honourable member's colleague. Sounds to me he is attempting to debate, at the very least, the main bill. Be curious to hear his comments on the sub-amendment moved by his party, Madam Chair. Maybe he's not aware, maybe he didn't catch on that we're on a sub-amendment and he's in a different stage of the bill, but we should probably stick to the work that's before the House at the moment.
Member from Edmonton South is clearly speaking about the background when it comes to physician compensation, and I trust that he will get to the amendment shortly.
So while at this time I do not find this to be a point of order, I would like to take this opportunity to caution all members of this Assembly to please stay to the question at hand, and that is the sub-amendment SA1. Back to the honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sub-amendment SA1, as we all know, refers to the Health Information Act being appended after the Alberta Bill of Rights. And I believe that when we speak about things like the use of personal health information and the use of patient health information as well as practitioner health information, it is important that we understand the context and we understand who we are speaking about when orders in council may be made and submitted to in terms of information being used. And of course we know that in the actual amendment that is being amended by the sub-amendment, Madam Chair, the information under 20.3 sub, I believe it's sub 5, the minister may actually use the information that is extracted without sub 6 for purposes other than the disclosure to the public under subsection 4. So when we look at the information that's being revealed, when we look at the actual information that's being taken, when we look at the actual uses that the minister is going to be able to have, it becomes very clear that it is required to include additional provisions such as the Health Information Act in the sub-amendment. It becomes very clear that it's required that we actually understand the context of who is introducing, who is going to have access to this information, what types of abuses of power and abuses of trust have been done with that information in the past, and how we should be protecting that information as we move forward. And this sub-amendment does speak to that. I mean, this sub-amendment clearly tries to increase the clarity for the minister. It tries to increase the clarity for the minister that he would not be able to use this information for purposes such as he has already done, such as berating a doctor at his home, such as berating a doctor over the phone, such as actually, Madam Speaker, having the minister's office pull clinic records to attack and discredit a physician on social media. I think all of these attacks on physicians or embarrassing at the very least, and shameful. And Madam Chair, it's pretty clear that we need to have clear parameters. It's pretty clear that we need to have succinct parameters, such as adding the Health Information Act immediately after the word Alberta Bill of Rights in the proposed section. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that when this amendment is brought in, it doesn't have the protections in place that are required. It doesn't have the protections in place that are to protect Albertans from this health minister. Physicians don't trust this health minister, Madam Chair. Albertans don't trust this health minister. And healthcare workers don't trust this health minister. And this House should not trust this health minister. And indeed, because of that, we must bring in as many clear and concise protections as we can against the abuse of power by this health minister, Madam Chair. It's very clear that this health minister does not understand the boundaries between what is acceptable use of his office and what is not. What is a reasonable use of his office in terms of the use of practitioner information and personal health records, and what is not. It's very clear that we need to provide direct instruction to the minister through legislation, through this sub-amendment, that he is not to use this information for other purposes, that he is not to use this information for anything other than the purpose of disclosure. I mean, Madam Speaker, it's very clear that this minister has an attack on doctors, is facing a war on doctors. Indeed, the Alberta Medical Association is currently voting on a vote of non-confidence against this minister. Madam Chair, it is abundantly clear that nobody trusts this minister, and it is exceptionally unclear to me why any member of this Assembly would trust this minister. What this health minister has done, Madam Chair, is he has breached time and time again the trust of Albertans. The trust of Albertans. And Madam Speaker, it's very clear that when this continues to happen, and it continues to go unchecked by this Premier, it continues to go unchecked by this government caucus, it continues to go unchecked by the Premier, by the Minister's office, indeed, we must then instead use this sub-amendment, use legislation, and actually direct the minister. We must actually tell the minister what he can and cannot do with this information. We must tell the minister clearly in this place tonight, right now, that it is unacceptable to go on and continue in this manner, Madam Chair. It's clearly that this government has no shame and is willing to violate the rights of patients and violate the rights of practitioners. And indeed, unless we introduce this amendment, unless we accept this amendment and explicitly protect the information used, under the Health Information Act, then we will have difficulty understanding what this minister may do, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. This minister has broad-reaching powers with this amendment he's brought in. Broad-reaching powers that he's brought in the middle of the night under cover of darkness because he doesn't want Albertans to see what he's doing, Madam Chair. He doesn't want Albertans to actually understand and have the opportunity to critique what he's doing, Madam Chair. And indeed, that is why your opposition, your Majesty's loyal opposition, is here at approximately 3:20 at night here tonight, Madam Chair. We're here to make sure that this minister is going to be held to account, that this government is going to be held to account, and that all relevant acts and legislation that this minister has to abide by to maintain the trust of Albertans, maintain the trust of physicians, maintain the trust of healthcare workers and this House should be added to this bill. And Madam Speaker, to be very clear, I think this amendment is a bad amendment. I think this amendment is a continuing effort by this government to smear Alberta's doctors, during the middle of a global pandemic. It's a continuing effort to discredit physicians in the middle of the night. And Madam Speaker, it's pretty clear that we need to bring in additional direction for this minister. We need to bring in additional parameters for this minister, because it's pretty clear that this minister has nobody on his front bench or in the Premier's office or in his own caucus that is willing to actually tell him that it is not acceptable to berate physicians, that it's not acceptable to pull physician records, it's not acceptable to try and discredit physicians personally on Twitter through pulling their clinic records. None of those things are acceptable. None of those things are reasonable. None of those things are what you expect in a Western liberal democracy, Madam Chair. But indeed, it appears that we have to introduce this sub-amendment. We have to make that explicitly clear in legislation. We have to say that the information protected under the Health Information Act should also be included in this bill, because this minister simply does not do things in good faith. This minister simply uses underhanded tactics and shows up on driveways to yell at physicians in front of their kids, Madam Chair. And none of this is in the UCP platform. None of this is something that the UCP campaigned on. None of this is something that the minister took to the doors. Perhaps he took it to the doors of the doctors he was berating, Madam Chair, but certainly he did not take it to the doors of voters, general voters, Madam Chair. And indeed, we need to direct this government, we need to hold this government to account, and we need to let them know that it is not okay to move on in this manner. It is not okay to act outside the scope of the Health Information Act. It is not okay to act outside of the direction of this Assembly, and it is not okay in a Western liberal democracy to act in this manner. And it's pretty clear that we need to have this in black and white. It's pretty clear that the minister himself, when he spoke to this sub-amendment, Madam Chair, and he said that it was unnecessary, is not speaking authoritatively, is not speaking with the trust of physicians, is not speaking with the trust of Albertans, is not speaking with the trust of healthcare workers. And it's pretty clear, Madam Chair, that we see that this is an essential piece of information to give to the minister, because if the minister himself cannot understand what is wrong with the statements he has made, cannot understand what is wrong with calling a physician on his personal cell phone, cannot understand what is wrong with berating a doctor in front of his home, cannot understand what is wrong with pulling physician information and practitioner information and billing data from a practice that may have personally identifiable information, and how that may violate the Health Information Act that's introduced in the sub-amendment, Madam Chair. If the Minister of Health cannot understand any of these issues, then it becomes abundantly clear that we do need to indeed come into this place and direct the Minister of Health that is not acceptable. That we need to direct the Minister of Health that what he has done, indeed he should probably be resigning, but given that this Premier is willing to stand by these outrageous actions and these disgraceful actions, instead we will try to make this bad bill better. Instead we will introduce an amendment that will actually protect Albertans' information, will actually protect Albertans' personal health information, will actually protect practitioner information, and will actually ensure that we will not have this blatant abuse of power brought in by the minister, Madam Chair. And I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear that, again, the truth is leaking from this government. Madam Chair. This amendment originally was introduced at 1 o'clock tonight, around 1 o'clock tonight, just before. And indeed, around that time, the member for Red Deer South said in this place that he thinks nobody is watching. And that, Madam Chair, I think speaks to why the government introduced this in the dead of night without Albertans watching, while trying to hide this information from Albertans, Madam Chair. And it's pretty obvious that this public shaming of doctors is only an attempt to create more chaos in the Alberta healthcare system. It's not to improve patient care. Instead, it's actually to try and slander doctors in the middle of the night without giving the opportunity to critique it, without giving the opportunity to have a thorough discussion. And indeed, it's pretty clear that we need to have these provisions in place to protect physicians and protect patients and protect Albertans from these from this government's blatant abuse of power, from this government's attack on physicians, from this government's attack on our public healthcare system, from this government's ongoing drive to Americanize our healthcare system, Madam Chair, because we know that they've brought in so many other provisions in this bill that Americanize our healthcare, that this slander against physicians and this smear against physicians that's brought in the middle of the night is simply an attempt to try and give themselves more broad-reaching powers, is simply an attempt to try and bring themselves more powers that can be misused, and that this minister has misused in the past, even when he didn't have the authority, Madam Chair. So it's pretty clear that we need to put in these very clear parameters. We need to tell this minister what is and is not okay. We need to tell this entire government, apparently, Madam Chair, what is and is not okay, because apparently not a single member of this government bench is willing to stand up to the health minister, is willing to stand up and actually say, hey, perhaps we need to not pull personal information of physicians, perhaps we need to not pull the information of doctors and berate them in front of their homes. Perhaps we need to not use practitioner information to berate them and slander them and discredit them on social media, Madam Chair. And with all of that context, I think it's pretty clear that we need to include aspects such as the Health Information Act into this amendment specifically. I don't think it makes this amendment good. I think it makes a bad amendment slightly less bad, Madam Chair, and that's okay. We will not have every opportunity to fix every single piece of terrible legislation this government brings in, but indeed we will have the opportunity to make their bad legislation not as bad. We will have the opportunity to try and protect Albertans incrementally, Madam Chair. And sometimes we have to take baby steps when trying to protect Albertans because this government is so intent on attacking our public services, on attacking our healthcare workers during a pandemic, on berating our healthcare workers during a pandemic, and on abusing their power during a healthcare pandemic, Madam Chair. And it's pretty clear that this government is not doing things in good faith and is using these underhanded tactics, Madam Chair. So as we move forward with the sub-amendment, as we move forward with the amendment and with the bill in general, I think it's certainly important that we set out clear guidelines in all parts of the legislation, including in this amendment, that show the minister and show this government where they should and should not misuse information, where they shouldn't misuse information at all, but where they should and should not pull information and use information incorrectly, because we know that in this amendment, we know that in this original Amendment A1, Madam Chair, there are provisions that allow the Minister of Health to use practitioner information and personal health information for disclosure for purposes other than disclosure. Right, so the Minister of Health is actually given the opportunity to pull practitioner information, that may include personally identifiable health information, Madam Chair, and then use it for other purposes. And what are those other purposes? We don't know. It's not defined in this legislation. It's not defined in the amendment. But indeed, we would be able to add an amendment a sub-amendment in this case, that would actually restrict that use, that would actually restrict it and say we can't violate the Health Information Act. We can't go in and actually make Albertans use Albertans' information without certain protections that are provided by the Health Information Act, such as consent in some cases and otherwise, Madam Chair. And I think it's very important. I think it's very important because we have this history of the health minister not being careful with the information he's entrusted with not being reasonable with the information he's entrusted with. And I think it's very important that when we have an amendment that is this broad-reaching, when we have an amendment that is this wide in scope and is able to touch so many pieces of information and is able to have such a deep impact impact on our practitioners and on physicians, that we do actually need to stop and consider what privacy protections are in place, what safeguards are in place to protect Albertans from the minister, because, Madam Chair, it is very clear to Albertans, it is very clear to healthcare workers, it is very clear to physicians that nobody, not a single person, trusts this minister. Nobody trusts this minister, and they're begging Albertans, and Albertans are begging this government to just stand up to this minister and tell him that what he's doing is not okay. Tell him that his attacks on healthcare are not okay. Tell him his Americanization of healthcare is not okay, Madam Chair. But instead, what we're going to do is we're going to be introducing some amendments like this that have provisions such as the Health Information Act in place to ensure that we protect Albertans from this minister, that we protect Albertans from the abuse of power this minister is perpetrating, that we protect Albertans from the attacks this minister is bringing against physicians and healthcare workers and public service, Madam Chair, that we protect Albertans from this minister's breach of health files, Madam Chair, because really, Madam Chair, it's shameful that they would bring this in at about 1 o'clock at night, and now here we are at 3:30 at night, still debating the same piece of legislation, the amendment here, because this government is trying to essentially ram this through under the cover of darkness. And instead of letting them ram it through under the cover of darkness, we're going to be making reasonable suggestions like this. We're going to be making we're going to be introducing provisions that protect Albertans' information, that protect Albertans from this blatant attack, that protect Albertans from in the member for Red Deer South's own words, when nobody is watching, Madam Chair. So indeed, we are trying to protect Albertans even when and if nobody is watching. I can assure you, Madam Chair, that people are watching. I've been receiving a lot of tweets and direct messages as well around physicians and the general public who are asking us to stand up against this government and stand up against this government's attacks on public health care and Americanization of our healthcare, and indeed they're concerned about the misuse of practitioner and personal information as well that is included in this amendment, and certainly we need to make sure that we have all the safeguards in place, because Albertans do not trust this government. Albertans specifically do not trust this health minister, and indeed physicians are voting on a vote of non-confidence about this health minister, Madam Chair. So when we have a health minister who berates doctors in front of their own homes, in front of their families, when we have a health minister who berates doctors on their phones through improperly acquired personal information through the health minister's office, when we have a health minister whose office pulls billing information from medical records and medical records to discredit physicians on social media, it becomes abundantly clear, Madam Chair, that this minister cannot be trusted with information, cannot be trusted with Albertans' information, and this government cannot be trusted with the personal information of Albertans, and we need to have these explicit safeguards. We need to have these explicit protections. We need to have provisions in place that prevent this government from going out and doing this blatant abuse, from going out and attacking our public workers.
There. Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment SA1? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Decor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity at the fantastic time of 3:30 a.m. in the morning here to speak to the sub-amendment SA1, which of course is tied to the Amendment A1, which is proposing to amend Bill 30, basically with some new information. Now, we've certainly heard some of my colleagues express some concerns. I too have concerns generally with Amendment A1. I have many, actually, and SA1 will allow us to address one of those concerns. So I guess the first thing I have to mention, Madam Chair, is, you know, in the past, I keep having to bring this up. I don't know why I have to continue, but I do. We've heard members from the government bench, members in the government caucus, who in the 29th legislature constantly referred to giving ministers more power was a bad thing. That should never happen. That should not be the case. Albertans should be able to see what's going on. I heard this over and over. Yet here we are talking about specifically around 20.4 sub 1 of allowing the minister some more abilities shall we say. So I can't help but ask, was it actually then the case back then where they believed that that was the case, that a minister shouldn't be getting all these extra abilities and ways to exercise authority, and now that has changed. So, it confuses me because I'm constantly seeing this pattern of saying one thing, then saying something else, doing one thing, doing something else, and it conflicts. It just simply conflicts, and it's no surprise then when Albertans reach out to me and say, "What is the government doing?" And I have to tell them, I said, I guess it depends on the day. I don't know if it depends on what side of the bed they got out of that day, which door of the building they walked in that day, as to what dictates what type of language they're going to promote, what type of language they're not going to promote, and then possibly by the time the afternoon rolls around that day, they may have flip-flopped again. But one of the other things I always used to hear back in the 29th legislature, Madam Chair, was around unintended consequences. Heard that one a lot. Constantly talking about how the previous government bringing in legislation, they can't see the unintended consequences, and we would never listen to the official opposition. So here we are, trying to point out with a very simple sub-amendment that there may potentially be some unintended consequences that the government hasn't seen. And by adding the Health Information Act, we would be able to cover those unintended consequences. Because at the end of the day, not only do I live with somebody who is, shall we say, very concerned when it comes to personal information, I know people that talk about that type of thing on a regular basis. And so I think by introducing this sub-amendment to A1, we will be able to put those concerns that not only those individuals have, but I'm sure the ones that we've clearly seen are keeping an eye on us this evening around their concerns to what's being proposed. Because, it's interesting. This whole amendment of A1, which is tied to the sub-amendment, it was originally introduced because the health minister more or less said, we want to get the conversation started around disclosure of doctor compensation. And so I have to ask why the government decided that the best time to start that conversation was at 1 a.m. this morning. Maybe perhaps they should have started that conversation a little bit earlier, say during negotiations, which, it's funny. I heard the health minister talk about the steps that happened during the negotiation process. And, thinking back, I've had the opportunity to participate in several negotiation periods. I've been able to observe them and, of course, even watched some from afar. And when I look at the timeline and roughly real negotiations were taking place over a period of 3 or 4 months, maybe? I mean, really? And at that point, we decided, let's exercise that clause to cancel the contract. I mean, Madam Chair, I have been involved in negotiations where we're negotiating after 2 years to try and get a fair deal for both sides. And we threw up our hands after 3 or 4 months. I mean, really? That's all the government had in itself was 3 or 4 months? And so I believe that A1 presents a problem, not only for practitioners, but I think potentially for their patients as well. And I think if we adopt the sub-amendment A1 to this, I think this will give us an ability to start the conversation, at least here with ourselves. I'm worried that significant damage has already been done that will impede that conversation with doctors. I mean, my gosh, as my colleague from Edmonton South talked about earlier, around having a vote of non-confidence. I mean, Madam Chair, I've certainly had, again, as I mentioned, the opportunity to participate in many contract negotiations, and sometimes they've gone well, and sometimes they've gone not so well. And to see something like that, I mean, that is certainly tipping on the side of really not going so well. But I mean, here's our opportunity now. I guess we could extend a bit of an olive branch to our physicians around this, and I think it'll waylay some of the fears that we're already starting to get, I mean, just through social media around what people are concerned when it comes to personal information, because you know, we have seen a lot of instances where personal information has gone awry, and you know, I've always tried to be fair with people, Madam Chair, and certainly sometimes somebody might make a decision that's not necessarily the best, and I think we've unfortunately seen several decisions by the health minister with regards to this subject, and it causes me pause. And if I'm to be able to get over this, I think by adopting the sub-amendment A1, this will give me the opportunity to be able to, I guess, reconcile that information, personal information, is a little bit more secured, and we won't see some misuse with this. Because I've always said, Madam Chair, when it comes to language, it's not necessarily about the people in this room right now. We know what's going on. We know what the intention is, what it's supposed to be covering. I'm always thinking about when we're not all here, when it's up to somebody else to try to interpret what has been placed in this legislation. And so by introducing the amendment, adding the Health Information Act in there, this gives us the clarity later on down the road when somebody's trying to interpret that not only do they have to look at the Alberta Bill of Rights, but they also have to look at the Health Information Act. Because, you know, if I were to just leave this as is, I would read this. All I have to do is check the Bill of Rights. That's all I have to do. There's no other requirement to check anything else, which means, what else could I be missing? Well, what's that famous saying? I don't know what I don't know. But this way, by introducing the Health Information Act through the sub-amendment, we make sure that the people that come after are checking both of these things and are complying with the legislation. And that way it's not open for interpretation. And we're also living up, I think, to what was said in the past around ministers shouldn't be given the abilities to go over and beyond. And so I think we're now living up to what has been said by, I think, voting this down, which unfortunately the health minister has suggested here. I think creates a gray area open to interpretation and open to problems. I mean, I would certainly say that A1 in general has some problems with it, and perhaps I'll get the opportunity a little bit later, whether I don't know if it'd be this evening, this morning, to talk more fully about that. But we do have that SA1 in front of us first that we're trying to address. And so, like I said, I think this is the ability for us to extend that olive branch, because in all the time that I've had the ability to negotiate with other parties, I've never seen. It almost seems like such a concerted effort with which to take a tense situation and make it even worse. You know, when I'm looking at this in general, and certainly given the timing that this has been brought in around the disclosure of practitioners' salaries, it's interesting that the information required is, shall we say, a little bit lacking. You know, I think I heard mention around the Blue Ribbon panel, which we know had looked at expenses and not revenues. And so, you know, to sit here and say, well, we're going to disclose their gross earnings, I think is lacking in clarity. And Albertans will, you know, not be able to make an informed decision around that. And so to try to, I guess, intensify that fight, which I really feel A1 is going to do, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at some of these clauses, specifically, as I said, 20.4 and the sub-amendment that would start to make, I think, an inflammatory addition to the legislation in Bill 30, maybe a little less inflammatory. I'm concerned, Madam Chair, that on a whole, we may see challenges to this in terms around the release of personal information. And it would not surprise me that should we choose not to accept Amendment SA1, and I certainly would never presuppose the decision of this House, but it wouldn't surprise me by doing that and later down the road after this amendment is added, the bill is passed, that we see challenges saying, well, the Health Information Act should have been included within this legislation. And then we'll find ourselves back here in the House trying to amend this legislation, which we could have had the chance to do at this very moment, and save Alberta taxpayers a bunch of money on legal fees, which, again, seems to be a little bit of a pattern with this government wanting to fight everything, which is not fiscally in the best interests of Albertans. And so why should we yet again look at another court challenge like we've seen on Bill 10? I mean, when I look at what's proposed here right now, and Bill 10 and the ability to, add legislation, amend it, delete legislation, causes me some significant concern. But that is getting challenged right now. And so why don't we just simply amend this piece, avoid the unintended consequences of legal challenges, saying we should have added the Health Information Act, and save this legislative assembly a lot of time where we could be concentrating on other more pressing matters for Albertans. And so Of course, my intention will be to wholeheartedly support Amendment SA1 that my colleague from Edmonton Whitemud brought forward, and I must say, explained very, very well around why this legislation needs to be amended in this spot. I do believe there's other pieces that we're going to need to look at on top of that. Because I think there's certainly some problems. I'll get the opportunity, I'm sure, to address those as we move further on in the debate around Bill 30, A1, and SA1 at the same time. So my hope is that members of the Assembly will accept this amendment. Let's not cause ourselves unnecessary grief by excluding it, and that way we can get to the business of trying to make Albertans' lives better, and hopefully maybe with some other amendments we can start to repair that relationship that we currently have with Alberta doctors, which I do believe is very, very tense right now. As I said, I've seen negotiations go not so great, and I'm concerned, like I said, that physicians feel the need to have to hold a confidence vote in the health minister. That tells me that there's a failure to listen, and if we're negotiating in good faith, like the member from Edmonton Whitemud mentioned earlier in her comments, that means not negotiating on social media, not negotiating in the news. This is about coming up with an agreement that will work for both sides, but there's a reason why you never negotiate in public, because sometimes you will bring things up that unfortunately will quickly get misconstrued, and before you know it, it's blown completely out of proportion, and that was never the actual intent around the bargaining, because people don't get to actually sit into the bargaining and listen to the conversation as it progresses. And just simply getting that little tidbit out in public does a disservice to both sides, unfortunately. And that has been the case here as of late when it regards to working with doctors. And I don't think that it's served doctors, and it certainly hasn't served this government as well. And we need to somehow figure out how to be able to go forward, get a deal that works for the plans of the government. We're trying to help them out here. Favorite words I used to always hear all the time, we're here to help.
Honourable members, any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment SA1 on Bill 30 in Committee of the Whole? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be really brief, and thanks to the honourable member from Edmonton Whitemud for bringing forward this important amendment. And I think for most part I have a question for government front bench. Anybody wants to clarify that would really help. So essentially, this amendment is making a change to amending section 20.4, which says, except for the Bill of Rights, section 20.3 prevails over any enactment that it conflicts or is inconsistent with. So section 20.3 is about the disclosure relating to publicly funded services. And it says that except for the Alberta Bill of Rights, which recognizes, declares certain rights and freedoms, such as life, liberty, security of person, freedom of association, religion, expression, assembly, those kind of things. It protects them. In the section 2 of that Bill of Rights, says that unless you expressly say that this piece of legislation doesn't apply, as a matter of interpretation rules, that you will read legislation in a way that they are not in conflict with that piece of legislation. In here they are including that, which means that they are excluding any other legislation that they are not expressly mentioning. And my colleague is trying to add Health Information Act, which is the critical piece of legislation that protects health information. It governs the collection, use, and disclosure of that personal health information. And essentially what it does, that it balances the privacy of that information with government need to deliver health services, government need to manage the healthcare system. And I think what I would want to know are some clarification that why is government not willing to accept this amendment? And if they're not willing to accept this amendment, that means, and we are left to conclude, that government intends to reach out into people's personal health record, into Albertans' personal health records, and doesn't intend to comply with Health Information Act. If that's not the intention, I think it's a pretty straightforward amendment that will protect the personal health information, and that will still be the government regime for the use of that information to manage health system and manage the health care, that the delivery of health care that is the responsibility of the government. So if anybody from the front bench can explain that, that would really help. Thank you.
Honourable members wishing to join debate on Amendment SA1 on Bill 30. Seeing none, I will call the question on Sub-Amendment SA1. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment appears to be defeated. We're back on the main amendment, Government Amendment A1. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise to speak to this amendment that government introduced in the name of transparency. And I have mentioned it before, we'll say it again, that if government was to pursue transparency as a matter of public policy, there are many other things. There are many other opportunities where they could have demonstrated that. For instance, they did set up a war room Canadian Energy Center, where they provided that center led by a failed UCP candidate, $30 million, and exempted that center, its expenditures, its expenses, from even FOIA legislation, so that nobody would know what this center is doing. Every once in a while, we will hear them in the news media if they steal somebody's logo, or if they go after some journalist, or if they do something really unscientific, then we hear about those things, that what they are up to. Otherwise, they have completely shut down every avenue of anybody knowing that what that center is doing. So that seeing that kind of record of government transparency, I don't think that this amendment relates too much to transparency, because government time and again had failed to demonstrate any commitment whatsoever to transparency. For instance, they were supposed to give a fiscal update. That's also part of transparency, and they didn't deliver that. They entered into a $7.5 billion deal that they even include in their talking points that how they responded to COVID-19. It was $7.5 billion Keystone XL deal. And we don't know anything other than that they have preferred equity share, how they rank with respect to their debts, and what happens if there is a change in United States and White House, all those things. Again, government never showed any interest whatsoever with transparency. And also given the record of this government and this health minister dealing with doctors, I think nobody is buying it, that this provision, this amendment they are bringing forward late at night has anything to do with the transparency. It's just a way of grabbing power so they can use that power, they can threaten to use that power to deal with the doctors. That's what they have been doing. And the minister said very recently, actually, he didn't commit to transparency, rather he was threatening doctors that he will reveal their contracts and their compensation if they don't come to the term. So I think this amendment need to be looked at that context, and that is the proper context of it, that it's just another attempt by this government and this minister to deal with the mess they have created in healthcare by canceling their contracts, by time and again berating them, devaluing them, carrying on a smear campaign against them, and even going to one doctor's house to berate and yell at him in front of his family because he disagreed, he dared to disagree with them. So we do know that this amendment that they are bringing forward has nothing to do with transparency. Rather, there is enough power given to minister in this that there is a serious risk that people's health information will be used in ways that it should not be. And we saw that by government refusing to acknowledge that the Health Information Act and the information that is collected under that act will be protected and will not be made to, will not be used in a way that it should not be, because it says Section 20.3 prevails over any enactment. So it means that government can rely on this piece of legislation, Section 20.3, and can bring changes that may be such that Health Information Act will not prevail. Rather, this provision will prevail, and people's health information may be used in ways which are less than transparent. But again, taking government at its government words at its face value, I also want to move an amendment, Madam Chair, which I have the requisite number of copies to distribute at this point, and I would like to move that amendment.
Sub-Amendment SA2. Honorable Member, please proceed.
Thank you. Member from Calgary-McCall to move that Amendment A1 to Bill 30, Health Statute Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Part A in Class B by adding the following immediately after the proposed section 20.34. 4.1. If the minister is required under Section 4 to disclose information about the amount payable to a health entity for the cost of health entity's provision of health services to residents, the minister must, at the same time, and despite anything to the contrary in this section, disclose the following costs as reported by the health entity to the minister, as those costs relate to the health entity's provision of those health services. A, wage and benefit costs in relation to staffing, costs in relation to maintaining a place of business, including, as applicable, leasing or rental costs or property tax costs, costs in relation to the health entity's use of information management programs and technology, costs of supplies and equipment, and costs of professional licensing and insurance fees. So, as I mentioned that over the period of last 1 year, the government relationship with doctors, with their representative organizations, has been such that it's broken beyond repair. Time and again, government has led a campaign to smear Alberta physicians, doctors, and frontline professionals. And they have done that in the midst of a pandemic as well. And they have put a lot of effort to discredit physicians, their representative organizations. And again, if this amendment has anything to do with the transparency, I think the government and member of this House will agree that any doctor who is providing services in this province, they do have certain overhead costs that go into the provision of that business. For instance, they will have to have some staff to help manage that service. We all go to doctors, family physicians. We have seen that there is somebody to receive your phone call, there is somebody to receive your email, respond to your email, book your appointment, and that's staff is the essential part of that service delivery. And certainly, doctors have to lease or rent some property to build that office, to have that set up somewhere. And that setup will have rent, utilities, other property taxes, other costs that are associated with the delivery of that service. I think every one of us can agree that that goes into cost of delivering that service. And then physicians, doctors, as part of a member of the profession, they do have certain professional obligations to comply with. They do have legal obligations to comply with. They have obligations under Health Information Act, Privacy Act, and all those things also cost money. Sometimes you have to have certain programs in place, information management technology in place. Sometimes you have personals in place, and all those things, again, go into delivering that service. Similarly, as part of that service delivery, they do have to buy certain supplies, certain equipment. That's, again, is cost of delivering that service. And in order to deliver that service, they have to have professional licensing, and they have to pay certain insurance fees so that they can run that practice. I think professional licensing may not be the case after government passes this piece of legislation and makes it a for-profit business for any corporation to deliver that service. But generally speaking, when we talk about physicians' compensation, all these things that I outlined are part and parcel of delivering that service. All of us have personally seen those things. We are aware of those things, and it's only fair that when we talk about disclosure of physician compensation, we also disclose the cost of delivering that service, these costs, the wage and benefits that they pay, costs of renting or leasing the premises, costs of health information management, cost of any technology they employ to manage and protect that information, cost of supplies and equipment, and cost of professional licensing and insurance fees. That will give us a transparent picture of what the actual costs are of delivering health service, what are the costs that physicians are incurring while providing that service, valuable service, and what actually is their actual compensation. So, in short, if government amendment has anything to do with the transparency, this amendment certainly strengthens that transparency. This amendment certainly strengthens the disclosure, makes it proper, makes it more transparent, and I hope that all my colleagues on both sides of the House can support this very common sense and reasonable amendment. Thank you.
On Amendment SA2, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Tenday.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to rise this morning and speak to this very reasonable amendment put forward by my colleague from Calgary-McCall. Of course, through this debate, we in the NDP opposition have raised several concerns around the amendment that this government brought forward early in this morning. Of course, the main one being that there was zero consultation done on this amendment, and the other fact that they're bringing it in at what was probably around 1 a.m. This morning, and really for something that the government all of a sudden feels is such an important amendment, why it wasn't brought in when this legislation was initially tabled, and potentially even before, as discussions with physicians around compensation started. Now, our concern, or one of our concerns, is that this government is using the amendment before us, or the amendment that we're of course trying to amend right now, to undermine the work of physicians across our province, and I would say even more so undermine physicians in rural communities, which is very concerning considering the UCP has a large majority of seats that are represented or representing rural communities, yet we've heard very little, if anything at all, from government members that aren't on the front bench, and it's quite frustrating going through that process and seeing virtual silence from a government that said during the election that they were going to stand up for healthcare, and even to the point that the minister not that long ago of health stood up and talked about it was quite an interesting discussion about semantics around whether the agreements were ripped up. The minister doesn't seem to recall that the legislation that he passed enabled the government to rip up those negotiations, and the health minister went as far to say that the AMA was actually asking for that to happen. And so while we are trying to debate a piece of legislation in front of us that is extremely flawed, the health minister is still in a position where he's not even willing to admit how we got here in the first place, why physicians feel undermined in the first place and why they feel attacked, why physicians, at a recent survey said 42% of them said that they were considering leaving the province. And the minister doesn't seem to understand how we got to that position. And so at the same time, the minister went on to say that there was no formal proposal that was brought forward by the AMA through those negotiations, which is not entirely true. Madam Chair, it was quite clear and it was public, the discussions and the proposals that physicians were putting forward. Yet this minister pretends that that simply didn't happen. And it really goes along with the fact that, well, we're trying to have reasonable debates where we're bringing the best information forward in terms of what it means to further privatize our healthcare system. This minister and this government is not even willing to agree with the bare minimum facts that are before us. And so it's extremely frustrating, and it's hard for us as an opposition to bring forward these concerns and be totally ignored by this government, but even more so concerning for these physicians who are trying to explain to this government that their voices aren't being heard, that what they're doing is going to hurt fundamentally the health care that is provided to urban centers, but potentially even more so to rural communities, which is once again why I'm so concerned that government-private members are not standing up to fight against what is being proposed. And another concern is that this government, talking about transparency, talking about healthcare costs in the system, have actually moved to bring in new healthcare providers like the Babylon system that was talked about earlier this session, and we've seen the expansion of that. And the critic for health in the NDP caucus here explained quite well that if this was about bringing down costs, it's kind of questionable that the billing procedures that Babylon was actually able to offer was going to cost Albertans and taxpayers even more than what physicians in our communities were actually charging. And so on one hand, this government is trying to arbitrarily change caps and the ability of physicians to reasonably bill out for the practices that they're carrying out, and at the same time this government is opening the door for private corporations to actually charge more than what people living in our own community are charging. And so it really fundamentally goes against the discussions that this government has brought forward and their reasoning for bringing this forward when they're actually enabling corporations to come in and profit on the public healthcare system. And so when we look at this amendment that's before us, and I appreciate the member from Calgary, McCall, for bringing it forward, because as we look at this amendment, the one brought forward by the government, it is deeply flawed in many respects, and one potentially the biggest flaw, though there are many, is that this government either willingly or unknowingly has given themselves the ability to, in any circumstance, release the billing procedures of several different organizations at their will. And so in this legislation, they're not prescribing that every one of them does that, or that they shall, most definitely, but that the Lieutenant Governor and Council, and by extension this minister, may, by regulation, require the following health entities to disclose this information. And so while we're going through the process of negotiations, well, physicians would like to get back to that process of negotiating good faith. We'll see if this government ever comes around to the idea that sitting down at the table is the best way to negotiate, and not through media and not through yelling at physicians across the province. If we can get back to that place, the fact is this government is giving themselves the ability to arbitrarily decide which of these organizations, whether it be the AMA or Covenant Health, are to disclose their billing procedures. And so this is a tool that they can use to strong-arm physicians and these organizations in negotiations, and it's once again, the timing of this is quite coincidental, I suppose you might say, Madam Chair, but really we see what's happening here. And so when we look at this amendment and the idea that this government, while calling on further transparency from physicians, while of course not expecting it from themselves in other instances, that they're actually glossing over the fact that physicians, while we look at their gross compensation, may make upwards of several hundreds of thousands of dollars. When we start to break down the numbers, and the health critic and the member from Edmonton City Centre went over quite extensively the fact that depending on where you live in Alberta and where you choose to live and practice, the costs of living could change quite substantially. Whether it be the cost of staffing people in your community, or the cost of leasing or renting a building for your operations, that is very case by case. And the fact is, this minister and this government in the legislation that they've put forward have once again glossed over that entirely. That there is changes depending on where physicians practice. And so it's very concerning that this government wants to go through negotiations and say that, oh, this physician might make $400,000 a year, neglecting to recognize that after all of expenses are paid, and we look at the important training for these medical professionals, that they may be walking away with only $100,000 at the end of the year. And of course, Madam Chair, that is hypothetical, but really that is more than we've even come to expect from the Minister of Health. And so I once again appreciate the member from Calgary-McCall for bringing this forward, because it's an important part of the conversation that this minister and this premier have completely neglected to discuss, and instead have worked through this amendment that's before the House and through Bill 30 as a whole, and through their tearing up of the contracts or the negotiations for physicians, have totally undermined those very same health professionals. And the timing, in the middle of a pandemic, while these physicians are trying to take care of their communities and are being undermined by this minister, is completely unacceptable. And so once again, to see this amendment before the House brought in at approximately 1 a.m. this morning is just, it's ridiculous. It has not even been seen by the people of Alberta for them to consider it and decide whether what is being proposed is what is actually going to strengthen the healthcare system, and that's very unfortunate. And so I hope that once again, that private members in the government are fighting for their physicians, because it's been radio silence from that side of the House. I only hope that behind closed doors they're willing to be louder than they are here in the legislature, because frankly it's quite concerning that that they're not willing to fight for these physicians in their community, and more importantly, they're not willing to fight for the families that depend on these physicians in their community, and they're not willing to push the minister to be transparent about the billing practices, and instead have went along with that minister as he unilaterally started pulling billing practices and bringing them forward to try and intimidate physicians in our province. So once again, Madam Chair, I really hope that the government will consider this important and very reasonable amendment talking about the breakdown of wages and benefits and the cost of leasing and renting these facilities. It is an important part of the conversation, and it most definitely should be included in the legislation that's being proposed to make it just a little better. Because the fact is, this amendment, as proposed by the government, is not going to strengthen the healthcare system. It is going to be used as a tool to undermine those physicians and those healthcare workers, and that is simply unacceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members wishing to join debate on Amendment SA2, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Speaker, with regard to A2, the motion, the sub-amendment brought forward by my colleague from Calgary-McCall, I hope to speak to this and to talk about it as a reasonable amendment to bring to add greater clarity. And not unlike my colleague from Edmonton, Whitemud, who brought a sub-amendment with regard to putting in the Health Information Act into a previous clause, that would have afforded an opportunity for more belts and braces to the amendment that was there, or the part of the disclosure permitted despite other laws. You know, when I was on Calgary City Council, we used to have one city councillor who would be counted on to stand up and talk about bringing belts and braces to a discussion. He would insert something, and we all kind of knew that it was, you know, that was something you could read into whatever the particular argument was, or policy we were debating, or land use amendment we were debating. But this city councillor, then alderman, would kind of make it more clear, and he'd say, you know, just it doesn't hurt anything, just leave it there. And my colleague from West Henday, or a previous colleague from where are you from, Thomas? Edmonton South. Edmonton South said that he said. You know, we want to add a lot more clarity, because in future years, or maybe it was a colleague back here who said in future years from Edmonton Meadows, I think, said that in future years, this group of people won't be here. It'll be other people who will be here, and they'll have to interpret the laws. Edmonton Decor will have to interpret the laws and the policies and the statutes that have been brought forward by folks. And I've got it right in front of me too, and I'm looking at all the names. I think I need new glasses is what I need. And we won't be here. So the clarity that we can provide, Edmonton Decor, you're certainly correct, honourable member. The clarity we can provide now with belts and braces would be beneficial to future legislators, and that was something that used to be done by Councillor John Schmall all the time. I can remember every time he'd stand up, he'd talk about belts and braces. So would Alderman Erskine, by the way. But what we have before us is belts and braces provision from the honourable member from Calgary-McCall. And particularly for the health entities that are having to, if this amendment brought forward at 1 o'clock in the morning by the Honourable Minister of Health is passed, the health entities, as I understand it, will have to be providing the Minister of Health information about the records of the practitioners who are delivering health services that they have in their employ or in their corporations. And so what will those health entities need in future to really clear things up and to provide consistent information and to provide comprehensive information that's consistent across all health entities with regard to the practitioners in their employ. They would need direction, and instead of leaving that up to regulations, as is indicated here, where Albertans, certainly practitioners, and interested stakeholders like the AMA and the College of Physicians and Surgeons don't know how those decisions will be taken. If this sub-amendment's passed, we can understand the kinds of criteria that essentially things that are taken away from the total remuneration physician billing that is provided. And those things would be A, wage and benefits costs in relation to staffing, B, costs in relation to maintaining the place of business, including application, leasing, or rental costs, property taxes. C, and it's with regard to the information management program technology, which is substantial. If anybody's ever been to recently to a physician's office or a specialty medical practitioner, you know that the equipment they have there that shares medical records and other things is substantial, not unlike a dentist in terms of startup costs. And then D would be costs and supplies of equipment, and C, professional license and insurance fees. So it's more than belts and braces. It would provide assurance, as is what I'm trying to say, and give direction to the health entities that have to provide this information. It is more clear regarding those entities and the information that they should be providing the minister, and it is substantive in terms of a good addition to a rather challenging piece of legislation in terms of an amendment. And as I spoke to this earlier, we believe wholeheartedly in sunshining, but the timing of this amendment coming forward leaves us all on this side to suspect that it's more than sunshining that is being dealt with here. It is a negotiation tool, a leveraging tool to essentially let physicians know who's in control and who's the boss, and to further sour a relationship that was positive before the current UCP government Minister of Health decided that there was take-backs necessary. Instead of negotiating those take-backs, we see where we're at now in terms of the soured relationship and the, frankly, concern all Albertans have with regard to what's going on during the middle of a pandemic. So, again, the sub-amendment brought forward is an attempt to help this amendment out with greater clarity. It's more than belts and braces, though it does have that ability as well to say this is exactly what's being requested, as opposed to leaving things somewhat up in the air from the perspective of people on the outside. My colleague has clearly has the understanding of the offices or the treatment offices, the work settings of physicians, and has outlined in an eloquent kind of sub-amendment exactly what needs to be coming off the physician payments that the Minister of Health is looking to retrieve information and then publish that information for all Albertans in terms of sunshining. And as I say, the way we did things was different than this government. It was sitting down and negotiating, and there were take-backs that were achieved in that negotiations. There were other reasons why there were take-backs negotiated, and why there was a growth in remuneration of the physician contract. But I do want to thank my colleague from Calgary, McCall. We've got a number of amendments that'll make Bill 30 better ultimately, and this is one of those sub-amendments. And I think with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my position.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment SA2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment SA2 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main amendment, Amendment A1 on Bill 30 in Committee of the Whole. Any members wishing to join debate? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Minister of Health. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That amendment is carried. We are back on the main bill, Bill 30, in Committee of the Whole. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 30 here. I don't know if it's this evening or this morning, which is the proper way to address the time we're at here. And so it's unfortunate that some of the amendments that we had proposed earlier weren't accepted. I think this creates some problems with the amendment that was just added to the bill. And as a whole, Bill 30 certainly has some significant problems. But what I want to do, Madam Chair, is speak to a bit of a conundrum that we have with Bill 30 as presented. And so what I need to do is I need to lay out a scenario here and why it now becomes conflicting with what's proposed in Bill 30. And so, as we know, the UCB government says they want to streamline the health system, to reduce red tape, and to reduce costs. However, in their actions, they've actually done the opposite. And that is where we start to begin the conundrum with Bill 30 as presented. And so, as we know, the government had already introduced changes this past April in the midst, of course, of a pandemic that shut down many types of health services, that increased wait times for patients, increased costs to the system, and decreased service for patients by their actions related to diagnostic imaging, Madam Chair. And for the past number of years, professional chiropractors and physiotherapists have been allowed to order diagnostic imaging services for their patients under the public funding model. You can start to see how we're potentially running into a problem here. But however, earlier this year, the government removed this practice, forcing patients receiving chiropractic or physiotherapy or audiology care to have to go to a GP to order an MRI, X-ray, or other diagnostic imaging services, or to pay for these publicly available services out of their own pocket. And as we know, in a letter to a chiropractor that questioned the Minister of Health's decision, the minister wrote, and I quote from this chiropractor, "It's about adhering to the obligation to manage the physician services budget under which physicians, in this case radiologists, cannot be compensated for providing services that are uninsured or related to an uninsured service. It affects who is paying for the service. Patients will be responsible for payment of any referrals for diagnostic imaging by chiropractors." And so, with regards to Bill 30, the same government removed public health insurance system payments for diagnostic imaging ordered by a regulated health professional, is going to allow private for-profit corporations to bill and receive payment from Alberta Health Care Insurance Plan. So in Bill 30, what we're seeing is the ability for private for-profit companies to be able to access public funds to deliver public services. Yet here we have services that are not able to access public funds in order to reduce those times, reduce those costs. And we find ourselves in a conflicting position. But I guess to build on that case a little bit, so a private corporation can bill and be paid by the public purse, but Albertans have to pay out of pocket for diagnostic imaging ordered by health professionals who are regulated by, guess who, the Alberta government. If this isn't a philosophical disconnect, I don't know what is. So those patients that do not have the means to pay for these services themselves and rely on the public health system, this means additional delays between getting an appointment, meeting with the GP, ordering and scheduling the tests, waiting for the results, and a consult with the GP, and then the GP sharing these results with the chiropractor or physiotherapist, who can then review and make treatment options available. And so if we're talking about reducing red tape, reducing costs, and allowing Albertans quicker access, well, what we've just seen in terms of changes earlier this year goes against that philosophy. So again, we find ourselves in a position where we've said one thing, but now we're doing something completely opposite, which is in conflict with that. So is it a case, do we really want to reduce red tape? Do we really want to reduce costs to the healthcare system? And so this change of eliminating public funding for diagnostic imaging, ordered by chiropractors and physiotherapists, also undermines WCB and motor vehicle accidents or DDPR programs. Both of these, Madam Chair, are publicly funded, government-directed programs. So this government can't keep its political philosophy the same by making one bad decision to another. So again, how can we now say we're going to bring in private for-profit companies to deliver public health care using public dollars, yet our chiropractors and physiotherapists, which are regulated by the Alberta government, cannot provide services in a timely manner through public dollars. And so as a result, we will see people that will be sicker, not healthier, increased tort activities, and higher WCB insurance costs. Now, I'm certainly hoping that it's not the intention of this government. We've seen them raise insurance costs generally for people. Do we really want to see these WCB costs rise for employers? I mean, we're sitting here considering things like trying to save companies $100 million by adjusting when terminated people get their final payout for money that's already legitimately theirs. So we're seeing a complete course of conflicting language as we go out with throughout the legislation that keeps being presented. So chiropractors, physiotherapists, and physicians, all health professionals regulated under the Health Professions Act, are designated providers for WCB and the Motor Vehicle Accident Injury Recovery Program, known as DDPR. These programs were developed with the understanding that the medically necessary imaging required to facilitate safe and effective care would initially be covered by Alberta Healthcare Plan, so as not to add out-of-pocket costs to Albertans, recovering from their workplace or motor vehicle accidents. So here we are saying we want to make the lives of Albertans better. We want to improve their wait times and reduce red tape, yet decisions that we've just made earlier this year go contrary to what is being proposed within Bill 30. So both WCB and DDPR have time-bound protocols for assessment, diagnosis, and delivery of care of 6 weeks and 90 days, respectively, requiring a physician requisition to have Albertans' medically necessary diagnostic imaging publicly funded can result in delays of up to 1 to 2 weeks just to receive imaging, cutting into time available to provide actual patient care that leads to recovery. This shortchanging of care means that Albertans impacted by workplace injuries or motor vehicle accidents lose access to receiving their full legislated allocation of care. This undermines their ability to return to normal activities, including supporting themselves independently by being able to return to work and contribute to the Alberta economy. So if we're truly trying to reduce red tape, if we're truly trying to reduce our costs, that decision that we've made earlier this year does not make sense based on what we are proposing in Bill 30. which is the whole premise is around reducing our costs and allowing for wait times to be improved by introducing more private for-profit companies to deliver these services using public dollars. So this move penalizes patients for seeing chiropractors, physiotherapists, the very professionals best positioned to assist them in recovering from their primary musculoskeletal injuries. And many WCV and motor vehicle accident injuries require diagnostic imaging to ensure appropriate assessment and diagnosis to return Albertans to work healthy and removing the publicly funded for medically necessary diagnostic imaging ordering by 2 out of 3 professionals legislatively designated to provide this care will only hurt Albertans in their recovery, and of course it hurts their wallets. So if we're trying to bring about a system that's supposedly more efficient, this decision does not do that. And so I guess I'm wondering why this maybe wasn't reviewed when Bill 30 was introduced. Additionally, it will likely result in more tort activity as patients turn to lawsuits to cover the care they need, further delaying their return to normal activities and driving up insurance costs. Now, we've certainly heard there's some issues around claims with insurance, and so if we're going to cancel these sort of things and force people to seek legal compensation, those costs are going to go up, which again is counter to what the government is saying it wants to do around making lives of Albertans better. And so, as the government already knows, the college, the Alberta College and Association of Chiropractors and Physiotherapy Alberta has sent this information to the President of Treasury Board, the Minister of Health, and the Premier in March of this year. And so, with this information from regulated health professional organizations, the government chose to move forward and increase the cost and time for patients requiring diagnostic imaging and still stand up, unfortunately shamelessly in the House, and say they're working for patients. So if we are indeed working for patients, it doesn't make sense that we allow this type of thing around diagnostic imaging to not be covered by public dollars, yet we're going to use public dollars for private for-profit companies to deliver services just like physiotherapists and chiropractors and audiologists are doing. So this is just part of the problem that we have around Bill 30. As I mentioned earlier in discussion, we have seen a rather tense situation with all of our doctors, and I know this move around canceling diagnostic imaging has further alienated those healthcare professionals, because at the end of the day, I know all of these professionals are very committed to their patients. They want to see them healthy as quickly as possible, and to do that they need to be doing things like diagnostic imaging, but we can't propose the things in Bill 30 and yet not address those items. They are completely conflicting around that. Some of the other comments, though, that I do want to also address around Bill 30. And, of course, some of the new information that has just been added to the bill around disclosure. We did, of course, try to amend that with regards to how that information was being disclosed and making it a little bit more robust. So it's not just about gross income that's being disclosed, but also the costs that are associated with it. I've heard from many, many doctors about malpractice insurance. That cost for them is significant around that. And so I guess when I look at this addition to Bill 30 that's now been added, it feels a little bit like, I'll just come right out and say it. It's made to intimidate our doctors. And so, Madam Chair, I've seen over the course of my time through the labor movement, employers that try to come up with many different ways with which to pressure employees, and this unfortunately feels very, very familiar around this. And so it kind of feels what companies try to do around union busting. The AMA, of course, is the representative of our doctors, and we're seeing a very targeted effort with which to create problems there, and essentially for the doctors kind of bust their union, although more obviously an association than what would be necessarily considered a formal union. But the bottom line is that group does work on behalf of all doctors. And so with the addition to Bill 30 that we've just seen, is creating that type of atmosphere. So now not only are we seeing our chiropractors, our physiotherapists, our audiologists that are finding themselves trying to provide services in a timely manner to their patients and essentially being blocked by doing that. We have this, which I think is further going to exacerbate the relationship between Alberta doctors and this government. And as I said, I wouldn't be surprised now if clauses of Bill 30 find themselves in front of an arbitrator, if not even a court. Quite honestly, the changes around private information, I think, is going to be significantly problematic, and we're going to find ourselves back here. Amending legislation that, again, referring back to the 29th legislature, I used to hear the opposition complain that, that government's going to find itself in front of the courts because we wouldn't listen to the opposition around, the unintended consequences and everything like that. And I think we're going to find ourselves in that situation here because at the end of the day, Bill 30 is an omnibus piece of legislation, which, members opposite in the past very clearly were against. And so, again, I can't help but ask, looking back, was what was said back then true? And did they actually believe that? Or was it just convenient at the time to say that, and now it's really not a case that we didn't really believe omnibus legislation was bad, and it kind of seems like that is the case given the number of pieces of omnibus legislation that has come before us over, quite honestly, a very short period of time. And so my suggestion as we move forward, I'm sure there will be many more amendments that we are going to propose within Bill 30. I think it would be in the government's best interest to look very seriously at those amendments, at trying to make this legislation a little less bad, because if we are truly supposedly trying to create labor peace through supposedly balancing workplaces again and going after all of our healthcare professionals that have done so much to keep us safe during this pandemic, at of course risk to themselves. It would seem rather silly to be thanking them in such a way as to bring in this kinds of legislation that very, very clearly either works against them, makes their jobs much harder, and probably also makes life more difficult for Albertans, and introducing conflicting legislation. So I don't see how that serves Albertans, which at the end of the day are the main ones that we need to be concerned with, but we need to rethink the direction that Bill 30 is currently suggesting.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 30 in Committee of the Whole? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wakeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise once again in Committee of the Whole on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. I'd like to begin again by noting the early hour of the day and commenting again to thank all of the staff who are with us today in the legislature for their long hours they put in, the Hansard staff, the sergeant, the sheriffs, and I've actually, with great pleasure, just noticed that we have a page in the chamber with us today which we have not seen, or I haven't seen for some time. Oh, two? I'm like, can't see. There we go. A couple pages there. I can't see you behind the chair. So thank you for being here. I'm a little concerned about you being out here in the middle of the night like this, but thank you for being here at this late hour. So I'd like to begin my comments right now to note that, Bill 30, we've said a number of times on this side of the House, and we will continue to say it because it's important that Albertans understand what the government is truly doing with Bill 30. And in particularly, what we know is that this bill, as innocuous as the government would like it to seem, and certainly debating in the shadows of the night as part of that plan, I believe, is to keep Albertans from seeing what's really happening here. But what we think it's very important to highlight and to make sure that Albertans understand is that what we see with Bill 30 is not only refuting what the government claimed they would do with respect to healthcare in this province, which was a commitment to preserve publicly funded healthcare, but it's actually also intended to really open up our system in a way that is very different than has been before to privatized American-style healthcare. And that is absolutely what's happening here, despite what the government would like Albertans to believe. We've heard the government stand up and say, this is simply, with respect to private surgical clinics, we already have private surgical clinics. This is nothing new. But we know very well that this is very different than what was before. And I just want to note that actually one of the, I guess, mobilizing moments for myself to get involved in politics actually was around what was known infamously for many Albertans as Bill 11 under Ralph Klein, which was actually the Healthcare Protection Act and bringing in private clinics, surgical clinics into our system. And that was actually, was many years ago now, and that was one of the issues that I found myself for the first time as a young person in Alberta becoming very concerned about and becoming very actively involved. I was on the steps of the legislature, like thousands of other Albertans, standing up and for our publicly funded healthcare system. And even at that age, for myself, I understood the implications. I didn't have to have a very sophisticated knowledge of healthcare systems and the way they work to know that what was going on in the United States was not something that I wanted in my province, but also did not serve its citizens well. And so I find it very, I guess, full circle in some respects, Madam Chair, that here I am now as an elected representative dealing with that issue again and dealing with a government that I believe is being very disingenuous about their intentions, but it's important that Albertans know what's really happening. So we've heard, it was part of the United Conservative Party campaign platform to reduce wait times by introducing more surgical clinics. And on that note, I want to begin by saying, we have a number of instances of evidence and research to show that the creation and establishment of more private surgical clinics does not actually reduce wait times and actually does not is not an efficient use of government dollars, because we've actually have examples in Alberta, but we have examples across the country to look at where there have been times where private surgical clinics have actually ended up costing the taxpayer dollars more, especially because what we know, there are situations in, a number of situations. In BC, there were private for-profit clinics that were charging nearly twice the price and costing nearly twice the price for MRIs. In Quebec, eye institutes, where the costs of those were much higher than in the public system. The surgical procedures that were done there cost more in the private clinics than they did in the public clinic. And we have examples right here in Alberta, in Calgary, the Health Resource Centre, which many of the members here will be familiar with, where it was found that the procedures that were being conducted at that private clinic, not only did it cost the public healthcare system more, but of course, as many will remember, that clinic was a spectacular failure and actually put taxpayers on the hook to bail it out. So it costs the system more. But we also know, apart from the fact that for-profit clinics do not necessarily save us money and in fact could cost our system more money, but we also know that they don't necessarily have the impact on wait times that that the government claims that they're actually staking their claim is going to happen. In fact, we know that private or wait times, particularly in Saskatchewan, for example, they had examples there where wait times actually went up, and largely because, as we've said a number of times in this House, and I recall even earlier this legislature, when my colleague, the member from Edmonton Rutherford, introduced a private member's bill to protect public health care. And we talked explicitly about the fact that introducing more private clinics into the healthcare system does not result in reduced wait times. What it does is it takes away resources and physicians and nurses from the public healthcare system, and ends up creating a drain on the public system, and more complex cases end up being the concern and the sole responsibility of the public health care system. We know that private surgical clinics end up doing more simple, ultimately more costly procedures, and it's the more complex cases that actually end up being left to the public system. So there is not there's not an infinite number of healthcare professionals in our system, and in fact, what we've seen, given this government's conduct and its approach to our healthcare professionals in Alberta, is that they're actively driving away our doctors from this province. It's been cited a number of times, and it's interesting that the Minister of Health disputes this, but of course we know that there's a survey that was done that said 42% of Alberta physicians are considering leaving the province, and although the Minister of Health denies this, he still felt the need somehow, even though apparently no Alberta physicians are leaving, to change the direction to the College of Physicians and Surgeons to direct physicians not to leave Alberta, which is an interesting tactic. If no Alberta doctors are leaving, why was that directive necessary? But we know that there are fewer and fewer doctors who want to work in this province right now. That's been abundantly clear, and we saw just a mere hour ago, this government, again, bring forward an amendment that is not in good faith, that's not designed to actually support a negotiated resolution with the doctors in this province, but is intended to be antagonistic and to draw and push more doctors out of our system. So when we're opening up more private clinics, we don't have the resources to make sure that there's enough physicians to staff, or not just physicians, nurses, all the healthcare supports who need to be in place in a private clinic. They're simply going to be drained from the public system because there's no magic wand that's going to suddenly create enough doctors to serve both the public and private system. It's just spreading around doctors, moving them from one area to another. So that's a significant concern, Madam Chair, is that I don't believe, and I think we have lots of evidence to show, that the intent behind the changes that are being proposed in Bill 30 to make it easier for private surgical clinics to be established are not going to actually assist our public healthcare system. And that's actually precisely the point that we're at today. And the most clear indication from this government that they actually are not committed to the public healthcare system and preserving the healthcare system, public healthcare system, is that the changes set out in Bill 30 explicitly repeal the provisions of what is now the Healthcare Protection Act, but should Bill 30 pass, will become the Healthcare Facilities Act. But through Bill 30, in fact, it is a clearest indication to Albertans that this government, the intent behind this act, is not to protect our public healthcare system, but to undermine it, because they have repealed the provisions, they're proposing under Bill 30, to repeal the provisions that ensure that before a minister approves an agreement to establish a private surgical clinic in Alberta, that he has to establish and confirm that such clinic will not undermine our public healthcare system. Because that's the concern, Madam Chair. Because right now in the Healthcare Protection Act, before the minister can approve an agreement to establish a clinic, the minister must be satisfied that the provision of the insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement would not have an adverse impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered health system in Alberta. Further, the minister is required under the current Healthcare Protection Act to ensure that the establishment of this private surgical clinic would have an expected public benefit in providing the services, and that it would consider access to such services, quality of service, flexibility, the efficient use of existing capacity, and cost effectiveness and other economic considerations. These are the protections, Madam Chair, that are currently in the Healthcare Protection Act for the public healthcare system, even with the establishment of private surgical clinics. Those provisions are key to show a commitment to the preservation and protection of our public healthcare system. And these are the provisions that Bill 30 is intending to repeal. It is clear as day that this government is not looking out for the public healthcare system, that they're not invested in protecting the public healthcare system, that they're perfectly content in approving the delivery of private surgical procedures in clinics operated by corporations that are not necessarily going to be motivated by the same interests and goals as physicians in the public healthcare system. That it is clear that they are absolutely saying it's fine if what we're doing here undermines the public healthcare system. And that is the piece that Albertans should be very concerned about. When we stand up on this side of the House and we say this bill is opening the door to privatized American-style healthcare system, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, because if this government was committed to protecting the public healthcare system, there would be no need to repeal this. There would be no need to say that private surgical clinics can open without an assessment of the impact, and particularly the adverse impact, of that clinic on the public healthcare system. And to date, I have not heard any member from the government side speak to why they felt it was no longer necessary to do this. We've heard the Minister of Health talk about the fact that he's trying to make red tape reduction, get rid of some administrative processes. This is not an administrative process. This is the commitment in our current legislation to our public healthcare system. It says even though we might have private surgical facilities, we will ensure that those facilities will not interfere or have an adverse impact on our public healthcare system. So all Albertans should be deeply, deeply concerned about this provision. And I believe it's important to give the government an opportunity to rectify that, to establish that they are clearly committed to protecting our public healthcare system and to preserve that commitment in legislation. And so for that reason, Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce an amendment. Nice to see you.
This will be known as Amendment A2. Honourable Member, just a note, you're moving on behalf of another member. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's right. I am moving this amendment on behalf of my colleague, the member from Edmonton City Centre, and I'll read the amendment into the record now. The amendment states, Mr. Shepherd, to move that, I don't know how to say that, the member for, my apologies, the member from Edmonton City Centre, to move that Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 2, subsection 5, subsection A, in the proposed Section 8, subsection 1.1, by adding the following immediately after Clause C. C.1. Impact of the provision of the insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement on the publicly funded and publicly administered health system in Alberta. C2, expected public benefit in providing the insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement, considering 1, quality of service, 2, flexibility, and 3, the efficient use of existing capacity. So as I stated, Madam Chair, the intent of this amendment is to put back into legislation in Alberta the protection of our public healthcare system. It is intended to be an opportunity for the government to right what I perceive to be a wrong and what the members of the opposition perceive to be a wrong. And in fact, It is an opportunity for the members of the government to hold true to their commitment, which they made in the UCP campaign platform, and when the Premier stood up and signed that big cardboard piece of paper saying that he was committed to our publicly healthcare system. This is an opportunity to put that commitment into action, to right the wrong that they have made under Bill 30 by removing the requirement that any establishment, any agreement establishing a private surgical clinic in Alberta must first be assessed by the Minister of Health to determine whether or not there is an impact on the public healthcare system. And in particular, we're asking for a recognition that that assessment must show that the proposed agreement will not have, will assess the impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered health system, and that it shows that the proposed agreement has considered the quality of service, the flexibility, and the efficient use of existing capacity, and that there is an expected public benefit. Because, again, this should be consistent with what the government claims they're doing. They claim that they are committed to our public healthcare system. They claim that the intent is to actually make our healthcare system stronger by ensuring that there are potentially better use of public dollars and reduced wait times, all very important things, but within the scope of our public healthcare system. So, essentially, Madam Chair, I believe that this is an opportunity for the government to stand up and demonstrate their true commitment, to show that they're not trying to undermine our public healthcare system, that the intent of Bill 30 is, as they say, still reflective of their commitment to the public healthcare system, and that they are not, this is not opening the door to more privatization of healthcare, to an American-style two-tier healthcare system. Because they say that they don't want to do that, they say that's not what they're meaning to do, and they accuse the opposition of fear-mongering by saying that. But the reality is, they're assuming, I believe, Madam Chair, that most Albertans will not be aware of this provision. It's one of the reasons why I believe we're having this debate in the middle of the night / early morning, is because most Albertans are not awake right now. Most Albertans don't know what's happening. It's why this has all been compressed, and we are dealing with this at this time. And we also know, by the way, Madam Chair, that the government gave oral notice yesterday of intent to bring closure, which means at some point they are likely going to be considering shutting down debate or limiting debate on this. And that is, of course, another indicator that they are trying to limit the amount that Albertans know about what they're doing under Bill 30. And it's one of the reasons why we're standing up repeatedly over and over to talk about it. Because quite honestly, Madam Chair, we know Albertans are very overwhelmed right now. We know that's actually probably part of the strategy and tactics of this government right now. There's been so much happening right now in the context of an already historic drop in oil prices and a pandemic, which has set families and Albertans reeling. And yet this government has pushed forward with an agenda that has not paused, that has not even been reconsidered in light of the pandemic. Everything we've seen over the last few months has been essentially the same thing that the government was doing pre-pandemic. They have not switched gears at all. They have not shown that they've learned anything. They've not shown that the times are different for Albertans. They've not shown that they understand that more than ever over the last few months, Albertans and Canadians across this country have valued our strong public healthcare system more than anything else, that it has served us all so well over the last few months. And this is not the time to be attacking doctors. This is not the time to be undermining our public healthcare system further by introducing more privatized healthcare. But they've continued on that track, Madam Chair. They've continued to pursue that with vigor, and I think with the intent to hope that Albertans are too concerned with surviving day-to-day life and getting through to actually take notice. But that is our job in this, as the official opposition, is to make sure that notice is brought to these issues. So I bring forward this amendment with the hope that the government can take this opportunity and to demonstrate their commitment to the public healthcare system. I would say, Madam Chair, that this is actually a litmus test. This is a point where the government can say, we are committed. And how they choose to vote on this amendment, how they choose to simply incorporate into the legislation that the establishment of private clinics cannot and should be assessed with the lens of whether or not it adversely impacts our public healthcare system, to look at whether or not there's benefits to the public healthcare system before establishing those clinics. That should be, quite honestly, a simple thing for this government to commit to if they're truly committed to our public healthcare system. So I invite a vigorous debate from government members to discuss perhaps why they do or don't support this amendment, but I do want to hear them speak on the record as to why they believe or do not believe that a commitment in our healthcare legislation to protect our public healthcare system and to make sure that we are not undermining it should or should not be in legislation. Because they've taken it out with Bill 30 and they have an opportunity to put that commitment back in to give assurances to Albertans, and I hope they'll take this opportunity to actually to make that commitment right now and at least to speak to it, and I look forward to that debate.
I see the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Yeah, brief here, but I was entertained by what we just heard. Madam Chair, and litmus test, I think the honourable member used the word litmus test. You know what a big litmus test is around here? It's called a general election. And the honourable member talked at one point about when Ralph Klein was the Premier and how the honourable member disliked private surgical suites so much and went out to the front steps and protested against them. And I would say, good for the honourable member. She was exercising her rights, the rights she had then and rights she still had now to go and peacefully protest.
Not
and those are rights. That's important. They did that, but they don't actually recognize my right to be heard, though we listened to the nonsense from their member for a long time without any interruption. But the honourable member from Calgary McCall can't stand to hear something that he disagrees with. So the litmus test was the general election, and after which Ralph Klein won another big majority. There's a litmus test for you. So the NDP was out of touch with ordinary Albertans back when Ralph Klein was the Premier. When the NDP was in government, they actually, here's what's funny, Madam Chair, is that the NDP is now complaining about publicly funded private surgical suites. Well, they operated dozens of them when they were in government. Yeah. See, this is typical NDP logic. If the NDP does it, they think it's great. If anybody else does it, they think it's terrible. And they don't see any inconsistency with that position. That's the beauty of being the NDP. You never have to be right, you never have to tell the truth, and you never have to apologize. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. On this side, we're a little more constrained by, we are actually constrained by the truth, which is a disadvantage for us. But actually, at times like this, it's actually helpful. So, and again, after the NDP did that, they ran the surgical suites, and I think that's good that they did. I'm glad they didn't do that because that actually provided more service. But even then, the wait times fell further behind because they didn't add any to them, and the NDP failed the last litmus test of a general election, and they got thrown out of office after only one term of office, the only time that's ever happened in the history of Alberta. Talk about a litmus test. Wow, they didn't even get a second chance. Albertans knew right away that that accidental government that happened in 2015 that was one and done was plenty for Albertans. So there was a litmus test. So now our government is actually, interestingly enough, going to do more of what the NDP was already doing. And while they thought when they were doing it, it was good, they think if somebody else is doing it, it's bad. And see again, Madam Chair, the honourable member from Calgary McCall can't stand. He's so angry. He's so angry because we pointed out that he got fired after one term. He got fired after one term. He got fired from the social services part of, or the children's services part of his mandate because he botched that up in the last thing, and now he's angry because he got fired. Because he got fired. He hasn't gotten over it a couple years later. And he's actually angry because I'm pointing out that the actual incredible hypocrisy of the NDP, that the publicly funded private surgical suites, part of the public health care system that they operated, they thought it was good when they did it, and now they think if somebody else is doing it, it's bad. I'll tell you what the difference is, though. We're going to probably increase the number of surgical suites so we can actually lower the waiting list for surgeries, as opposed to what the NDP did, increasing the waiting list. You see the difference? In fact, they're complaining about that. And they're even complaining about it now. Our government's intent to lower the amount of time that Albertans have to wait to get in surgery that they need. And they can't see. The honourable member from Calgary-McCall hates that because they had a chance to do this and they dropped the ball. They botched the job. They got fired after one term. So what I guess the short thing is, so this is actually Alberta-style healthcare. This is publicly funded. Combination of public and private delivered, no different than what the NDP did. We're just going to try to do better than the NDP did because we need to. Because what we know back when the previous, see, they're all yelling now because they can't stand hearing the truth. It's hard on them, I understand. They're not constrained by the truth on the other side. And consequently, when they hear it, it's painful for them. And so I'll try to be brief because I know the truth is hurting their ears. It's hurting their minds because they don't want to accept it. But the fact is, based on the litmus tests of the elections, the NDP were wrong when they complained about Ralph Klein bringing in this innovative way to lower wait times. They were wrong when they were in government, and consequently they got thrown out. Ralph Klein got another majority government. They were wrong when they were in government for not improving the system to lower wait times, and they got thrown out of then, and they're still out of touch with Albertans, and they're still wrong today in 2020. So you would think that with this opportunity for Alberta-style health care, which is part of the public health care system, that they would actually be applauding this and supporting it instead of trying to create false narratives about the past and when they were in government and now. But we're just here to set the record straight and, more importantly, to serve Albertans and work towards lowering the wait times, because that's what Albertans are really interested in.
Hear, hear. Honourable members, we are on Amendment A2. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this amendment? I see the honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, nothing like a good old-fashioned pile-on. It's good to be here this evening at this time of the morning, I guess you could say. I recognize the importance of this piece of legislation and also other pieces that I'm sure we'll be debating this evening. But I did want to address a couple of things that the member from Edmonton-Whitewood talked about when it came to the charter surgical facilities. Now, I'm sorry, I hear the member from Edmonton-Whitewood saying something. I'm sure it's of significant consequence, but I will continue with my remarks because I do have the floor. What I think is important to note here is the member talked a lot about maintaining the integrity of Alberta's healthcare system, the public delivery of a quality healthcare system for patients, a patient-centric system. And I actually wholeheartedly agree with that member. I think she's dead on there. But what I do think is important is recognizing how to deliver that. My concern under the previous government was wait times were up, and we also saw people fleeing to other jurisdictions to seek surgeries, and that was a problem. So when they talk about American-style healthcare and things like a two-tiered system, the reality is, Mr. Chair, we actually have that already. It's called Montana. And the problem with Montana is that it does take money out of the pockets of Albertans who would otherwise try to get those surgeries right here in the province. So, you know, the reality here is the previous government actually allowed for these charter surgical facilities. There is one in Lethbridge, and they are more efficient than surgeries taken care of in hospitals. They can turn over in 5 minutes as opposed to 45 minutes. What I also think the real concern here, though, is these chartered surgical facilities, they're not unionized. They don't have unionized workers. They don't have unionized nurses in there. In fact, I learned whenever I was touring one of these facilities that a number of nurses actually take sick days or come out of retirement to work in these facilities because they're such a pleasant place to be. And the other, I mean, imagine that. Imagine just for a moment working in an environment that you actually like being in. Now, that's not to say that nurses don't enjoy working in hospitals. I think they do a tremendous amount of work. But what I'm saying here is there is such a good atmosphere in these charter house facilities. where people are actually taking their sick days to go work there. It's a great environment to be in, and that's important. Because when we talk about things like work-life balance and we talk about health, mental health, you got to enjoy where you work. I couldn't imagine what it'd be like to get up every day and hate going to the office. Now, I don't know about anyone else in this chamber. I hate to speak for anybody, but I love this job. I love this job. Now, certainly I don't enjoy being away from my wife and kids. I don't, I think all members of this chamber would agree that being away from family is always a bit distressing and can weigh heavily on the soul at times. But I will say that in general, I love this job. I love talking to my constituents. I believe that, my business is politics, but my passion is people and the people that I work for. But imagine going to a place that you just don't like being at, because it's a toxic environment. Maybe you're surrounded by colleagues who aren't, who don't treat you with a lot of respect. So, I know what that's like. I suspect some of the members on this side know what it's like, because all we do is get heckled all day. But in all seriousness, Mr. Chair, I didn't stand up here to actually cast aspersions as I have in the past. I mean, I rarely do it, but I have. I've been guilty. On occasion. But I am genuinely, healthcare is something I'm genuinely concerned about. And I'm concerned about wait times. Because my constituency is home to some of the, to some serious problems regarding opioids. And I was proud to join the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction on the weekend to announce expansion of detox beds in my constituency. I think it's a tremendous amount. I think it's a tremendous outpouring of support for Southern Alberta. When I was elected, I told Albertans in Southern Alberta one promise. I said that the South wouldn't be forgotten. I think that was the only promise that I knew that I could make and that I could keep. People kept telling me, "Oh, politicians will promise you the world and they'll underdeliver." I was always a guy who would underpromise, overdeliver. And the one promise that I always made was the South will not be forgotten. And under promise, over deliver. I think I said that right. I don't know.
You did a great job.
Yeah.
That's good. They don't translate.
We can check answer later. The point, Mr. Chair, of this is that I am genuinely concerned about the health and safety of Southern Albertans. And I believe that these chartered health facilities are a good idea. And I remember the member from Calgary-McCall saying, that these are for profits. Yes, they are for profits. These are expensive to set up. This is a business investment that one person or a group of individuals can get in together, and they are providing a facility wherein publicly funded surgeries can be performed more efficiently in many cases and more per day.
Yep.
I've been to one. I've toured one. I think they're a magnificent facility. And I encourage members on the other side to check one out as well if you haven't, because I really genuinely believe that these are great. And they're so great that they supported them, Mr. Chair.
4 years.
Look at that. But because expanding it, because expanding these facilities, a bit of orange juice there, no? I'll clear the throat. No, I'm good. But the point is that expanding this was our idea. And because the members opposite didn't think about it, all of a sudden it's their job to come in here and suggest that we are trying to undermine our public health care system. And I think that's discouraging. Because while I want to have a robust debate on this conversation, I see amendments like this that effectively ask us to do what we're already doing. We take into consideration all the pros and cons, and we understand that healthcare in this province is complex, and we want to ensure that Albertans get the top-notch healthcare that our physicians and nurses provide for them, and respiratory therapists and everybody else under the sun. I mean, there's a lengthy list there, but I won't go into it. But the point here is that I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you. What a guy, eh? What a guy. What a mensch. I appreciate that, Minister. But the point here is that I'll not be supporting this amendment, not because I don't think that the member from Edmonton-Whiteman is well-intending, but because I think that we already take these factors into consideration, and we are taking the health and safety of Albertans seriously. We're taking wait times seriously, something that I don't think was actually addressed under the previous government. And so when we were elected in April 16, 2019, which for many of us may seem like a lifetime ago, a lot of good has happened since then, and a lot of unfortunate events have happened since then with, like for example, this COVID-19 pandemic. But I do know that we are not deterred, Mr. Chair. We will not be deterred by a pandemic to get done the job that Albertans sent us here to do. We look at, again, the member from Calgary, McCall, is heckling as though he has something of value to add to this conversation. I would encourage him to stand up when his time is here to actually speak on this. And I know he has. But the time is now mine to speak, Mr. Chair. And by interrupting me when I'm speaking, you're disrespecting the over 40,000 people at Carson-Siksika who I represent. So show a little respect. Again, the member from Calgary McCall continues to rant and rave over there under his breath, not saying anything loud enough for the ambient mics to hear, because heaven forbid he get picked up saying anything on the record. But I will say this, Mr. Chair, I will not be supporting this amendment. And while I tried to be nice, I guess you could say, like I always say, if you want a friend, go buy a goldfish. Thank you.
Way to go.
Honorable members, once again, anybody else with any comments on Amendment A2? I see the honorable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's an honor to rise again this morning. It wasn't a few hours ago that I was able to speak to this same bill, but in the context of speaking specifically on physician compensation. And one of the ways that I framed my previous comments was just around my concerns of the continued disrespect shown to physicians. And I was actually wrapping up my comments when the time ended. But for those watching, and I also pointed out that there were people watching at that time, it was about 2 a.m. this morning. For those, there were multiple, and in fact, I quoted a few folks who were watching at the time, and I had pointed to the fact that there was a pattern from this health minister of continuing to attack and to undermine the credibility and professionalism of physicians in this province. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to come back to those comments a little bit, and I would like to also speak to this specific amendment. I want to just point out, as I said, there were actually, this came about just for the member from Calgary Hayes's information, because one of the members opposite from Red Deer said that nobody was watching, and then in fact I had multiple people tweet saying in fact they were watching at 2 a.m. and someone else just mentioned, and his name is Chad, and I want to give him a shout out. He said, "You betcha we're watching and cheering you on. Enough is enough. This government doesn't have the interest of Albertans in mind," and said, "Keep burning the midnight oil." And then he went on to talk about the experience that he had in the healthcare system. He was hit as a pedestrian at a crosswalk, and the trauma doctor who looked after him at the U of A ER was incredible. He said she balanced her 7 cases and a stroke victim all at the same time, and knew that after her 37.75 hours were done in the unit, she had another 8 hours of charting to do. She, along with the rest of Alberta doctors, are heroes. I stand with Alberta doctors, not the health minister. And then he goes on to say, not only doctors, but clinicians, nurses, and paramedics. And he says to this government to end their attack now. So shout out to Chad. I asked him if he's doing okay. He hasn't responded yet, but it is 5:30 in the morning, so he may have gone to bed. And just as I was saying that, someone else named Megan just said she's watching as well. So there we go. Folks are watching, because, and the reason they're watching is because all of us, at least on this side of the House, have heard from countless constituents who care about our public health care system, who are proud of our public health care system, and who know that we are so fortunate to have a strong publicly funded healthcare system in this province and in this country. And so it's why so many folks have reached out to us with their concerns, as they've seen multiple attempts by this government to dismantle our public healthcare system and to attack it at its very core. And of course, here I'm going to be talking about our specific amendment focusing on putting the public back in public healthcare, but we can point to countless other examples to date that have very much shaken Albertans' confidence in this government. And I know a couple of my colleagues today yesterday, what is time really, have talking about the fact, have spoken about the fact, pardon me, that they've had constituents say that, you know, they admittedly voted for this government and regret it. I believe it was Edmonton Whitemud who spoke about that earlier, from a constituent who was very open and honest with her and said that, you know, I voted for this government, but I've seen specifically, you know, the attacks on healthcare in this case, and they regret it. And I think we've all heard those stories, perhaps on other issues, not just healthcare, on education, is one that I hear a lot about. And so Albertans are engaged, and Albertans are watching this debate, even if it is at 2 a.m. or 5:30, as it is right now. And so I'm really proud to support this amendment, and I think even though, you know, some of the members opposite have seemingly dismissed this amendment, I think it compels us to question what's really important to us. We find ourselves, and I've said it multiple times, even today, we find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic at a time when we should be supporting our healthcare workers, including our doctors, and at a time when we should be investing in our public healthcare system and strengthening it. Yet, as I said earlier, there's been a pattern, whether it's tearing up the agreement, and in my previous speech, which I won't recount the whole thing, but I talked about some of the historical background that led up to now and the relationship with doctors, and that doctors were even raising the alarms around fears of what would happen to healthcare in rural and remote parts of Alberta, around fears of what would happen to patient care, even as early as October and November of 2019. And since then, there's a steady increase in calls and concerns from doctors. And I pointed to in March, over 600 doctors penning a letter explaining their concerns and urging this government to reconsider their approach. And then, of course, most recently, we've had many more doctors go beyond just urging this government to do differently, but actually doctors leaving this province and doctors deciding that this isn't a place where they want to practice and to raise a family. And so all this context is, I'm providing all this context to the folks in this chamber to help them to realize that we need to be strengthening our public healthcare system. And what this amendment will make that clear in black and white. And specifically, we're talking about our concerns with this government's privatization agenda. And that privatization agenda has reared its head in other examples in the healthcare system. A recent one would be the privatization of lab services, right? Again, we've had such success with our lab services, and for this government to move to further privatization in the midst of a pandemic is quite troubling. We know that Bill 30, for those who don't have all the background, those who are watching, we know that Bill 30 strips out legislative provisions that would prevent the creation of private for-profit clinics. And of course, our concern would be that this will undermine our healthcare system. This legislation removes the provision that any insured surgical service under any proposed agreement with a private sector operator would, and I quote, not have an adverse impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered healthcare system in Alberta. And this legislation removes the requirement that a private surgical facility has, and I quote, an expected public benefit. So this is the crux of the amendment we're putting forward. It's clear from the removal of that requirement that a private surgical facility has to have, quote, an expected public benefit. It's clear that this legislation will, I would say by design, undermine our public healthcare system and move it towards further privatization. And if the members opposite disagree and say that, no, that's not what that means, then why wouldn't you support this amendment? And again, I talked about this earlier as well. We didn't see this in the UCP's platform, but what we did see, we saw this premier with his public health care guarantee. So I'm telling this premier now that if you're going to honor the chloroplast or whatever that health care guarantee was written on, then this is a way to do so, by accepting our amendment. Because this amendment will require the minister to consider the impact of private surgical facilities on our public healthcare system. Because it requires specifically that a private surgical facility actually has that expected public benefit before it is approved. And it will be a test. It will be a test to find out what exactly this government prioritizes, right? And it's a test that must be passed in order to ensure that there is a public benefit. And I started to talk about, the fact that, okay, yes, obviously it's very clear that my colleagues and I are quite concerned about this creeping privatization, about what lies within Bill 30. But it's not just us raising those concerns. It's physicians. It's physicians like Dr. Christopher Ewing, an Edmonton pediatrician, who says he's done a thorough read of Bill 30 and says that this is about further privatization of the healthcare system, something that he's been advocating against. It's physicians like Dr. Carrie Johansson, a lung specialist at the University of Calgary, who says that this bill seems to be the UCP's tool for privatizing healthcare services. She says, as what we as the medical and healthcare community are concerned about is that this will compromise the care of patients in Alberta. Anytime you bring privatized services in, it places the emphasis on profit rather than patient care. And she talks about the fact that this will lead to multiple tiers in the quality of care. And of course, we can point to other jurisdictions around the world where there has been an increase in privatization in the healthcare system, where you see those multiple tiers. And she says, this is not a pathway that we as Canadians value or one that we want to go down. Dr. Lorian Hardcastle, who was tuning in earlier, an assistant professor at the University of Calgary who specializes in health law and policy, says that this move towards privatization is quite concerning. Wait times, which I know some of the members opposite have been very much talking about as a benefit of this. Well, she says wait times in the public system can tend to get longer because, of course, there's a finite number of doctors and a finite number of hours that they have in a day. And the finite number of doctors seems to be shrinking. Right? It seems to be shrinking when we have doctors all across this province who are leaving. Doctors from Lac La Biche, doctors from West Loch, from Pincher Creek. The list goes on. I look forward to the member from Calgary Hayes jumping up again because I'm not able to hear him as I'm speaking. And she also goes on to state that her concern is that patients with less complex medical needs will be seen quickly in private facilities, whereas others will end up waiting longer in the public system. And of course, as someone who's talked a lot about the importance of supporting the most vulnerable Albertans, I'm very much worried about those who don't have access to resources they access this sort of credit card medicine that the UCP seems to be promoting with this bill. And so it's not just us concerned about privatization, it's physicians, it's a number of organizations like Friends of Medicare and others who've raised concerns pointing out, just has been talked about in this chamber, the similarities to Klein's Third Way and some of what we saw in the 90s. And I want to take a moment as well to read actually, and I will share this with Hansard as well, an opinion piece that was written in the journal just about 2 weeks ago by Drs. Hardcastle and Agbagbu, and it's about their concern that privatization is a gateway to, that Bill 30 is a gateway to not just privatization, but also cronyism in the system. And one of the things that really struck me in this article when I read it was the following. They say that since the election, the Alberta government has pursued an agenda of privatizing and corporatizing healthcare, including the privatization of lab services, which I talked about earlier, the conscription of fast food restaurant employees into mass distribution, and facilitating TELUS's health sector growth through adopting its virtual care platform, Babylon. And that's something I haven't talked about at all yet, but that's another example, right? That corporatization, that creeping corporatization of our public healthcare system. Bill 30 adds momentum, they go on to say, to the shift towards privatization by enabling the government to contract with a range of organizations to operate medical clinics and streamlining the approval process for private surgical facilities. The government's stated goal is to have 30% of surgeries delivered in private facilities, which it claims will reduce wait times in the public system. In reality, without an influx of health professionals, these private facilities will likely skim off the least complex cases, thereby leaving those who are sicker to wait longer. And again, that same concern, where do we expect this influx of health professionals to suddenly come from? And again, we've seen, and we talked about the example earlier of the Premier was saying that, well, look, in other provinces like BC, they have a sunshine list, and let's talk about British Columbia. So for this Premier to make a comparison, we'll just say, well, BC's doing it. Yeah, but guess what BC also is doing? They're supporting their doctors, they're supporting their healthcare professionals. They're not driving them away, right? And if anything, they're welcoming physicians from our own province here in Alberta. And they go on to point out that because these less complex cases are cheaper to treat, private clinics may also drive up cost. And in a past experiment with privatizing delivery of orthopedic procedures, it cost more to treat cases in the private system than in public facilities, despite the latter taking more complex cases. So privatization initiatives have sometimes involved an infusion of public funds into the operational costs of private facilities that might have been more effectively spent in the public system. Like Saskatchewan. And these are concerns, again, you can point to countless jurisdictions around the world where you see that. I mean, the concern, of course, being the diversion of funds away from the public system. And there's also concerns that quality of care may suffer when medical care is delivered in corporate-owned facilities due to incentives to cut corners to maximize shareholder profits. And we've seen that roll out. We've seen that play out in examples of for-profit nursing homes. Again, who suffers the most from this? The patients, right? The ones that we should be supporting the most. And again, they end by just talking about what I flagged earlier, the fact that Bill 30 very much does set up Alberta to have even more two-tier health care. And we also know, and it's a fair point of them to make, that we saw in the Fair Deal report that the Canada Health Act was criticized, which we know the Canada Health Act, among other things, helps to prevent patients from being able to pay to jump the queue. And they end, and I want to share these words. They say, before it's too late, Albertans need to ask themselves whether they want a healthcare system in which the wealthy, who tend to be healthier, can buy faster access to care, or whether healthcare services should be allocated on the basis of need rather than the ability to pay. And so I want to come back now to the amendment, because I think that's a really strong way to segue into the point that, into our point, that there needs to be that protection of the public health care system. And what we're asking here, what we're asking for in this amendment is that there's clearly a public benefit, And by voting against this amendment, I don't want to presuppose this House, because I'm, as always, even on very little sleep, I can be idealistic, and I hope, I can be hopeful that this government will consider this amendment, because, as multiple members have said in this House, they do support public health care. Well, then show it, and show that you're willing to accept this amendment, and that you're not voting simply in favor of more American-style health care, and that you're not trying to destroy public health care as we know it. And so I look forward to that vote, and I look forward to hopefully seeing that this government does in fact support a strong, publicly funded healthcare system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I see the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
And I'll be brief. I know a couple more of my colleagues want to speak, but I just would like to, the Honourable Member made reference to a bunch of letters and documents, and I'm sure the Honourable Member will table them as the next opportunity is required. And also, interesting, just a couple references. There was, the Honourable Member talked about credit card health care. Well, actually, this bill is about publicly funded health care. So the member obviously hasn't read the bill, or wouldn't be saying that. And the other thing is several references to doctors being driven out. There's actually 300 more doctors now in Alberta than there was when we started in government. So while doctors have the freedom to come and go, and we're grateful that they're here, and we love our doctors. The fact is, the evidence doesn't support what the opposition's saying, since there's 300 more doctors now than there was when we became government.
Member for Edmonton South.
I today and speak to the amendment on Bill 30, the Public Health Care Act, the Health Statutes Amendment Act here, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise because I think it's important when we look at this amendment and we listen to what's been saying. I know members of my caucus that have been speaking tonight and this morning have spoken quite eloquently to the issue and have described in quite a bit of detail here some of the concerns we have with the bill and how we think the provisions of this amendment will actually assist in ensuring we are all aligned in our goals. And I know the member for Carson-Susitha and the Minister of Transportation here has spoken at a bit of length tonight about how they believe they are speaking on publicly funded health care, and they believe they are speaking on issues such as publicly administered healthcare systems and ensuring that there is a public benefit, and those will be considerations they use as the healthcare system moves forward under the new American-style two-tier provisions being brought in Bill 30. And I think that's very interesting, Mr. Chair. I think it's very interesting that the member for Carson-Susitha says, well, these are considerations that we should be taking anyways. These are considerations that, of course, the government will take because those are reasonable considerations, and that is the intent of the government. So I have to basically ask the House then, what is so offensive about the actual language being put in the bill? What is it about actually saying in the bill, because the bill right now explicitly removes the term an expected public benefit. So this legislation removes the requirement that a chartered or private surgical facility has an expected public benefit. So that's the actual requirement that is being removed and the judgment that the minister will no longer have to make. So if the member for Carson-Susitha and the Minister of Transportation actually believe that every facility that we open should have an expected public benefit, then why are we taking it out of the legislation, and why are they rejecting an amendment to put it back in the legislation? What is it about the term public benefit that is so offensive to these members? Is it that they don't actually believe in the publicly administered healthcare system? Is it that they don't actually believe the term that we're trying to insert back in not have an adverse impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered healthcare system in Alberta should be put back in the legislation? Is it because there's a will actually in Bill 30 to Americanize the system, create this two-tier system, this credit card style healthcare where instead of actually having a publicly funded and publicly administered system, there is actual clinics that will not have an expected public benefit? Because that is the only reason not to put the words back into the bill. Right, Mr. Chair, we talked about a litmus test here already. We talked about the reasonable, the test that we're going to be having with this government. And when this government signs, and when they campaign this public health care guarantee, and they talk about how these are all reasonable things that they want to do anyways, and then they refuse to actually put the language in the bill, and in fact, their legislation without this amendment takes that language out of the bill, and takes that language out of the existing legislation, then it becomes really clear to Albertans that that isn't actually their goal. It isn't actually the goal of the government to have expected public benefit every time they bring in a private surgical facility or a chartered surgical facility. Instead of that, it becomes clear that they're actually trying to bring in this two-tier private American-style system where Albertans will have to pay more and get less. That's simply the only answer that's reasonable. When we actually talk about legislation, when we talk about, and of course we're amending, I believe it's the Protecting Public Health Care Act, when we talk about actually taking out the language that protects the healthcare portion, the public healthcare portion, then how can the government possibly justify this by kind of explaining away, well, we would be doing those things anyways? If they would be doing those things anyways, Mr. Chair, then they would have no problem at all with putting that language into legislation. This was nowhere in the UCP platform. It was nowhere when they campaigned during the election. And they said at no time during the campaign did the UCP mention anything about taking language around public health care and taking the assessment of whether there would be a public benefit to bring a chartered surgical facility into Alberta out of the assessment. All this does is it requires the minister to consider the impact of private surgical facilities on the healthcare system. And I mean, let's be very clear, that's the bare minimum. When we talk about publicly administered and publicly funded healthcare, the bare minimum that we should have before we actually implement another surgical facility, whether it's private or public, is to assess whether it will have a public benefit. We shouldn't be creating facilities that will undermine public benefit or will detract from the public. And in that case, why is this government deciding to explicitly take out the language that protects the public system, that protects the public's ability to access health care, that protects the public benefit of health care? Why are they explicitly saying, well, we don't need to look at that language anymore. We don't need to consider whether the public will actually benefit when we create these facilities, when we create these chartered and private facilities. Because Mr. Chair, we're not denying that chartered facilities have existed in Alberta since at least Ralph Klein, and we're not denying that these facilities operate in Alberta. What we're saying is that when these facilities operate, they should at least, at the very minimum, be considered to be publicly beneficial, to improve the communities that they are going into, and to make the situation better for Albertans. This government likes to talk about how they're bringing this in to reduce wait times. They're bringing this in to do all this great things in terms of improving healthcare. Then why are they not even considering allowing the phraseology to have this public benefit? Because a vote in favor of this amendment is a vote in favor of ensuring our publicly funded public healthcare system supports every single Albertan. A vote against this, which the Minister of Transportation and the member for Cardston 6 have indicated they will do, is a vote against the public benefit of our healthcare system. That's actually the language. They're voting against language that says public benefit, that these surgical facilities should have a public benefit. So they don't believe, it appears, Mr. Chair, that surgical facilities, whether they're chartered, private, or otherwise, should have a public benefit, that they should just exist and should be for profit. That appears to be what the
has been called.
H, I, and J, and imputes false or unavowed motives of the member. Now, when replying or speaking of generally of the caucus, I know there's not a point of order, but that member in particular referred to the Minister of Transportation and myself in his remarks, so I would specifically ask him to retract those remarks and maybe get back to his debate and maybe just, I don't know, just maybe say I'm sorry, I don't know.
I appreciate the honourable member citing 23J, however, did not cite the language that he felt was, I did not actually indicate any language that he felt was inappropriate, just that the honourable Minister of Transportation himself were named. by their title of of their ridings and not by their names. So I'm not quite sure what the point of order is at this point because there was no indication of language that was misused.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Yeah, saying that we do not want to have a public benefit for healthcare. He wants to say something. He's welcome to stand.
The submissions, I would conclude that it is not a point of order. Having said that, to the honourable member, please stick to the amendment in your further submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will certainly take that under advisement. Of course, I'm speaking to the debate that has occurred already in this place. I think certainly when we look at the actions of this government, when we look at the actions of this Premier, this Minister of Health, how they are trying to chase Alberta doctors out of this province, we see jurisdictions such as Pincher Creek, we see jurisdictions all across this province with doctors fleeing, and a poll of almost half of all Alberta physicians saying that they are looking to leave this province after the pandemic, Mr. Chair. It becomes abundantly clear that we do need to have actual language in Bill 30 saying that we will not have an adverse impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered healthcare system in Alberta, and that's of course language exactly coming from this amendment. And Mr. Chair, when we look at implementing new surgical facilities under these proposed agreements, when we look at the assessment and the impacts that these surgical facilities will have, including things like quality of service, flexibility, and the efficient use of existing capacity, all of these considerations and the ability of them to undermine the public benefit, the ability of them to undermine the benefit of communities across this province must be considered before we approve any of these facilities, right? Before the Minister of Health approves any of these facilities. I know the Minister of Health, Mr. Chair, has been attacking doctors in the past year. I mean, he's berating doctors in their homes. He's berating doctors over the phone after pulling their records, and then his office is berating doctors and discrediting them over Twitter using private practitioner records, Mr. Chair. But despite all of that, when he decides to approve these American-style two-tier systems, he should, at the very bare minimum, decide whether there's actually going to be a benefit for that community. At the very bare minimum, he should look at these communities and say, do we need these these privately operated American-style two-tier systems? Do we need these systems in place? And I think that's a reasonable expectation. That's something that every single Albertan will expect of this government. That's something that every single Albertan will expect as we move forward, that when we approve these facilities under the framework, that they will have public benefit, that they will have a community initiative that will actually assist in the delivery of services. And Mr. Chair, again, the government talks about time and time again how they want to do things like reduce wait times, how they want to do things like use these services to reduce wait times. And of course, I think if that were the case, they would be trying to implement a public benefit. But the government isn't willing to put that language into the legislation. They aren't willing to say that improving wait times is going to be for the public benefit. They aren't willing to actually use that phraseology and accept this amendment that actually does an assessment of the impact of these surgical services. Because, Mr. Chair, I'm very concerned that when we're bringing in legislation that is already attacking doctors in a situation where almost half of all physicians in this province are already considering leaving the province, and in fact, the Alberta Medical Association, the association that represents and negotiates on behalf of doctors in this province, are currently voting on a vote of non-confidence against this health minister. I think that at the very least, this health minister and this government could say in this place that they believe that healthcare services, whether they are private or publicly operated, should have a public benefit, should actually benefit the people of Alberta, should actually improve the circumstance of people in Alberta. And Mr. Chair, it is shocking, but it is shocking and disappointing that the government will not actually accept this terminology, that the government will not even consider that public benefit is something we should be looking at when we do things in this place. I think, Mr. Chair, every piece of legislation that we try to bring to this House, every single time we come to this place and debate, Mr. Chair, we should be considering, is what we are introducing providing a public benefit? Is what we are introducing improving the quality of services? Is it going to be an efficient use of resources? resources. And these are the things that we're considering under this amendment. These are the things that we're trying to get brought into Bill 30. And instead of doing that, and instead of actually accepting that, this government is explicitly rejecting this. They are explicitly voting against considering quality of service. They are explicitly voting against considering the flexibility of these facilities. They are explicitly voting against the efficient use of existing capacity in existing healthcare versus these private surgical facilities, Mr. Chair, these American-style surgical facilities, Mr. Chair. They're explicitly voting against whether we should have an expected public benefit, whether it will not have an adverse impact on the publicly funded and publicly administered healthcare system in Alberta. So it becomes abundantly clear, Mr. Chair, that this government either does not want to have a public benefit or they simply don't care, right? And it becomes abundantly clear, Mr. Chair, that if they vote against this amendment, they are voting against actually considering the public benefit, right? They're voting against having a public benefit as a consideration. And Mr. Chair, I think that is against the core values, the principles of why we should be in this place, of why we should even be deliberating legislation in this place, of why we should even be introducing legislation in this place, Mr. Chair. Because if nothing else, we are sent to this place to try and make Alberta a better place. We are sent to this place to make every single one of our 87 constituencies a better place. We are sent to this place we are sent to this legislature because we want to make our neighborhoods, our families, our communities a better community, Mr. Chair. And if we will not even consider the use in the legislation the words public benefit, if we will not even consider the use of whether the quality of service is actually being improved, then we don't. Then there is a fundamental divide in terms of what this government is trying to introduce. Instead of trying to introduce legislation that is going to be improving the quality of service for Albertans, instead of trying to introduce legislation that is going to be improving the public benefit of our healthcare system, instead of trying to introduce legislation that is going to be flexible and an efficient use of healthcare dollars and existing capacity, this government is actually going to be explicitly voting against every single one of those things. And I know the Minister of Transportation said that the litmus test was the election, but the government did not run on this. The government did not run on American-style healthcare. They did not run on taking public benefit out of our healthcare system. They did not run on decreasing the efficiency of our healthcare system. They did not run on decreasing the quality of service in our healthcare system. And every single one of those things I just listed, Mr. Chair, are what they are explicitly voting against sections 1, 2, and 3 of this amendment. So if they vote against this amendment, that is actually what they are saying. They are saying that the quality of service, the flexibility, and the efficient use of existing capacity does not matter to the government. It does not matter in terms of assessing healthcare facilities, and in this case, chartered and private surgical services, and that the public benefit is not going to be something that is important to them, Mr. Chair. And that was certainly not on the giant chloroplast public healthcare guarantee that this Premier signed when he was campaigning, and it certainly was not anything that I heard from my constituents or across this province. We know that at this time, almost half of all physicians in this province are currently looking to leave because of this government's attack on doctors, because of their war on doctors, because this minister is going around berating doctors in front of their home, berating doctors on the phone, and attacking them on social media, Mr. Chair. We know that it is one of the most shocking attacks on physicians we have ever seen in the middle of a global pandemic. And then as soon as we say, well, we should make sure that these physicians, whether they are operating privately or publicly, they have the opportunity to be assessed to make sure that the service they provide is going to be a quality service, is going to be efficient, and is going to be a public benefit. This government also votes against that, Mr. Chair. They also stand in this place and say they are going to vote against that. It basically means that this government is bringing in this American-style two-tier system that will not be that will not benefit Albertans. It looks like, Madam Chair, thank you. Welcome back, Madam Chair. It looks like very clearly this government is voting against legislation that is supposed to be something that they claim to agree with. The member for Constance and the Minister of Transportation claim to actually agree with all these clauses, and then they vote against the individual clauses. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Chair. It doesn't make any sense because the very language that we brought in, the very language that's being proposed here by my colleague from on behalf of my my colleague from Edmonton City Centre, the very language is something that we should be considering every time we bring legislation to this place. It's something that every minister should be considering in every single one of their ministries. It's whether we provide quality service, whether it's flexible, and whether it's an efficient use of resources, and whether there will be a public benefit. When we come to this place, we should be expected to consider all of these things in terms of introducing legislation, whether it's amendments or bills, whatever it is, Madam Chair. We should be considering all these things. And then the members opposite have spoken to how they agree with that. And then instead of actually voting for it, they vote against public benefit. They vote against quality of service. They vote against flexibility. They vote against the efficient use of existing capacity. And Madam Chair, it seems like that none of these things are important when they're introducing an American-style, two-tier, credit card-style healthcare system, Madam Chair. When they're introducing this American-style healthcare system where the rich have access and everybody else doesn't, Madam Chair, it seems that none of the things such as quality of service or efficient use is going to matter for them, Madam Chair. It seems like if they're going to be introducing these private chartered services, if they're going to be introducing these American-style services, it won't matter if they're providing a quality service. It won't matter if they're flexible for all Albertans. It won't matter if they're actually being implemented efficiently, because they're going to be voting against those exact words. It won't matter if the public will actually benefit from these services. It won't matter if the communities that they're being put in will actually have a need for these services. It won't matter if the communities they're being put in will actually have a benefit from these services, because they're voting against this exact language. So when we see these chartered facilities and these private facilities and these American-style two-tier facilities propping up in communities, and the minister approving them, the minister will not even consider whether that service is going to be a quality service. The minister won't even consider whether that's going to be efficient service. The minister won't even consider whether the community needs that service, Mr. Chair. And that's what's absolutely shocking about this. It's absolutely shocking that this government would be so blinded by their ideology, they would be so blinded by their risky ideology, that they would vote against something so reasonable as saying, well, are we going to benefit? Are Albertans going to benefit? Are Albertans getting a good deal out of this legislation? They are so blinded by their risky ideology, their risky worldview, that they will not even consider simple language that says we should think about whether we're doing the right thing. That's the plain language of this, Madam Chair. The plain language is we're asking the government to consider whether this is the right move before they move forward. It's not even a limitation on them making the actual approval, Madam Chair. It's simply that the minister has to determine, in the minister's opinion, whether there's a public benefit. And instead of making that assessment, the minister's just going to be able to willy-nilly, arbitrarily make those decisions without considering the quality of service, without considering the flexibility, without considering the efficient use of existing capacity, Madam Chair. And that's the risky worldview of this government. That's the risky ideology of this government. It's the American-style two-tier system of this government. And they're implementing this very dangerous system that simply does not make any sense. It simply does not make sense, because the members opposite have already spoken to how they support these initiatives. They support these individual clauses. Yet they stand in this place and they also say in the same breath that they're going to vote against these clauses. So, Madam Chair, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense other than being blinded by ideology. It doesn't make any sense other than completely ignoring the actual words in front of them, Madam Chair. It doesn't make any sense because this government will not actually stop and look and realize that we need to consider what is best for Albertans, that we need to consider what is best for Alberta communities, what is best for every single one of our constituents in every 87 of our constituencies, Madam Chair. And I think that's disappointing. I think it's something that Albertans are very disappointed about. I think certainly we've seen physicians are disappointed, and physicians are frankly in a state of disarray. They voted for, they're currently voting on a vote of non-confidence against this health minister. We see perhaps the most health minister in all of the country, hostile health minister in all of the country against our physicians and our healthcare system in the middle of a global pandemic, Madam Chair, and that's something that's incredibly disappointing and incredibly shocking. I think personally, Madam Chair, that the health minister should be resigning at this point. He clearly does not have the confidence of physicians in this province. He clearly does not have the confidence of healthcare workers in this province. He clearly does not have the confidence of Albertans in this province, and it's disappointing because when we're looking at a person who's going to be making decisions arbitrarily, because it looks like the government's going to be rejecting this amendment, arbitrarily on what facilities should be created and what surgical facilities should be created, without considering quality, without considering efficiency, without considering public benefit. It's very clear that this minister has no trust from Albertans to make those decisions. It's very clear that without this language, the minister will not be considering any of those issues, and it's very clear that Albertans don't trust the minister to make that judgment call. That judgment call that the minister is supposed to make on public benefit, on quality of service and flexibility, on the efficient use of existing capacity, the decisions that the minister is supposed to make instead are going to be arbitrarily made without the confidence of physicians, without the confidence of healthcare workers, without the confidence of Albertans, and it's something that's going to be very dangerous and risky for Alberta. It's going to be ideological. It's going to be a two-tier system. It's going to be an American-style system that Alberta...
I see the honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
I am just so pleased to stand up before the member for Laxland and Parkland to speak to the amendment here tonight. I know that it is, I was going to say late, but it's actually quite early, Madam Chair. So I would say that it's at this bright, chipper hour of 6:14, perhaps, is that what it looks like? I am here and ready to speak to the amendment. And, you know, I just have to say, I've been sitting here since about 3:30 this morning, and we've been hearing a lot about different things. And what is coming up over and over again is, you know, I'm getting pretty good at the NDP talking points, Madam Chair. I hear something American style, something privatized, something big bad UCP government. Like I'm pretty much sure I could go sit over there and do their job better than they could, considering that they can't come up with a new talking point anytime they get up. But anyway, I digress. I'm not going to go sit over there. I'm pretty happy right here, my third row spot. Great view. So I love where I am, and I'm happy where I am, and that's where the constituents of Brooks Medicine Hat put me, so this is where I will stay. I just want to start off. I've heard a lot of things about Bill 30. I believe this is about the third time I've spoken to this, either on 29.2A or in Committee of the Whole. So something that has really blown my mind is how often we hear this was not a campaign commitment. And Madam Chair, I know our platform was long, robust, well costed, some would even say impressive. Actually, a majority of Albertans said it was impressive. But anyway, like I said, I digress. And but on page 51 of the platform, I'd like to refer you to the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative, which is expressly referred to. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, good thing for that. I've heard a lot of things about, I actually heard one of the members assert that Albertans would pay more and get less. I remember this thing called the carbon tax, where Albertans paid more and all they got was somebody from Ontario coming and screwing in their shower head and light bulb that they could totally do themselves, but they paid more for it. So I'm wondering who's paying more and getting less. I think it was Albertans for the last 4 years, but I don't know. I just only listening to my constituents in Brooks Medicine Hat who said that exact thing for the last 4 years. So, you know, they talk about these amendments and the whole premise of them getting up and filibustering, which is their right to do so as opposition, and I applaud them for actually wanting to come to work today. But they have said that, you know, they are concerned about the protection of the public health care system, Madam Chair. Well, were they concerned about the protection of the public health care system for the last 4 years when they also funded private surgical beds to increase surgical capacity? Because it kind of sounds like doublespeak. I know there was one time that the former Minister of Health was we were talking about this, and we were kind of having a little bit of a banter in the House, because that's usually what we do in here is banter and talk ideas. And she had mentioned, you know, just how appalled she was at this, but it was actually her decision. And this has been around for quite some time, so it's just kind of interesting how, you know, it's, once you're in opposition, you just have to oppose it for the sake of it. I don't know. I don't really think that's good policy, but whatever. I'm looking also at some, you know, I've heard a lot of mention about rural doctors as well. And I take personal responsibility when we're talking about rural doctors. I feel that there's a lot of us in here who did a lot of work with the health minister and with our own constituents, with rural municipalities, with constituents and everybody in between about our rural doctors. We know, being in rural Alberta and being representatives of rural Albertans, just how difficult it is to find physicians to work in rural Alberta. And that there is a lot of investment put into physicians coming to rural Alberta, and that just how nurtured and important they are to our communities. And that's actually why, and the minister actually said this, I know it's inconvenient for the opposition to actually listen to the minister's announcements, but he did say that he was adding an extra, I believe it was $84 million in packages to the rural physician program, which included having a comprehensive recruitment strategy to get young Albertans who are studying medicine to stay in rural Alberta. Right. If that's not action, I don't know what is. So when we're talking walk the talk, well, that's quite literally what we're doing, Madam Chair. So I just also wanted to talk about this whole credit card, healthcare, American style, mumbo jumbo, talking point, rustling papers situation that we have going on the opposite side. And what has really been amazing to me is that not once have they acknowledged that they are the least cooperative opposition in Canada during a global pandemic. Not once have they acknowledged that in every other jurisdiction in Canada, oppositions and governments are working together to make people's lives better, to make people's lives livable during this very uncertain time. And our government has put forward thoughtful policy. We have consulted with Albertans. We have, under the superb guidance of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, created a program that actually, and a policy framework that actually saw Alberta having the highest testing numbers per capita. Like, that's impressive. And instead of cheering for Alberta's success, the opposition can just stand here at 6 o'clock in the morning and cheer for Alberta to fail. It's pathetic, Madam Chair, sorry. And what really amazes me, Madam Chair, as well, is that, when I talk to seniors in my constituency, when I talk to people who are on the receiving end of rural health care, when I talk to people who are concerned about these issues, Madam Chair, all they can say is, I heard on Facebook, or I heard on Twitter that you guys are imposing credit card medicine and I'll have to swipe my credit card before I get seen. And I said, well, that's demonstrably false. That is absolutely not true. And, the only people who are creating fear in Albertans during a pandemic is the NDP. Yep. They insist on spreading misinformation, on going on Twitter instead of actually going and knocking doors or going and talking to their constituents. I don't know how many of them have their offices open, but go talk to your constituents. Come out to my neck of the woods and talk to my constituents about how it was for the last 4 years under that government. And then tell me who's scaring Albertans. Who's scaring Albertans, Madam Chair, and I'll finish with this because I know that the member for Lac-St. Anne Parkland is chomping at the bit. He really has something to say, and I always love listening to him because he has this presence that just commands my attention. So I do have to say, Madam Chair, that what I would really encourage the opposition to take this moment as maybe a come to Jesus moment, Madam Speaker. Maybe they can just see the light, Madam Chair, and maybe this moment, maybe this time, it's 6 now, it's 6:20 in the morning. Maybe they'll find this time to see that we do have the best interests of Albertans in mind, and regardless of what side of the chamber we sit on, that at the end of the day, we all came here because we wanted to make Alberta a better place. The difference between this side of the House and that side of the House, Madam Chair, is that just because we disagree, we don't think that they're bad people, but all they do is start these personal attacks and fear and division on Twitter. They live their lives in this vortex where everything that they say is sacrosanct, Madam Speaker, instead of actually listening to Albertans who disagree with them. I know on the way up here, Madam Chair, that I actually had multiple conversations about different bills and different decisions that I've made in this House with constituents, and I'm not going to lie, half the conversations I had today, people didn't agree with me. But we had a measured and decent discussion about the issues that matter to them. And at the end of the day, that measured discussion will help inform my views and will help inform me to speak in the House today. And I'm speaking about it right now. So, Madam Chair, I would just, I'll resign my time, and I'll just end by saying that this amendment is it's redundant because this is already the intent of the legislation. And I would just implore the opposition to really think about the decisions that they're making this evening or this morning, and try to work with the government, because at the end of the day, all we want is for Albertans to have better access. All we want is to reduce wait times, and this is a way to do it. And instead of fear-mongering and scaring seniors and telling people that they're going to have to swipe their credit card before they go to the doctor's office, which they know is false, they could read the legislation in front of them and do their jobs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, member for Lac-St. Anne Parkland.
Fantastic. I punched in the clock here this morning at 3. I went home after the late shift and got about 3-4 hours sleep on the way home, and punched in back at 3. And then just about 15 minutes ago, well, honestly, Madam Chair, I kept hearing the same dang thing. there was points being articulated by one of the members opposite. It was the same amendment when I got here. I felt like I'd bonked my head on the way out of the shower or something, and it was deja vu all over again. But, you know, to what the member from Brooks Medicine had said, it's literally, it's the same rhetoric. We start talking about the American style, the American way. I mean, holy crow, Madam Chair. They got to get over this. Now, the sad fact is that a lot of our Albertan citizens, inclusive of the doctors, go to America to get medical treatment. Yeah. Now, there's the irony of it. So I have a constituent, his name's Jim Chorney. Heck of a nice guy. He's worked hard his whole life to take care of his family. He's a widower now, so he's helping out with his grandkids and those type of things. Worked hard. He's in a good position. Now he's got a problem with his back. Well, he goes to our system. He can't get in. And what they said, Madam Chair, was, Mr. Chorney, why don't you come back when it's really bad? And now, my friend Jim here, he's a big guy. He played football and those type of things, so he's a good stature, and he's, pushing in his 70s now. And he still maintains his fitness and health and wants to be active, does those type of things. Well, he's walking along, and he's with his granddaughter, and all of a sudden his leg gives out, and he's tumbling down. And he's in the mall, and he's doing something else, and his leg's giving out. And its reason is because of his back. So when he goes in and he sees the doctors and they're saying, come back when you're really bad, and he predicates, he goes, well, what's really bad? Well, how about when you need a walker? So this is under the former government's healthcare system, of which, 15% still were private clinics, etc. But now when Jim starts researching this, he finds out there's a couple clinics down the States. He can literally go within there after he has the MRI done and shoots down the information. He can literally go down there to a clinic. He can sit across the street in a nice little hotel. He takes his son with him, and within 3 days, what do you know? He's fixed up. He's back here on short term for the next 6 months, not lifting too much. And that was 2 years ago, Madam Chair. Jim is fantastic now. He would not have been in our system because of that. We've got doctors that fly down to Colorado to get surgical suites, and you've got patients from Alberta sitting there with them at the same time because we can't get people into the system. People are flying to Mexico to have surgeries done. These are the actual things, and I'm going to use something other than the word actually every 10 seconds to actually talk about something. I'll maybe crack open my thesaurus and pick up a different word here I can use. But part of it is that this is taking place, and you can't put your blinders on towards it, Madam Chair. These are facts. You get fixated on all this other stuff and scaring people about it. Here's a really goofy thing. We've had private type models throughout our history. In fact, I was at the Saunders School of Business taking a dental practitioner management course from business, that business school out there in University of British Columbia. And what they had was a business case model that was a Harvard School of Business model. It was actually the Shouldice Clinic. This is a clinic that's down in Ontario. It got grandfathered in through the Medicare system and has been very successfully ran for a number of years. Now, not to get fixated on one model or the other, whether it's private or not, what it came down to is how they actually practiced their business, how they looked at how they made the efficiencies in there. And this is literally an example that the medical community looks at of how to look at efficiencies. This is something that we should be proud of, that as Canadians, we have these alternate models. When the shoe fits, you put it in that spot. Talking about rural Alberta, holy crow, we've got some fantastic doctors out there. We're doing lots of efforts. The Minister of Health actually has the intestinal fortitude to actually take on some of these challenges rather than shying away from it, cowtailing and doing whatever the other folks have been doing for years. Addressing the issues, looking at it in manner. And we campaigned on this. Like, I know it was a pretty lengthy document. The opposition had, 3 or 4 pages of what they campaigned on, which is predominantly anti-UCP, and our premier was a bad guy. But we actually had a whole pile of information there, and this is one of the tabs. Because I remember having to speak to it. As a new guy, it kind of stood out in my mind and had to go and look at the medical community and had to understand what was happening in Saskatchewan and had to look at our own private models of how we did it. Now, the member from McCall, it was interesting because just a couple of amendments that they proposed before was relegating of how the clinical practitioners in their own clinics had to cover overheads. So he's talking about the receptionist, he was talking about the individual seats, he's talking about the phone, emails, he's talking about people that process the invoicing, and you know what, they were actually making profit. So out of that side of the mouth he was talking where we couldn't look and see what their actual values were and running their clinic because they had to produce profit. And then, what do you know, amendment later flip-flops, and all of a sudden everything's supposed to be not-for-profit or at a loss. And I know lawyers aren't, profit-motivated at all, and I'm sure that they all just go in the hole in prior lives and everything else. So I'm sure that model might have relegated with them. But doctors, they're allowed to make a profit. And you know what? They make profits in the public system. I happen to know this personally. My father-in-law is a retired physician. He's the guy that sold the practice up in Lac La Biche to those South African doctors up there. So I get a little bit of intel on that side. And one of the other things too is once you start networking and doing these things, a friend of mine, he's an emergency room physician. And he's telling me about the healthcare system. Now, the interesting part about this is my understanding when I was campaigning on this and talking about efficiencies. When I'm sitting down and I'm talking to people, getting their input, because I go to the experts, the boots on the ground folks, that without, union mantras and everything else, that actually want to tell you what's happening there. Some of them do it on the record, most do it off. And that's unfortunately the system that we've made right now. Anyone who stands up and speaks out, well, they get hammered down like a nail if you're not following along with the mantra, Madam Speaker. We've seen that lots. We've seen that lots. So when you get outside of those bounds, you get some pretty good information. So here's a friend telling me an example, and he's saying, well, what would you do with the medical system? MLA-elect, what would you do with the medical system to fix it? And what I start talking about is these lessons learned and these interesting things that I've heard from my wife's family. She's a dentist. Her cousins are doctors or nurses or pharmacists. They're all on that side of the business. And it's interesting, you either have that side or they're farmers. So you either have the medical side or farmers. And it's interesting that when they come from that farming background, they look at the medical industry a little bit different. They look at it with efficiencies. Not with a socialist set of eyes. They look at it with efficiencies of how to make things run better. And what do you know, the friend I made on a gun range, coincidentally, which is things the other members don't understand either. So at the gun range, I met this gentleman, and he's telling me about that system. And I said, the way I would look at it, Doc? I would look at it for efficiencies. No different when we do a process flow diagram in a gas plant or anything else. Again, the embers opposite have maybe worked in that industry, but from what I've heard them so far, no. They've only read about it in some little mantra book like the LEAP Manifesto. So what I'm saying is you look for the efficiencies in the system. You don't necessarily have to replace people, get rid of them or anything else. You look at the process and then you debottleneck it and you make it more efficient. And what do you know? Your throughputs go up. And I've seen this in a number of corporations where people are fearful for their jobs, or they're gaming the system, or they're looking at all these different things because they think if they work efficiently, then they'll be out of a job. And it's counterintuitive to that socialist mindset, but actually, Madam Speaker, when you work more efficiently, your throughputs go up higher and you increase your productivity and you hire more people. That's what happens. And the doc said to me, he says, you know what, you haven't mentioned cuts one single time in this. I said, no, I haven't. He goes, you know what, you're absolutely right. Here's where I'm going to tell you some of the interesting things that are taking place in our system. I've got a piece of medical equipment here that I don't have the money to pay the technician for in my budgets. So this is under the old government, so this isn't like it's brand new stuff. It's been around forever. I've got equipment there that I can't use because I don't have the budgets for the rate, or for the technician at $30 an hour, $40 an hour to run it. But by some happenstance and miracle, there's enough money to take my patient, transfer them from one side of the city over to another, have that bus sit there with the paramedics with them for about 4 or 5 hours while another hospital does this, and then transfer them back at the end of the day. So I can spend thousands of dollars, but I can't spend hundreds of dollars. This is what's endemic in the system. When we're looking at allowing Albertans, the Albertan model, as the minister had said, not the American model. Let's be darn proud of what we're coming up with, you guys. You don't have to keep looking in the rearview mirror and driving forward, slamming headlong or running over the cliff. The old Thelma and Louise routine that you got going over there on the other side. Why don't we pay attention to the road ahead of us? Be forward looking. Look at the signals and the signs coming up. And be proud of what you've built on. You don't have to tear it all down or be opposed to every single thing for change. We have waiting lists. We have docs that can actually run private clinics and be out there and do these things.
Madam Chair, I've been patient with the honourable member across the way and his need to repeatedly passively make comments around how one of my colleagues speaks in this chamber with the word actually. He has repeatedly done it more than once where he has mimicked the way that he speaks. So I would say under J, if he could just refrain from making fun and or trying to mimic one of our colleagues within this chamber, it would be most appreciated.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do not find this a point of order in any way, shape, or form. The member was actually giving some pretty thoughtful remarks to the debate, and I believe that it's you and other members who have sat in that chair before have also granted a significant amount of latitude during committee of the whole. I think it's completely absurd that the member, that the opposition House Leader would rise and try to insinuate that the honourable member from Laxland and Parkland is making fun of another member. I think we're all professionals in this chamber, and to try to conjure up some kind of an accusation of that nature is quite unfortunate, but it sounds like it's par for the course for members opposite these days. No point of order I find here.
Members, unfortunately, I myself did not catch what is potentially being said. However, I will be paying closer attention as for that to not be happening, and I will ask the honourable member to please proceed with his comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And by no means did I actually mean to offend anyone by saying the word actually. So I'll carry on with it and try to use different word usage. And I appreciate the member opposite bringing it to my attention. So with the healthcare system itself, although my train of thought was a little bit interrupted, I do have some notes that I wrote down myself that weren't speaking notes from some other page. When we're looking at these systems, you have to build on what you have. Now, the ability to have these docs still bill our system, because in actuality, what happens with our healthcare system is we're kind of the insurance company. The docs are all private corporations, regardless of where they work. They have a cost code structure of which they bill, so similar to a time and materials job, if you would, except this is an open-ended contract with no termination clause. It's ongoing, because of course, everyone's going to live and die and cradle to grave type idea, and we have that healthcare system. So when that doc is working in a facility that has a higher overhead, as per the member from McCall had pointed out, the difference between a clinic and a hospital, you have all these other overheads that are being tacked onto it. And when you're trying to jam folks into these suites where they can't get access, that's why they're going to the States. That's why they're going to these different places. And that's why when you look at some of the surgeries, the day surgeries that are lower on the complexity levels, that can be performed outside of that structure without all of those extra tack-ons and those burdens. Now, I appreciate that the amendment was brought forward, but it's redundant. The things that the minister has put forward addresses these issues from my understanding of reading through the legislation, and again, I'm not a lawyer by any means, just had contract experience running multi-billion-dollar projects. So I am kind of picking up on some of the wordage here, and it doesn't appear to me that this is required. Because again, it comes down to what the intent is. So the intent is to allow for flexibility to build the Alberta model that we campaigned on and made those promises to folks to make sure that the dollars and cents were spent properly. Now, wouldn't it be an amazing thing? And I gave an example of this as old Bob Barker on Plinko, that old game. I'm not sure if anyone remembers it. And let's just pretend we got a $100 bill and that's that coin. And I know the members opposite's getting a kick out of this because we're about the same age bracket, and we remember all watching the Wheel of Fortune and Bob Barker and spinning the wheel and all that. So good old, well, it's Price is Right, absolutely. It was the other guy spinning that wheel. So I was just making mention we remember the same game shows. And I'm glad that the member from Brooks, you watched that too. So what happens is, for the folks at home that don't remember, good old Bob, he takes this Plinko chip and he drops it. And it hits a bunch of pegs, then you're kind of randomly guessing where it might fall. That's kind of what's happening with our dollars and cents when it goes into that healthcare model. Except let's pretend every time it hits one of those pegs, it's shedding off another $10. So by the time it gets to the bottom, the taxpayers are throwing in $100, and by the time it gets to the bottom, they're getting $5 worth of service because it's been chewed up by all the inefficiencies in the system. But now, we've got a chance here to move forward, folks. We've got a chance to take out some of those items that could be pushed over into a more streamlined system where you don't have to necessarily bounce off all those other things. And what happens? Wait times go down. Satisfaction goes up. And maybe we can keep our doctors here, and maybe we can keep our patients here, are good, hard-working Albertans that are going and spending their own dollars down in Mexico or the United States because they can't access the public system because it's so chock full. Or those poor folks that don't have the options, and they're sitting there watching their health degrade and their hips crater on them and their knees having issues and all the complex things that take place. This is what we're trying to do. So it's disingenuous during a time of a pandemic, when there's a heightened sensitivity towards everything that's taking place, to keep jumping up and down and falsely putting that narrative out there that we're out to destroy public health care, that we're out there to go after the Albertans, and we're dissembling and dismantling anything. In fact, what's taking place, folks, and the folks on this side get it, on the UCP caucus side, we're trying to fix some things that have been a problem. Having the intestinal fortitude to do it going forward, to make sure we're doing the right things, and to do it in the interest of Albertans. And for those folks out there that have been waiting on those darn lists forever, we're keeping our promises to you. We're working on the problem, looking at the root cause. We're going to fix this, and that's why we're here. God bless us all at 6:45 in the morning. No place I'd rather be. A big cup of freedom and democracy taking place right here in this Legislative Assembly to make sure we're fixing the problems that we promised we would fix, despite what the lens of socialism may provide. And the words of wisdom I'll leave this with, because I don't want to mention any other words, but I'll give you some words of wisdom that always carries me through, and maybe some other folks will remember these. And it was Foghorn Leghorn. And when the member opposite gets up again, all I can keep thinking of is this whole thing in the back of my head, because it's kind of a Looney Tunes thing. This boy's more mixed up than a feather in a whirlwind. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary McCall on Amendment A2.
Madam Speaker, it's an important amendment, and the context to this amendment is that prior to this piece of legislation, there was a provision in the existing legislation that required minister to consider impact of private delivery on public system. And simply put, this amendment is asking government to reaffirm their commitment to public health care. And for last little while, instead of saying a word about public health care, instead committing to public health care, we heard stories about people going to states for surgeries and procedures. I think certainly there is room in our healthcare system to be improved. We made a number of changes, we made investment in it, but certainly there is more work that's needed to be done. And what we are arguing here, that government has chosen an approach that we disagree with, that doctors disagree with, that healthcare professionals disagree with. And there is a lot of evidence, there are studies out there that approach has not worked before. So instead of strengthening the public system, instead of adding capacity in the public system, government is saying that the changes they are bringing forward will somehow fix everything, will improve wait times, will improve procedures and all that, without even sharing a shred of evidence. And just to briefly outline what government is doing with this piece of legislation. Earlier we heard from Minister of Transportation and other colleagues as well that the changes they are bringing are the same as what was going on when we were in government. I think we can tell when we were in government what we were doing, and we are in better position to say that we were absolutely committed with publicly funded, publicly delivered health care. And this piece of legislation is putting that privatization of health system on steroids. Prior to these changes, only doctors were able to bill Alberta Health Services, the government. Now, private for-profit entities will be able to bill Alberta Health Services. And somewhere in there, assumption is that those private entities, while delivering these services, they will be more efficient than public system, and they will make profit out of that without compromising patient care. We have heard these arguments before privatization of everything in this province, whether that's privatization of utilities, whether that privatization of social services. Every time we hear the same failed argument. But in practice, that never happens. I think it just shows government lack of confidence in public system and their bias towards private system, where they think that private system somehow will make profit and still deliver things more efficiently without compromising quality of care. Other changes that are contained in this piece of legislation will also have implications for public delivery of healthcare in our province. For instance, they are changing the structure of College of Physicians and Surgeons and other health professionals. We already have 25% representation of public on these bodies. And now this government is making it 50%, and without providing any rationale that how it will improve the quality of care, how it will strengthen our health system. And we also know the record of their appointments, whether it's appointment to health advocate office, whether it's their appointment of Leighton Gray to Provincial Court Judges Nominating Committee. There are a number of appointments. So clearly what we are seeing here, that they are paving way, government is paving way, to stack up these professional bodies with their insiders so they can drive their agenda. And that will again compromise the quality of care. Then earlier they were talking about transparency. And they talked about how physician disclosure will improve transparency and all that. But here they are reducing it by making Health Quality Council only report to minister. They're making it less transparent. So when we look at all these changes, we clearly see government agenda towards the privatization of healthcare, and we are scared we believe that healthcare should be available to Albertans as of right. It shouldn't never be a for-profit enterprise where corporations are making profit on Albertans' health. And this amendment is simply seeking from government that assurance that they remain committed to public health care and they will not just promote private two-tier system over on our public health care system. So I hope that all my colleagues will consider supporting this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment has been defeated. Our first division of the night. Ring the bells.
It's still yesterday. It's still yesterday at lunchtime.
The division has been called on Amendment A2. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Order.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Dane, Mr. Shepherd, Mr. Egan, Ms. Goring, Ms. Renault, Member Carson.
All those opposed to Amendment A2, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Ms. Hassani, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Mr. Getson, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Scow, Mr. Jones, Mr. Reed, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. Lovely, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen.
Madam Chair, for the amendment, 7, against 25.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill in committee of the whole. The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to yourself and through you to all the members of the Assembly. It is absolutely a pleasure to be here today to debate on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Now, of course, this bill has a number of different and very problematic amendments in it. As I said previously in a member's statement, when Bill 30 had just been introduced in this House, healthcare as we know it in Alberta will not be the same in a year's time because of the impacts of this bill. The healthcare that people enjoy today stands to be seriously degraded. Access, similarly so. The quality of care people are able to access, that they will have available in their community, is going to be seriously undermined. And one of the most concerning aspects, and we have seen this with this government on so many fronts, that not only do we face the very real damage of the policy decisions they are making and the legislation they are passing, at the same time they are actively undermining the public institutions that are set up to monitor those very things for Albertans. We've seen that with the AER. We've seen that with many other public bodies, and now we are about to see that with one of Alberta's best assets when it comes to healthcare, the Health Quality Council of Alberta. Bill 30 is set up to actively and utterly undermine the independence of the Health Quality Council of Alberta, an independent body set up to monitor the quality, the efficacy of the healthcare system in Alberta, our public healthcare system, Madam Chair. A body which for years has provided clear and useful reporting, not only for the use by government, and certainly successive governments have chosen whether or not they would take the advice of the Health Quality Council. Certainly this government has chosen to ignore it in large part, particularly in the area of laboratory services. But the value of the Health Quality Council of Alberta was not just in what it provided to government, but what it provided to our province as a whole, because the Health Quality Council of Alberta is not there simply to serve as a creature of government. It is there to provide clear and unbiased information about our healthcare system, about its quality, its efficacy, how well it is indeed serving the people of Alberta, the very real concerns that we have that may be coming up, and to help us ensure that we are protecting the quality and accessibility of it going into the future. It is used by healthcare workers across the province. It is used by academic experts who provide oversight, who do research, who help to drive innovation in the province of Alberta. And this government is actively, through Bill 30, undermining their independence, making them a pet creature of government, putting them under the thumb of the Minister of Health, and thus utterly undermining their ability and their credibility. And if this bill should pass, will cast a shadow over the work that they do and put any data, any work, any recommendations that come out under question. Now, the Minister of Health says he's doing this simply because, well, he wants to bring things in line with other provinces. Well, Madam Chair, that is a convenient excuse for this government when they want to degrade things in this province. How long have we had to listen to this Premier stand and talk about Alberta exceptionalism on so many fronts? And indeed, we should recognize when Alberta is a leader, and we are in many aspects, when we have innovations on which the rest of the country should be following. This is one such case, Madam Chair. There is no reason why we would want to take this Health Quality Council of Alberta, this shining jewel of health data and analysis, and reduce its ability to work, reduce its independence, reduce it to what other provinces have. Unless this government fears what the council might say or recommend, or how it might review the actions this government is taking. Because indeed, this is a government, Madam Chair, that fears what they cannot control. They've used every legislative means at their disposal to try to reduce the voice of Albertans, to reduce the voice of independent bodies, to reduce transparency, to escape scrutiny. And we know that the transformation of our healthcare system, which they are undertaking at lightning speed in the middle of a global pandemic, is going to have real and sizable impacts on our public healthcare system in Alberta, the same public healthcare system which let us lead Canada in terms of our response to COVID-19. Let's be clear, Madam Chair. That is not something for which this government can take credit itself. That is because of the healthcare system that we have invested in and whose capacity we work to build. And what we see this government wanting to do with that healthcare system, and indeed with the Health Quality Council of Alberta, is undermine them, hollow them out, and use them like a puppet. Much as we've seen this minister the Minister of Health trying to undermine the Alberta Medical Association, because we can't have doctors who are actually experts in the field, who are defenders of our public health care system, being there to gainsay his poor choices. That is why we see him attempting to undermine the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta and force them to help clean up the mess he created. And now we see them doing the same with the Health Quality Council of Alberta. It wasn't enough for them to simply fire the existing chair with a phone call from the deputy minister the day before, and not even inform the board of the council until minutes, Madam Chair, before their next board meeting. That is how little regard this government shows for our public servants. Well, in this case, that's not even the correct term. Allow me to correct myself. They are indeed serving the public, but they are not public servants because they are not employees of this government, at least not yet. That is precisely